Chapter 118. Poor Lafia. Roy looked at Ace and asked, "Ace, do you only have one magic slot?" Ace was obsessed with becoming stronger, and when she saw him using magic, she showed a hint of envy. Logically, her Tempest was simple to activate and required little effort to maintain. It didn't demand lengthy chants like Lafia's, nor did she have to worry much about magic going out of control. With Ice's sharp mind, she should have devised ways to enhance her attacks, such as through combination magic. Ace nodded. Though her Tempest was highly useful and suited her well, she still envied adventurers who could wield multiple magics like Riveria and Lafia. Doesn't Oreo have items that can increase magic slots? Roy asked. With a millennium of history, there must be artifacts designed to bend the rules. For instance, the elixir that unlocked Fauna potential was one such example. I think I've heard of something like that, Lafia said after a moment's thought. There's a type of grimoire that can not only awaken magic in people, but also add an extra magic slot. However, the total number of magic slots won't exceed the limit of 3. In other words, if someone already had 3 slots, using such a grimoire would be wasteful and wouldn't grant a 4th. But for those with only 1 or 2, it could fill an empty slot. This kind of grimoire is rare even among grimoires. Not only is the price astronomical beyond what most can afford, but even if you have the money, you might not find one available. Lafia explained. Such grimoires were ultra-rare and highly sought after. Ace, did you look into it too? Roy glanced at her. Ace nodded, a bit embarrassed. I couldn't find one, and I couldn't afford it anyway. Even standard grimoires cost more than top-tier equipment, let alone rare variants. As expected, Roy smiled. After learning Lafia's and Ice magics, Roy hadn't continued practicing, had only tested his new magic's functions. That night, the 3 took turns keeping watch and resting. The next day, they re-entered the Colosseum and resumed grinding monsters. Just as before, Lafia concealed her presence in a corner to practice parallel chanting, while Roy and Ace battled in the Colosseum. This routine lasted until the 4th day, when Roy heard the system's task completion prompt in his mind, bringing it to an end. Name: Roy Flot Level 2 Strength, SSS 2787 Endurance, SSS 2411 Dexterity, SSS 2435 Agility, SSS 2189 Magic, SSS 2899 Magic, Arc's Magica Skill, 7 Deadly Sins, Development Ability, Blacksmith Eye, Swordsman C. These were from Roy's last status update. His Swordsman development ability had risen to C rank. What surprised him more was that his basic abilities had broken through the 2,000. If I update today, I wonder if I can hit 3,000? He pondered after leaving the Colosseum. Perhaps reaching level 3 required all abilities at 3,000. Lafia, I recall there's a floor boss on the 37th floor, right? Roy asked, gazing back as if he could see the central throne through the massive walls. He was tired of grinding Colosseum monsters, had had his fill over the past days. To ensure his basic abilities reached 3,000 for today's update, Roy set his sights on the floor boss. It should provide substantial excelia. What are you planning now? Lafia asked, a bad feeling creeping in. I haven't encountered a floor boss yet. Why not take this chance to see one? Roy suggested with a smile, his tone negotiable. No, absolutely not. Lafia shook her head firmly, her resolve unshakable. Through their recent interactions, she had come to understand Roy's personality. He was far from the quiet type. When he said, just take a look, she knew he'd definitely stir up trouble. The 37 floors boss was an LV.6 monster. It required a team of top-tier adventurers to defeat. The Loki Familia had slain the 37th floor boss multiple times, but only with Finn's elite squad leading. What was their group? Though the guild ranked the Colosseum alongside floor bosses in difficulty, for first-class adventurers, the Colosseum was just a swarm of monsters tricky, but escapable with opportunity. A floor boss was a solitary powerhouse, overwhelmingly superior in every aspect. Idiot, Roy said with a serious expression. Don't call me that, Lafia retorted, displeased. Dear Lafia, Roy started, then realized it sounded off. Lafia's ears flushed red, and she glared at him in embarrassed fury. Ahem. Roy cleared his throat, ignoring it, and asked earnestly, "Do you know an adventurer's core spirit? Not taking risks?" Lafia guessed uncertainly, as it was a principle heavily promoted by the guild and familia, one her companions always emphasized. Wrong, Roy denied flatly. Then what is it? Lafia asked, puzzled, while Ace looked on curiously. It's about seeking death. No, daring to take risks, Roy corrected himself. Did you just say seeking death? Lafia eyed him suspiciously. It's similar enough, don't sweat the details, Roy said calmly. If you always retreat from danger or strong foes without the resolve to advance and conquer, you'll never grow as an adventurer. Remember that, Lafia. Roy began his persuasion. He had no choice. The map was with Lafia, and he couldn't just snatch it. Ace is Oreo Sword Princess. You're a future Loki Familia executive, and I bear the responsibility of strengthening the Hestia Familia. We're not like those who treat adventuring as a mere job for daily survival. Ambitious adventurers can't stay in their comfort zones. Roy's motivational words were compelling, honed by experience. Strong enemies, resolve, growth. These words resonated with Ace, inspiring her instantly. Lafia, Ace said, turning to her with pleading eyes. I get it. Lafia glared at Roy, fuming. That's low. He knew she couldn't refuse Ace, yet he always roped her in. Thus, the trio proceeded toward the 37th floor center. Chapter 119, Lafia. I always knew. The White Palace surpassed the entirety of Oreo. Beyond its towering walls and labyrinthine terrain, adventurers seeking the next floor had to follow the map's route. Really, you always mislead Ace with those fallacies. Lafia muttered under her breath while leading the way, map in hand. Lafia, I think it makes sense, Ace said softly, walking beside her. Shed lingered in her comfort zone too long. As a Loki Familia executive, Ace couldn't recklessly endanger herself. Finn and Riverio wouldn't allow it. Thus, Shed remained at LV.5 for 3 years, unable to advance. Ace desperately yearned for growth. Roy's arrival had ignited hope and yielded results. Under his guidance these days, Ace truly felt her strength improving. She trusted his words implicitly. Lafia's expression twisted awkwardly. She turned to meet Roy's amused gaze and huffed indignantly. Don't get smug. I won't lose to you. How can an outsider earn more trust from Ace than her? Lafia seethed with reluctance. Yuli Elf? Roy mouthed silently. Lafia, flushed crimson, glanced guiltily at Ace, then shot Roy a furious glare before silently pressing onward. After some time, the trio reached the floor boss chamber. Before them sprawled a vast canyon-like expanse. Monsters grew scarcer nearer the canyon. By its edge, none wandered, an unnatural silence enveloping them. The temperature plummeted closer in. The chill, paired with the dim surroundings, stirred unease. Yet any seasoned adventurer could sense the danger radiating from the canyon, a warning to intruders. This was Yudu's domain. Its level and power eclipsed the floor's norms, shunning other monsters. How about we turn back? Lafia suggested with a forced smile after entering the canyon, her voice trembling. Coward the elf, Roy retorted mercilessly. You gave me another nickname. Lafia's blood pressure spiked. It's coming. Et alted, sans signe imminent danger. A faint tremor rippled underfoot. The vibrations intensified. Then the central ground bulged unnaturally with a sharp crack. Ruhar, amid shattering rock. The earth erupted. An immense form burst forth, debris cascading like a landslide. With ear-splitting roars and crumbling stone, Eudeus emerged an enlarged Spartoi variant, its bones pitch black, exuding menace. Its lower body remained embedded, but the upper skeleton towered 10 meters. The spine's black bones quivered as if alive. Twin horns crowned its head, scarlet flames flickering in empty sockets. At its core, shielded by thick ribs, loomed a massive magic stone. It's taller than the 17th floor's boss. Lafia stared, awestruck. Eudius was the largest monster shed seen. Even the 17 floors Goliath was half its height. Its sheer size radiated overwhelming intimidation. "I feel like it's taunting me," Roy remarked, eyeing the near-invisible magic stone. The surest way to slay a monster was shattering its magic stone. Even regenerative abilities couldn't save it then. "A floor boss magic stone must be valuable, right?" Roy asked Lafia. "Don't even think about it. I've never heard of anyone selling one," she replied. A floor boss magic stone far exceeded normals in quality, size, and energy, fetching a fortune if sold. Eudius regenerates quickly. "Last time, our Loki Familia's full first-class lineup had to destroy it utterly to win," Ace explained, resisting the urge to charge. "Exactly. Collecting floor boss magic stones is tough due to regeneration. As long as it exists, revival is possible," Lafia added, "unless you extract it before regeneration. Floor bosses or monster wrecks, dungeon-born specials, bonded deeply with the labyrinth." "We could try," Roy mused. His space might sever the dungeon's link to Eudius. "Ace, engage Eudius first. If needed, Lafia and I will support," Roy said calmly. "Ace soloing Eudius? What nonsense!" Lafia exploded, deeming it reckless. Their team lacked power. Challenging Eudius demanded caution. Yet, Roy started with this bombshell. "Ace is stalled at LV.5 long enough. Her status should meet rank-up prerequisites?" Roy asked. Ace nodded. "So, it's just lacking Excelia for rank-up?" Roy pressed. Ace affirmed simply. "Rank-up demands high-level Excelia alternate stimuli for bodily potential," Roy explained, glancing at Eudius. "Like overcoming the strong as the weak. In near defeat, fully commit nerves, muscles, mind racing for victory. Tapping potential, transcending limits. Battle sublimates you wholly." Roy smiled. "Eudius is Ice Ideal for now. For the weak, besting the strong. Seek Finn's team. Besides, you're here too," Lafia fretted. Roy regarded her with exasperation. "Don't interfere," Ace urged, already eager. Roy's words unleashed her impulse. She drew her weapon and charged Eudius. "Ruhar!" The skeletal behemoth bellowed. As if summoned, armed monsters tore from the ground, barring Ice path. "Ace!" Worry flashed in Lafia's eyes. She readied magic support. "Don't disrupt her," Roy pressed her arm down. "Missing this would depress Ace. If danger arises, it'll save her." Ace, wreathed in tempest, deftly dispatched those extras. Like Roy, Shed grinded Colosseum monsters recently. She shattered blockers, even using some as footholds, leaping to assail Eudius. "Ruhar!" Eudius roared furiously, swinging its massive arm in a charged slap. Boom! A crater formed, shaking the canyon. Ace evaded nimbly. She plummeted, piercing Eudius' arm joint. Eudius' body was durable, even LV.5 slashes barely scratched its bones, but joints were vulnerabilities. Shattering them crippled combat power. Ace, veteran of Eudius' crusades, knew this well. Her aerial strike pulverized the joint. With a resounding crack, Eudius' right arm detached, thudding heavily. Ace is amazing. Lafia's eyes sparkled, fangirling. Such a flip-flopper. Roy chuckled helplessly. What flip-flopper? I knew Ice strength would be enough. Lafia blushed. Eudius countered in rage, but Ice agility and size let her weave through assaults. Boom! Another fist slammed down. Prick, prick, prick. Dozens of black spines erupted from the ground, razor-sharp tips chilling to behold, piercing any flesh. Ace narrowly dodged. In the past, evasion would have been harder. Roy's recent tutelage had honed her skills, letting her handle Eudius' wide attacks effortlessly. She might sustain minor wounds before. Fruitless strikes enraged Eudius. It pounded again, birthing a black claymore from the earth, cold and ominous. Eudius gripped and yanked it free, sweeping with colossal force. Eudius wielded a weapon? Lafia gasped. She had never fought Eudius, but knew Loki Familius intel. Spines and skeletons were its staples, ground-pounding at most. Swordplay was unheard of. Likely stimulated, Roy explained. In canon, Ace soloed Eudias. Her superior skills now made it straightforward. Et asnt piqued yet don't fret. I have potions aplenty, Roy reassured. The weapon's emergence startled Ace. Amid spines and sweeps, she clashed fiercely with Eudias. As an LV.6 monster, Eudias outmatched, even aerial-boosted Ace in raw power, blasting her like a cannonball into the wall. Yet she rose swiftly. Learning from the setback, Ace adapted to Eudias' new patterns. She evaded direct hits, though the fight remained grueling near impalements multiple times. After 10 intense minutes, Ace found the right opening, aerial spiraling her strike to demolish Eudias' other arm. Armless, Eudias' threat plummeted. Ice Blitz chipped away its bones. Victory was inevitable. Roy then summoned Ace back from Eudias. Seeing her exhausted, on the verge of collapse, yet eyes calm, Roy patted her head. Well done. Ice's fervor faded. She gazed at Roy blankly, warmth from his hand stirring unfamiliar emotions. Chapter 120. Lafia felt struck by lightning. Ace couldn't recall how long it had been since someone had touched her so gently. The long-lost sensation left her dazed, staring at Roy in a trance, unable to look away. Hey, Ace needs treatment now. Lafia noticed immediately and yanked Roy's hand away, pulling Ace toward her while producing a potion. The warmth atop her head vanished, filling Ace with a fleeting sense of loss. Meeting Lafia's suspicious gaze, a rare blush bloomed on her fair face. Lafia felt struck by lightning. What was happening? Normally, such a cute expression from Ace would etch itself into Lafia's memory as a treasured moment. After all, Ace was typically expressionless, her emotions rarely visible. But this was wrong. This adorable look wasn't for her. It was because of Dash. Lafia glared at the culprit, Roy, jealousy surging. It was Roy who had elicited this love-struck, girlish expression from Ace. He'll take the potion. Lafia, hand it over, Ace said, her cheeks flushed, heart racing as an unfamiliar emotion spread. To mask her oddity, she swiftly changed the subject. Okay, Ace. Lafia averted her eyes and passed the potion. It's your turn. Ace was about to finish Eudias. You pulled her back. So handle the rest, Lafia urged. Wait until it recovers a bit, Roy nodded. Eudias lay in tatters from ice assault, nearly irreparable. Slaying it now would yield little excelia. In the ensuing lull, Eudias went unassailed and refrained from attacking, silently mending its battered form. After over 10 minutes, Eudias fully restored its shattered body. It unleashed a deafening roar, assaulting the trio anew. Yet Roy, having discerned Eudias' patterns, handled it more effortlessly than Ace. His expertise let him toy with the immobile monster. I can still grow stronger, Ace murmured, watching Roy's form. The next instant, her face reddened again at some thought. Lafia, ever attentive to Ace, nearly wept. She regretted letting Ace explore with Roy. Still, Roy's prowess stunned her. Without magic, he dominated Eudias smoother than Ace. What's with this guy's strength? Isn't he already LV.6? Lafia fretted inwardly. Roy's power meant Ace would seek his guidance again, fostering more contact and potentially igniting romance. For a moment, she envisioned Roy and Ice wedding. 5 minutes later, Roy cleaved all bones from Eudias, exposing its massive magic stone. The stone intact, Eudias' severed bones didn't ash like typical monsters. This confirmed Eudias lingered. With a slash, Roy extracted the magic stone from its chest cavity, severing the link. He opened his space and stored it. The instant the stone vanished, Eudias' bones disintegrated into ash. All right, we can head back. Returning from the deeper floors offered no shortcuts like slides. They trudged upward, taking far longer than descent. Lafia, how's your concurrent chanting progress? Roy asked the elf girl, who eyed him sourly these past days. Concurrent chanting? Lafia startled, then stammered, I've made some headway. He'll master it with more practice. Really? Show me the results? Roy smiled. What's there to show? Lafia replied, lacking confidence. You're so confined, Roy teased mercilessly. Boasting? Who's boasting? Lafia bristled at the provocation, especially before Ace. Just then, over a dozen Almiraj burst from a cavern, eyes glowing red, locking onto the trio. Middle floor staples, they swarmed in packs. Roy grasped Ice's hand, stepping aside, and gestured invitingly with the other. By the way, Ace and I want to assist. These are just level 2, they won't kill you. At worst, a few broken bones. Roy's casual remark nearly enraged Lafia, especially seeing Ace not resist the handhold, head bowed, expression hidden. Lafia guessed Ace wore that shy, endearing look. Fury ignited, but words failed. She gripped her staff, aiming at the Almiraj horde. Proud warriors, forest archers, heed the approaching marauders. Take up your bows, answer your kin's call, knock your arrows, ignite the flames, lights of the forest. Command the arrows to fly, let elven fire rain down, and burn the savages to ash. Lafia chanted, staff raised, but an Almiraj hurled, startling her. The chant broke, rampant mana discomforting her. That's it, Roy mocked. They're just rabbits. Lafia gritted her teeth, fleeing the pursuit while flailing her staff. Though not strength-focused, as level 3, her strikes proved lethal to level 3 foes. Struck Almiraj staggered, nearly slain. Lafia, why not learn swordplay from me? You're wasting your mage potential, Roy quipped oddly. You wield that staff masterfully if you train swords. You might be the next sword princess. Ace already holds sword princess. Maybe sword elf or sword sovereign next. Who wants your lessons? Lafia fumed, yearning to prove herself. Dodging Almiraj, she steadied and channeled magic. After near misfires, she succeeded. Fusillade Philerica erupted, annihilating the remnants. See? Concurrent chanting's no big deal, Lafia boasted. Face smug as she eyed Roy. Congratulations, Lafia, Ace said. Roy's method works. Lafia beamed at the praise, but tangled at the credit to Roy. Had deliberately trained her, enabling mobile casting amid evasion. Though unmastered, Shed grasped it soon, recalling the sensation. But Roy's approach irked her. Thank you, Lafia mumbled shyly. You're welcome, Roy waved off. Actually, I just wanted to see your face chased by these monsters. It was hilariously dumb. Lafia erupted. Chapter 121. Omniscient under Lafia's grateful yet resentful gaze, Roy finally returned to the surface. Euduce Magic Stone and other drop items leave them to you to handle. Aside from Euduce Magic Stone, the other drops were exchanged directly at the guild counter. As for drop items, they'd be entrusted to Ace and Lafia, who could sell them to merchants for top prices. Ace nodded. No problem. They'll get a great deal this time and deliver your share once it's done, Lafia said enthusiastically, shouldering a huge backpack filled with magic stones and drop items. Lafia glanced at Roy hesitantly. About what you mentioned before, could you teach me swordsmanship? Huh? Weren't you dead set against learning from me earlier? What finit surprise? I realized I can't be so biased, Lafia replied, her confidence surging as she spoke solemnly. And you're doing it for my benefit. I can't let your kindness go to waste. Ace, are elves as thick-skinned? Roy asked, turning to her. Ace shook her head, puzzled. Lafia gritted her teeth, her face flushing from Roy's jab, her fists clenching tightly. Fine, no issue on my end. Come find me when you have time, Roy said after the tease, nodding without further mockery. Relieved by his agreement, Lafia beamed with joy. She shot Roy a determined look, secretly vowing to master not just concurrent chanting, but close-quarters combat too. That way, she'd become a magic swordsman. Magic swordsmen were far more versatile than mobile fortresses. Lafia had envied them before, but her inability to even grasp concurrent chanting had left her sidelined. Now, she finally had the chance. Most importantly, by learning Roy's specialty, she could surpass him once ranked up, push him away from Ace, and train with her instead. In her mind, Lafia envisioned a brighter future, a silly grin spreading across her pretty face. Glancing at each other helplessly as Lafia lost herself in thought, Roy bid farewell and departed. After so many days in the dungeon, Hestia should be home by now, Roy mused while walking. Before leaving, Hestia had mentioned she'd return after about 2 days with Hephaestus. Nearly a week had passed, her stay should be over. Roy headed straight home instead of Hephaestus' forge. "Roy, you're finally back," Hestia exclaimed, greeting him with a warm hug. Amid her cheers, she leaped onto him, her ample bosom pressing against his chest with a squish, deforming fully. The sensation highlighted the goddess' allure. "Roy, I have a gift for you," Hestia said mysteriously after confirming he was unscathed. "What gift?" Roy asked, intrigued. "Wait here." Hestia dashed to her room and returned with a long, cloth-wrapped object, presenting it like treasure. Roy felt its weight metallic and elongated. A weapon? He wondered, surprised yet delighted, unwrapping it swiftly. It revealed a sword with silver-edged blades gleaming sharply. Near the hilt, intricate runes divine hieroglyphs exclusive to gods adorn the blade. "Try holding it," Hestia smiled. Roy gripped the hilt with his right hand. Instantly, a connection surged, as if the sword were an extension of himself. This intimacy stemmed from Hestia's fauna. "Hestia, what is this?" Roy asked. Had anticipated something when Hestia stayed with Hephaestus, but receiving it stirred surprise and gratitude. "You wanted a weapon that grows with you, right?" "This is the Hestia sword," she replied. "You even named it?" Roy chuckled. "Of course, I came up with it when asking Hephaestus to forge it," Hestia said proudly. "How did Hephaestus agree?" "She refused sternly before," Roy queried, suspecting a catch. "You underestimate me," Hestia huffed triumphantly. "Hephaestus and I are old friends. She couldn't refuse my plea." "Is that why you stayed longer?" Roy asked. "Forging such a weapon takes time. I had to help." Hestia nodded. "What did she demand in return?" Roy pressed. Hestia looked guilty, forcing a smile. "Of course, she wants me to visit more often." "Visit her?" Roy's expression turned odd. "Don't judge by her familiar's grandeur. She's lonely. As a forging goddess, she lacks girlfriends," Hestia explained, averting her eyes. "My heavenly best friend descended too, so she wants my company." "Didn't she nearly kick you out?" Roy teased. "That was to push me to adapt and find a familia." Hestia waved dismissively. "Anyway, that's it. He'll visit her days and return nights." "Enough about me," Hestia changed topics. "Shower first, then fauna update. You haven't done it alone, right?" "As agreed. That's my home privilege, even you can't take it." Roy nodded, showered, then let Hestia update his fauna. "Name: Roy. Flot level 2 strength, EX 3000 endurance, EX 3000 dexterity, EX 3000 agility, EX 3000 magic, EX 3000 magic. Arts Magica skill, 7 deadly sins. Omniscient development ability, Blacksmith Eye, Swordsman C as expected. You've hit LV.2's limit," Hestia sighed admiringly. Shed guessed his dungeon stint, plus his aptitude, would cap LV.2 quickly upon return. "You even awakened magic this trip," Hestia noted curiously, unfazed by his max stats due to greed. "Arcs Magica memory-based magic, chantless. Belmano. Replicates memorized magics within limits. Requires full mastery of effects and chants. Boosts magic effects." Delighted yet surprised, Hestia said, "This means you can learn any magic type?" "Should be," Roy nodded. "That's my Roy, even magic slot limits can't bind you," Hestia beamed. "And you awakened a new skill." "New skill?" "Good news piled on weapons skills. This skill." Hestia's expression turned odd as she handed the fauna transcription. Roy scanned it. "Omniscient swiftly comprehends all operational laws." "So few effects," Roy noted, contrasting 7 deadly sins abnormalities. "Roy, gods are called omniscient and omnipotent," Hestia began. "Omniscient?" Roy's face quirked. "Not truly likely. Of course, not literally. We just achieve much mortals can't," Hestia clarified. "Sealed in the lower world. Divine power vanished, leaving omniscience diminished." This so-called omniscience. Hestia fetched a board game from a drawer left by the home's prior owner, akin to chess but distinct. I've never played this, she set up. But against a player, ID grasped rules instantly via moves, reaching champion level without explanation. Ultra-fast deduction and computation? Roy asked. Accurate, but our omniscience is broader, Hestia nodded. It's boring, so gods forget it deliberately. Gods descended for entertainment and unknowns. Omniscience dulls that. Your skill mirrors ours. Whether you have our full omniscience is unclear, Hestia analyzed. Paired with Ars Magica, ITLL shine. Roy agreed, envisioning omniscience broader applications beyond magic. Now, choose your next development ability, Hestia smiled. 3 options: Mage, Mystery, and Hunter. Chapter 122. Rank up again? Hunter was an ability that had appeared in the last rank up, so naturally, there was no need for further explanation. Mage was an ability similar to Swordsman. Only those adept at magic, with exceptional mastery over it, could awaken this development ability. It provided various benefits when using magic, such as enhanced power, expanded range, and improved mana efficiency. Generally, in Orrerio, adventurers who merely wielded magic weren't deemed mages. Only those who had awakened the mage development ability could truly be called mages. The emergence of Hunter and Mage isn't surprising, but Mystery appearing is quite the shock, Hestia said, her eyes sparkling as she mentioned Mystery. It seems Mystery is an incredible development ability? Roy smiled. Today felt like a triple blessing. Of course. Hestia nodded emphatically. By analogy, Mystery is a rare gem among development abilities. It said that fewer than 5 people in all of Orrerio possess it. Abilities like Swordsman, Mage, Hunter, Abnormal Resistance, and Blacksmith have specific triggers to awaken them. But Mystery no one knows the conditions. It's entirely random. Even Orreo's strongest Swordsman or Mage might never awaken Mystery. In short, it's all about luck. If fortunate, anyone might awaken it casually. If unlucky, even 1,000,000 people might not yield one. What's its specific function? Roy asked curiously. Praised so highly by Hestia, it had to be exceptional. He recalled Belle awakening something similar in the anime. I've never seen Mystery firsthand, but according to Hephaestus, it's likely a power that evokes miracles, Hestia said uncertainly. During her recent stay with Hephaestus, beyond being put to work, Shed inquired about fauna and familius. Miracles? Roy puzzled. The term was too vague. How to put it? Hestia pondered, organizing her thoughts. For a blacksmith with this ability, they might forge weapons surpassing magic swords, with rare functions. A pharmacist could concoct potions that resurrect the dead. Long ago, someone with Mystery created an immortality-granting item. The Philosopher's Stone? Roy raised an eyebrow. It was mentioned in the anime. That sounds right, Hestia nodded. This ability borders on our god's arcanum. Speaking of which, Hestia's eyes lit up as she looked at Roy. Your skills and development abilities are already touching arcanum. Maybe next time, you'll awaken arcanum level magic. That would complete the set. Skills, development abilities, and magic all arcanum touched. I'd love to awaken such magic. Roy smiled. Don't get discouraged. Hestia encouraged cheerfully. As long as you keep loving me, you might awaken arcanum level magic. Roy's continual arcanum approaching abilities were anomalous. To Hestia, it stemmed from his yearning to draw closer to her, birthing these outrageous powers. In that case, Roy teased with a grin. Maybe I should seek out more goddesses for better results. Absolutely not. Hestia shook her head vigorously, her twin tails whipping against Roy. Am goddess enough? Yes, yes. Roy conceded quickly. Satisfied, Hestia stopped and asked, which 2 abilities will you choose this time? Mage and Mystery. Hunter was always Roy's last pick. As expected, Hestia sighed helplessly. She wished he'd choose Hunter, but with 2 prior appearances, no rush. When rarer options arose, he could select Hunter then. It was most adventurers' dream, yet Roy's least favored. Name, Roy Flot level. 3 strength. I0 endurance. I0 dexterity. I0 agility. I0 magic. I0 magic. Arc's magic is skill. 7 deadly sins. Omniscient development ability. Blacksmith I. Swordsman C. Mage I. Mystery I. This rank up's improvement felt clearer and greater than before. Naturally, the higher the level, the more substantial each advancement. Oh, Roy checked his system, confirming a minor level increase. Host, Roy Flot race. Human level, 90 replicated ability. Power of light, D. Possessed items. Securitas gauntlet. Hestia sword, B. Replicated abilities. Bond of life, B. Fauna, B. Dimensional points. 2,871,678 at this rate. I might reach into Satan class, Roy speculated inwardly. Satan class devils were several times stronger than Ultimate class. Chapter 123, Lafia. You don't know Loki Familia? After Ace, Lafia, and Roy parted ways, the two stored the magic stones and drop items in the Loki Familia's vault at the guild, planning to sell them to merchants tomorrow. After all, most of the magic stones and drop items belonged to Roy, so it wasn't convenient to bring them back to the Familia. Upon returning to the Twilight Manor, they were immediately greeted by Loki. "Welcome back. I missed you, Ace Tan." In the lounge, Loki rushed toward Ace with open arms and a bright smile. Her face twisted into a lecherous grin as she aimed for a hug. Ace deftly dodged Loki and said, "Loki, I'm going to shower first. Update my status later. Let me hug you, Ace Tan. It's been days." Loki whined, feigning grievance while her sleazy expression remained unchanged. "Then I'll update another time," Ace replied, unmoved. No. Loki backpedaled quickly. It's been so long since I felt Ace Tan's soft skin. If you try anything funny, they'll kill you," Ace said flatly, her words chilling. "Lafia, want a status update too?" Loki asked casually, turning to her. "Oh, okay," Lafia agreed, though she doubted her status had improved much. After all, she had mostly followed Roy and Ace to the 37th floor, rarely fighting monsters. Her biggest gain was grasping the basics of concurrent chanting. For her, that outweighed any status growth. "Ace, you're back. How was the hall?" Bet the werewolf asked indifferently as he passed by. "Not bad," Ace nodded. "Bet your small talk sucks." Tiona jabbed mercilessly. "You rushed over at news of Ice's return, just to say that? Give up on her already. Shut it. You lovesick Amazon." Bet snarled. "Go chase your crush. Want to fight?" Tiona shot back, undaunted. "Are you even qualified?" Bet sneered. "You got some nerve saying that," Tiona retorted. "Who goes gaga over any guy? Too bad he ignores you, huh?" "Enough, both of you," Riveria sighed, rubbing her forehead. This wasn't new, but it was still a headache. Especially lately, Roy's prior incident had escalated their bickering. Though trivial, it grated. "It's not my fault," Bet grumbled. "Riveria, don't you have searching magic? Help me find him," Tiona pleaded expectantly. "That's none of my business," Riveria snapped. Falling in love and expecting help? Did Tiona see her as a mother? "But I can't find him. I don't know where he is," Tiona pouted, dejected. "Am showering," Ace said abruptly, slipping away guiltily at Roy's mention, heading to her room. Lafia followed suit, returning to her room with a guilty conscience. After showering, they reconvened in the lounge. In the adjacent small room, Loki had prepared tools to update their status. Lafia went first, and, as expected, her basic abilities hadn't grown much. Emerging, she saw Bet and Tiona glaring daggers again. They'd clearly quarreled during her update. "Ignore them," Riveria said dismissively, noticing Lafia's concern. But soon after Riveria left the room, Loki's exclamation echoed from inside. Ace ranked up to LV.6. Loki shouted triumphantly, her voice booming through the manor as if bragging. The entire Familia heard her raspy cry, turning toward the source. As Ace and Loki exited, congratulations poured in. "Congrats, Ace. Way to go, reaching LV.6. Awesome, Ace." Even Tiona and Bet offered envious yet genuine praise, hugging her arm or nodding. You've caught up completely, Finn smiled warmly. LV.6 held special meaning for the Loki Familia. It signaled the new gen rivaling the old, adding another top-tier adventure to Wario. Thanks, Ace said shyly. Ace, what did you do in the dungeon? Riveria asked. Others leaned in curiously. Ace had lingered at LV.5 for 3 years, her basic abilities, ready lacking only high-class Excelia. Her dungeon trip and return ranked up meant Shed achieved 1 in days. Ace bowed her head, her stoic face tense, staying silent. Ace, did you do something dangerous again? Riveria asked, worry flickering in her eyes. Not really, Ace reflected and replied. Shed given her all against Eudius. But she knew Roy would save her if truly endangered. Hey, Elf, you've been with Ace, don't you know? Bet shifted focus to Lafia. And me? Lafia stammered nervously. Yes, spill it. Bet demanded. If it's just a challenge, that shouldn't suffice for rank up, Finn mused, pinpointing the key. Their familia knew Eudius well from deep floor expeditions. Ace must have at least tied or beaten Eudius. Finn eyed her sharply. What? Eyes widened in disbelief. Eudius was an LV.6 monster requiring their full first-tier lineup for a clean win. Ace soloing to a draw or victory was astounding. Incredible. Ace, Tiona exclaimed, gripping her arm excitedly. Lafia, describe it. Knowing Ice's reticence, they turned to her. Delighted, Lafia eagerly recounted Ice's heroics, embellishing for drama. Hearing her own feats exaggerated, Ace blushed shyly. Had she been that impressive? If that guy hadn't stopped her, Ace would have slain it. Lafia babbled excitedly, slipping up. That guy. Bet gaze sharpened on Lafia. Someone else was there? Finn asked curiously. They'd returned safely, and Lafia mentioned that guy, without malice, likely not a foe. Lafia, who's that guy? Tiona pressed curiously. Lafia stuttered, regretting her loose tongue. You what? Spit it out. Bet snapped. Ace sighed inwardly. This couldn't be hidden. With their concern, the guild could easily uncover Roy's identity. It's Roy, Ace admitted. The name from Ice's lips stunned everyone but Lafia. Who? Loki rubbed her ears incredulously. Roy posted an escort commission at the guild. I accepted and went dungeon diving with him. Ace explained calmly. That Hestia brat kidnapped my Ace. Loki wailed, her face a mix of betrayal and despair still smarting from her 2-month booze ban. You were with Roy these days? Tiona griped, dissatisfied. Ace, you're sneaky not telling me about such a chance. Ace stayed silent, head lowered. Shed joined Roy secretly. Lafia was accidental. How could she tell others? Lovesick Amazon, what nonsense. Bet fumed. Didn't you hear? It was just an escort. If that Roy can beat LV.5, why commission an escort for deep floors? Pathetic. Ha ha ha. He could have teamed with mid-class adventurers, but no need for commissions. His strength must be fake. Others look down on him. Bet mocked, finding his angle. You. Tiona glared. Why so hostile toward Roy, Bet? Lafia interjected, irked by the slander. Roy's truly LV.5, maybe even LV.6. Getting more absurd. LV.6? Bet scoffed. Am not lying, Lafia insisted, puffing her chest. It's true. Bet you deny without knowing. You've never met Roy. How can you call his strength fake? What did you say? Bet glare intensified. Exactly. Tiona chimed in proudly, aligning with Lafia. I've seen Roy's power. He even bested Eudius, proving LV.6. Bet, what do you know about Roy? Chapter 124. Weird girl, you bastard. Bet was left speechless, glaring at Lafia with such fury that it seemed he might lash out. You got nothing to say now? Tiona crowed victoriously. With Lafia and Ace backing her up, Bet had no grounds to argue. Whatever, I won't admit it. Bet fumed, storming off in frustration. Lafia, thanks. Tiona turned to her gratefully. And no problem. I was just stating what I saw, Lafia replied. Her expression odd. She wasn't sure why Bet mockery of Roy bothered her so much that Shed impulsively refuted him. As an honest elf, she disliked slander and felt compelled to share the truth. Lafia consoled herself inwardly like that. Finn glanced at Bet' retreating figure, shook his head, and said, Ace, tell us about your experiences these days in detail. Ace nodded and recounted some events slowly. I heard Roy's swordsmanship is excellent, so I wanted to learn from him. Shed accepted his commission, teamed up to reach the 37th floor, and challenged Eudias. Finn nodded along with Ice, narration seeking guidance to grow stronger fit her perfectly. But Riveria noticed Ice's expression. She was lying again. Though unsure what Ace hid, it felt significant, and per Riveria's intuition, it tied to Roy. Never mind, Riveria sighed inwardly. No pursuit, the child was grown. With secrets now, but Ace was unharmed and stronger, so let the secret stay. Ace, I feel like I lost 1,000,000,000 Valis. Tiona wailed dramatically, wishing she could fly to Roy's side. Your days sound so fun. Adventurers must take risks, such wisdom. Fin chuckled. Only the strong say that confidently. So, Roy's amazing, Tiona agreed. Finn, why praise that brat? Loki griped. After all, Roy did our Loki Familia a huge favor, Finn said appreciatively. Ace had been at LV.5's cusp. Without Roy's guidance, who knows how long until LV.6. Under his tutelage, Shed broken through swiftly, joining the executive. The Loki Familia owed Roy twice, counting Lafia's. Lafia, he taught you concurrent chanting too, right? Riveria glanced at her, exasperated. Come on, show me your progress. Lafia's face soured. She sensed Riveria's test would be harsher than usual. The day after surfacing, Roy headed out early, claiming to test his new weapon. But he didn't dungeon dive immediately, instead, visiting Hephaestus' shop. There, he learned Hephaestus was resting at her familia's headquarters. Roy went there next. Unfamiliar face? A woman approached curiously upon his arrival. Eye-patched on the left, about 1.7 meters tall, in a black tube top bearing her impressive bust and much skin. Are you joining our Hephaestus Familia? Adventurers often joined by visiting headquarters directly. She hoped Roy was one. His looks caught her eye instantly. No, in with the Hestia Familia. Here, to see Lady Hephaestus with some questions. Roy shook his head. Hestia Familia? That goddess? She's our Hephaestus' good friend, she exclaimed. You know her? Roy asked, surprised. I brought her fries before, she smiled. Tsubaki Kalbrand, Hephaestus Familia's captain. Currently single. No need to mention that. Roy extended his hand. Roy Flott. Human. Tsubaki shook it, grinning. Marriage status? Congratulations, host. 30,000 dimensional points gained. Huh? A supporting character? Plaisant surprise. Roy replied, single. Tsubaki's smile widened boldly as she released his hand. Our gods are longtime friends. Our familias should connect more. Need anything? Come to me. Thanks, Roy nodded. Follow me, I'll take you to Hephaestus. Tsubaki led him inside. Warmer than elsewhere, with flames and forges, essential clanging echoed along the path. Hephaestus just woke. Perfect timing, Tsubaki noted. Just woke? Roy raised an eyebrow. Hephaestus seemed dignified and dedicated. Bed lingering fit Hestia more. She sleeps in when free. Tsubaki shared eagerly about her goddess. Members had rooms. Hephaestus, as its goddess, an entire floor. Arriving, they saw the goddess in pajamas, sleepily seeking water in the living room. Noticing entrance, Hephaestus turned, freezing. Tsubaki, why no heads up? She chided mildly, covering her right cheek hastily. Tsubaki looked awkward, usually no notice needed, but she had been distracted by Roy. Wait a moment. Hephaestus rushed to her bedroom, emerging shortly. Unchanged clothes, but now with her black eye patch over the right eye. Sit, she invited Roy, unsurprised by his visit, but noting his gaze on her eye. She sighed. Sorry if my appearance startled you. Chapter 125. Motherly Hephaestus touched her right eye, offering Roy a slightly apologetic word. It's my fault for not notifying in advance and disturbing you. I hope you don't mind, Roy apologized. You're here about this? Hephaestus glanced at the Hestia sword in Roy's hand, as if Shed anticipated it, and asked with a chuckle. Yes, Roy nodded calmly. How does the weapon feel? Is it to your liking? Hephaestus asked. Though I haven't tested it in the dungeon yet, it feels great in hand, Roy replied honestly. What did Hestia tell you? Hephaestus asked with a smile. Both she and Roy tacitly understood the situation, guessing what Hestia had shared without needing details. Hestia said your deep friendship made you agree to her request and forge this Hestia's sword, Roy said, placing the sword on the table. But I think it's not that simple. The value of this weapon far exceeds the first tier one. It can't be as casual as Hestia described. 1 billion. Hephaestus parted her red lips, uttering a staggering figure. How much? Roy was taken aback. Bel's dagger in the anime cost only 200 million Valis. Who knew this divine sword would be 1 billion? If sold outright, this weapon I forged would fetch at least 1 billion Valis, Hephaestus explained, producing a note and laying it on the table. This is Hestia's IOU. Roy glanced at it. One version in common script, one in hieroglyphs. It looked formal and upscale, a dizzying series of zeros. I'm not doubting the IOU's authenticity, just shocked by the weapon's value, Roy said. Hephaestus replied, this is one of the finest I've forged since descending. I consider this price a bargain. But this is between Hestia and me, you needn't worry. You can't expect Hestia to shoulder such debt alone, Roy said helplessly. Hephaestus shook her head. Not just anyone could commission a weapon like this from me. So, you really did trick Hestia? Roy felt his suspicion confirmed. Trick, more or less. Hephaestus admitted without hiding. She's too much a shut-in. Without divine power, she's just a freeloader waiting to eat. Hephaestus sighed helplessly. I thought evicting her to form her own familia would curb her heavenly laziness. But who knew shed luck into a freak like you? Hephaestus eyed Roy. Freak. Roy's mouth twitched. Hephaestus was blunt. Isn't it? What adventurer defeats LV.5 without Fauna? Hephaestus shot him an annoyed look. A normal adventurer joining Hestia Familia would have been fine. Though hopeless at life skills, Hestia has responsibility. After starting her Familia, she'd shoulder her role as goddess, adventure with members, and learn lower world living. But with you she slacks off. You're too capable. Hestia feels no life pressure. Plus your indulgence shall waste away. Buying a luxury home right after founding the Familia, not just for new groups. Even established ones found it extravagant. No wonder it biased tus worth. Hearing this, Roy had no rebuttal. Anyway, I burdened Hestia with this debt to pressure her out of freeloading, Hephaestus said. It's between us, stay out. I'll have her work in my shop to repay, interacting with lower world folk and learning basics. I see. Roy nodded, opting not to interfere. Girlfriend schemes harder no malis. Tsubaki, take Roy to the workshop. I left a scabbard there, Hephaestus called out, then told Roy, it matches your sword. I finished it 2 days ago. After all, God sealed Arcanum upon descending. Forging the weapon exhausted Hephaestus. Over 3 days she needed rest. Lady Hephaestus, one question before I go, please answer honestly, Roy asked seriously. Ask away, Hephaestus nodded, matching his gravity. In heaven, besides forging goddess, did you hold motherhood godhead too? Roy quipped before bolting. Delete that brat. Hephaestus fumed at his retreating back, half amused, half annoyed at the tease. Chapter 126. Tsubaki. Are you eyeing Roy? Before leaving, Roy did not forget to spend 400,000 dimensional points to replicate Hephaestus' forging technique. Ha ha. Thanks for teasing Hephaestus. I haven't seen her like that in ages. On the way to the forge with Roy, Tsubaki laughed heartily, her ample chest jiggling with mirth. I can't help it. Goddess Hephaestus truly cares deeply. And my familius goddess is like a child to her, Roy said with a smile. Ha! Those two, one big, one small, really look like mother and daughter together, Tsubaki chuckled unabashedly. Tsubaki's personality embodied dwarven boldness. En route to the forge, she initiated topics, chatting animatedly with Roy, the roles reversed. Can I ask something? Roy ventured tentatively. Ask away, but I haven't had a boyfriend yet, Tsubaki joked. Does your Hephaestus Familia have a tradition like this? Roy mummed, covering his right eye. You don't know? Tsubaki scrutinized Roy, her expression odd. Know what? I've only been in Oreo less than half a month. Roy replied honestly. You saw Hephaestus' right eye earlier, weren't you scared? Tsubaki asked, half smiling. Scared? Roy puzzled. Lady Hephaestus apologized for that. Incredulous. You're sure you didn't see anything terrifying? Tsubaki confirmed again. You mean her right cheek? It looks flame-scarred, but not scary, Roy said directly. Just flame burns? What about her eye? Tsubaki's face grew stranger, her gaze piercing as if to see through him. Sadly, she lacked God's lie detection, relying on Roy's expression to gauge truth. From her experience, Roy wasn't lying. Beautiful eyes, Roy answered. Ha ha, you're fascinating. Tsubaki burst into bold laughter, slapping Roy's shoulder. She explained, we don't have an eye patch tradition. I wear one because my left eye's ruined exposed. It's gruesome. She now understood Roy's earlier words. After all, in his eyes, Hephaestus should seem normal, and with her own eye patch, had assumed a familiar custom. Sorry, Roy apologized, regretting uncovering her scar out of curiosity. It's fine, not a big deal. Tsubaki waved off, continuing. But Hephaestus is different. As a goddess, Hephaestus should be flawless, without defects. Yet her right cheek bore an irreparable blemish, even by Arcanum. Beyond the flame-scarred cheek, her right eye was truly horrifying, like gazing into abyssal hell. In heaven, other gods often mocked Hephaestus for it. Hestia alone never did, forging their strong bond. Hephaestus often jokes it's proof of her forging godhood. Tsubaki sighed. Roy roughly grasped why he saw normal eyes. 7 deadly sins: pride, granted mental immunity. Hephaestus' curse likely eroded minds. His immunity nullified it, revealing her true face. Here we are, Tsubaki announced, pushing open the forge door. Inside, a scabbard lay haphazardly on the workbench. This must be the Hestia sword scabbard, crafted by Hephaestus. Tsubaki picked it up, inspected it, and exclaimed, it's Durandal too. Durandal? Roy was surprised. You know what Durandal means? Tsubaki asked. Yes, Roy nodded. Ice Desperate Sword had Durandal attributes. This was something unbreakable, though where like dulling could occur without maintenance shifting from slicing to bludgeoning. Then no need to explain, it's your accessory anyway. Tsubaki smiled. Roy sheathed the sword. They fit perfectly. Admiring it, he marveled at the forging goddess masterpiece, top tier in performance and aesthetics. Thank Lady Hephaestus for me, Roy said, preparing to leave after confirming his queries. Now, he itched to dungeon test the weapon. Better thank her yourself. I hate relaying messages, Tsubaki grinned. Roy nodded, bid farewell, and departed. Watching him go, Tsubaki pondered, then headed to Hephaestus' quarters. Hephaestus, guess what Roy just said? Tsubaki asked mysteriously. What? Hephaestus asked curiously. You said you have beautiful eyes. Tsubaki smiled. Teasing me? Hephaestus frowned. No, Roy said it. Tsubaki shook her head. He must have been polite, Hephaestus sighed. Roy was courteous to gods. Worldly wise flattery fit. I'm 90 sure it's genuine, Tsubaki asserted. And the 10? Hephaestus quipped. I lack God's lie detection, so not 100 on his words, Tsubaki shrugged. But if true, staying calm after your eyes is impressive. He really said that? Hephaestus wavered. Why not call him back and ask face to face? You believe a direct answer, right? Tsubaki teased. Forget it, I'm not that idle. Hephaestus declined. Hephaestus. Tsubaki realized, staring intently. You haven't been eyeing Roy, have you? I said. Why so generous, suddenly forging super-spec weapons, gifting Durandal scabbards? Am I usually stingy? Hephaestus glared. Gifting over 1 billion Valis? If he's not your lover, I won't buy it. Tsubaki paused. No one would. Nonsense, that's Hestia's child. Hephaestus huffed. It's my deal with Hestia, what's Roy got to do? Cross-familiar romance is fine, we wouldn't object. If you don't act, I won't hold back. First guy in years who's tempted me at first sight. Tsubaki waved boldly. Enough that child admires a goddess, Hephaestus said. Tsubaki eyed her skeptically. Duplicitous, Tsubaki tutade. No respect. Hephaestus felt exasperated. She treated members as equals. No divine heirs, but Tsubaki's teasing irked. "I'm serious first time you've met this type," Tsubaki said. "As goddess." Hephaestus received many proposals post-descent, but eye patch removal scared them off. "You needn't worry about me." Hephaestus rolled her eyes. "If idle, forge a magic sword, you're studying that." Tsubaki left without reply. "Really, why so troublesome?" Hephaestus touched her right eye, sighing. Tsubaki's words had shaken her. But compete with Hestia? Chapter 127. A thief? After leaving the Hephaestus Familia, Roy headed to the dungeon, spending time testing his sword on the 25th floor. With his strength, only lower floor ones offered any challenge for sword testing. Compared to the lightsaber, the Hestia sword felt weighty in hand. Yet this heft didn't hinder Roy. Instead, it let him execute his swordsmanship flawlessly. Its ability to sync with his power maximized his strength. "He'll need a regular supporter soon," Roy mused, eyeing the pile of magic stones on the ground, missing Lafia. An LV. 3 supporter was efficient quick to gather loot. Sadly, Lafia was Loki Familius, not his permanent aid. Grabbing valuable magic stones and drop items, Roy stuffed them into his space and ended the day's exploration. Back on the surface, it was nearly noon. "Returning now, I can eat with Hestia," Roy smiled, noting the high sun. He hadn't dined with her since accepting her Falna. Hestia had been at Hephaestus' shop aiding with weapons, while he delved the dungeon for tasks. They hadn't reunited. Now, with both tasks done, Roy planned to join her. Noon bustled with crowds. Roy walked his usual route home, nearing a quiet alley when hurried footsteps echoed. 2 groups, judging by the sound. The steps were frantic, clear in the silent alley, likely a chase. A short, cloaked figure concealing their form dashed toward him. "Stop running!" A tall male adventurer shouted angrily, trailing close behind. "Hey, kid, stop her!" he yelled upon spotting Roy. Roy frowned, then chuckled, stepping aside to clear the path. None of his business meddling was pointless. The narrow alley fit only 2 or 3 abreast. Roy could have blocked it easily, but his sidestep gave the figure room. The cloaked figure glanced up at Roy, then tried to slip past. Snap! With a crisp sound, Roy seized a small, pale wrist like a child's. It was the fleeing figure's. "Congratulations, host. 300,000 dimensional points gained." The moment Roy grabbed the wrist, the system chimed. So many points. Must be a plot-relevant character. Given the small stature, thieving, and high points, Roy had a hunch. "Lilaruka, Arde. Got some guts and skill," Roy sneered. "Trying to pickpocket while escaping?" The thief's hand had grazed his coat pocket. It once held his lightsaber, now stored in space alongside his light pistol. Another adventurer might have lost something to her slight. "Let go." Lilaruka struggled fiercely, voice sharp with anger. No matter how she tugged, her wrist stayed locked in Roy's grip. "Nice job, kid," the male adventurer said, rushing up with a grin. "Damn it, I just want a meal, and you stole." He glared at Lilaruka, as if ready to devour her. Lilaruka shrank, trembling with fear. "Thanks, kid," the adventurer said insincerely to Roy. "Hand over this palamil, teach her a lesson she won't forget." "I caught her," Roy said lightly. "Give me a reason to hand her over." "This palam stole my money," the adventurer snarled. "Liar, it's mine." Lilaruka shot back urgently. She'd rather stay with Roy than fall into this adventurer's hands. "Your money? It's mine. I earned it risking my life in the dungeon." The adventurer barked. "It's my supporters' pay. You didn't share, so I took it." Lilaruka retorted defiantly. "You think you deserve it? You just carried stuff. Want to cut that big?" The adventurer sneered, turning to Roy. "Give her to me." "No." Roy shook his head, piecing together the situation. Lilaruka's anime backstory was grim supporters often cheated out of their share by adventurers. This seemed like one such case. "Kid, what you say?" The adventurer glared at Roy. "You with this palam? She's my catch now." "Scram," Roy said coolly. "Try to extort me? It'll kill you both." The adventurer reached for his sword. The next instant, he flew out of the alley. Roy's kick sent him sprawling. "Get lost," Roy said, glaring. Pain twisted the adventurer's rugged face into terror. Ignoring his agony, he scrambled up and fled. Chapter 128. Playing villain? OFC, I'm good at it. Seeing the male adventurer fleeing in embarrassment, Lilaruka sighed in relief. She looked up, a sweet smile replacing her terrified, wary expression. Her tone turned sugary as she said, "Thank you so much for saving me, sir. If that adventurer had caught me, I'd have been beaten to death." To her surprise, her act didn't seem to win Roy over. "Cut the act," Roy scoffed, raising his free hand and flicking her forehead, knocking off her cloak's hood. Chestnut, slightly curly hair spilled over her neck. Her small, cute face held sharp, cunning black eyes. Lilaruka stared at Roy, bewildered by his response. "Forgot you tried to pickpocket me?" Roy sneered, shaking her by the wrist, making her stumble twice. "Sir, you misunderstand." Lilaruka forced a smile, protesting. "I'm no thief, how could I steal from you? I wasn't going to stop you, your mess isn't my business." "But you're bolder than I thought, trying to swipe from me while escaping," Roy said, tightening his grip. "If my reflexes were slower, you might have succeeded." "Sir, you're wronging me. I swear I didn't mean to steal." Lilaruka winced, but kept her strained smile. "I just brushed against you by accident. I'm poor, but I wouldn't do that." Her aggrieved, resilient look was convincing most would fall for it. "But Roy, just an accident?" Roy loosened his grip slightly. "Feigning surprise. Is that so?" Relieved as he eased up, Lilaruka beamed. "I'm so glad you understand. I don't want my savior thinking I'm a thief." "Hey, where are you taking me?" Her relief vanished as Roy tugged her wrist, dragging her out of the alley. Lilaruka's strength was feeble. She could only trail passively. "To a hotel," Roy answered simply. "AH Hotel." Her face stiffened, but she forced a smile. Sir, what are we doing there?" Roy's lips curled into a knowing grin. "I figure we could talk business somewhere quieter. You might pick up a few useful tricks for the road ahead." "Don't worry. ITLL, just be a light touch, nothing serious." Roy dropped a cheeky line. "Sir, what are you talking about?" "I don't get it," Lilaruka stammered, her smile faltering. Raised in the chaotic Soma Familia, she understood his teasing words but played innocent. "You'll get it when we're there." Roy grinned brightly. Sir, can you let go first?" Lilaruka tugged her wrist, trying to break free. "No, what if you bolt?" Roy shook his head. Seeing his refusal, Lilaruka fell silent, knowing her strength couldn't free her. She followed quietly, head down, eyes scanning for an escape opportunity. Roy noted her compliance with mild surprise, but knew she was plotting to flee. "You let me go. I'm not that kind of person. I won't go with you." Lilaruka suddenly thrashed, shouting loudly in a crowded area, her face showing humiliation, like a maiden coerced by a bandit. "What's going on? Are they fighting? Is that guy forcing that Palom girl into something bad?" Her cries drew passers-by's attention. Many glared at Roy unfavorably after seeing her distress. "That's all." Roy raised an eyebrow, catching the smug glint in Lilaruka's eyes. "I expected better," he sighed, as if disappointed. "He'll never do that with you." "Save me," Lilaruka wailed to the crowd. Her cute, pitiful act befitting a notable anime, supporting character stirred sympathy. Though Oreo had lawless areas, this street was under guild jurisdiction, where laws applied to adventurers and civilians alike. Her pleas drew kind-hearted onlookers eager to help. Unfazed, Roy flicked her forehead again. Troublesome kid. He activated his lust's charm ability. Had promised Hestia not to use it casually, but this counted as an exception in his flexible judgment. Lilaruka, mid-struggle, went limp, obediently still. "Sorry for the disturbance." This child ran from her familia after trouble. "Our goddess has worried for days. I found her today, so I used some force to bring her back," Roy explained to the crowd with a smile. His charm and Lilaruka's guilty silence convinced them she seemed to admit fault. No one pressed Roy further. He soon led Lilaruka to a hotel and booked a room. Once inside, he released the charm. Freed, Lilaruka jolted as if waking from a nightmare, breathing rapidly, eyes darting in panic. Where is she? The unfamiliar, confined room made her tremble. No. Her mind raced, piecing together events. The more she recalled, the stiffer her expression grew, a chill creeping down her spine. Lilaruka Arde, Soma Familia. Roy's voice snapped her from fear. Right? You know Lily, adventurer? Lilaruka dropped her act, suppressing panic to face Roy with a strained look. What's the point of these tricks? She didn't dare snap at him. She knew escape was impossible. Tricks? Roy raised an eyebrow. You provoked me first, didn't you? Yes, Lily offended you, she admitted quickly. How will you punish me? Or demand compensation? What if I want you instead? Roy chuckled. Interested in Lily? A flash of sarcasm and anger crossed her eyes, swiftly hidden. Lily's just a filthy palom not worth dirtying a big shot like you. Nah, Roy teased playfully. I like that disgusted, helpless look of yours. And palom? Even better. As long as you're cute, I'm not picky about size. Pervert. Lilaruka cursed inwardly, scrambling for a way to deflect. Plus, you've got transformation magic, right? Tweak your figure a bit, Roy added. Her composure shattered. She stared in horror. How do you know? His knowledge of her name and familia was plausible. Those weren't secrets. But her transformation magic? Only Soma and a few familia members knew. It was a closely guarded secret, unknown even to most of her familia. Roy wasn't Soma's. How did he know? Questioning me? Roy glanced at her, not about to reveal he knew from the anime. No, Lily's just curious. If you know my magic, Lilaruka forced a smile. No need for me to answer, Roy chuckled. By the way, know what happens to thieves like you in the book? No, Lilaruka replied, sensing dread at the word book. Definitely bad news. Usually, they're locked in a basement, trained into an RBQ, craving only XX. Roy said with a malicious grin. I've always wanted a cute thief to steal from me. Gives me an excuse to do this and that. I'm law-abiding, see? Can't just grab someone without reason. Guild rules. Thanks, Miss Thief, for fulfilling my wish. No regrets now. You know it's illegal. Lilaruka wanted to scream at the scum pervert, but held back. Antagonizing him was unwise. A beating was minor. Death was the real risk. Who knew if this pervert would kill her in a rage? His mysterious ability terrified her. Unguardable, irresistible. Is that so? Her smile was uglier than crying. But if the guild finds out, you'll be in trouble. A filthy palom like me isn't worth your trouble. Thoughtful of you, Roy said, unmoved. Guild finding out? No issue. We'll say it's mutual. If that fails, they'll play with you, then bury you in a dish. Oreo loses adventurers daily. One more won't matter. Lilaruka trembled at his casual threat. He'll cooperate. She relented, planning to escape later. Transform into goddess Demeter for me, Roy ordered naturally. Demeter, a goddess with a striking figure, outshone even Hestia. Roy had glimpsed her in Guild's God registry. Unforgettable. Goddess Demeter? Lilaruka's expression grew complex. This pervert wanted to defile gods this way? His mind was wild. Sorry, I can't, she shook her head. My magic only works for sizes close to mine. Demeter's too different. She didn't mention that. With props to amplify her magic, she could manage such a change. Chapter 129. Sorry, Lily can't fulfill your request. What a waste of magic. Roy shook his head. He had some expectations for Lily's magic, but who knew it had such limitations? You're too weak. This magic can't be that simple. Roy mused after a moment. As a key protagonist group member, Lily's magic couldn't just be basic transformation. Without strong skills or magic, her aptitude wouldn't keep pace with anime's progress. Lily's just a useless supporter. No mana to unleash the magic's true power, Lily said, lowering her head in agreement. Show me whatever you can, Roy said, now intrigued by the transformation magic. Yes, Lily chanted honestly. My name is Foul, Cinderella in Ashes. Soon, two fluffy ears sprouted on her head. She had transformed into a demi-human. Enough to spell it, Roy said after inspecting. End this farce, Knell of Midnight. Lily recited, her animal ears vanishing. Roy pondered, mastering her magic via Omniscient and Arx Magica. Its rationale was deeper than Lily knew, with potential beyond her grasp. It mimicked racial traits of the target, not just physical like dwarven strength or werewolf speed. Roy felt deeper development could copy the target's power partially. Her skills aren't simple, Roy marveled inwardly. Only thus could Lily, with her slow rank-ups, stay relevant later. Lily eyed Roy anxiously, awaiting his words. She was fish on a board, at his mercy. "How'd you know my pocket had valuables?" Roy asked. He had many pockets, but her target was precise. "I saw your rear before, as a supporter following adventurers," Lily explained. "Those adventurers wanted your magic sword after your display." "Soma Familia too?" Roy asked. She nodded, though unsure if her last words were deliberate or not. They hinted at raiding the Familia. The Soma Familia balanced exploration and business. Their wine was popular in Oreo and beyond. Controlling them meant a money bag. "Want to be Soma Familia's captain?" Roy asked suddenly. "What?" Lily was floored, thinking Shed misheard. "Adventurer, what do you say?" Lily didn't catch it. "Repeat, please." "Want to be Soma Familia's captain?" Roy repeated. Adventurer teasing Lily? She smiled strangely. "Think I'd joke about this?" Roy said lightly. Lily glanced at him, mustering courage. "Changing captains is huge, not just talk. Xanis, our current captain, isn't good. Think he'd kindly yield to me?" Even if Xanis went brain dead and ceded it. "I'm just an LV.1 supporter. I couldn't hold captaincy. You want a loyal puppet securing captain long-term, not trash ousted right after?" At the bottom for years, Lily guessed his aim easily. Roy chuckled. "Your concerns aren't issues. If Xanis disagrees, just kill him?" Apparently, Xanis committed atrocities in the anime, tormenting Familia members, ruining the group. His crimes warranted misery. Roy felt no guilt targeting him. "Too low a level? Just rank up to LV.2, Roy added casually. "Easy for you," Lily said with a forced smile. "The guild bars outsiders from Familia affairs, bans adventurer killings. Discovery means harsh guild punishment or worse from other Familias. And Lily's a useless pal and might never reach LV.2. Sorry, Lily can't fulfill your request. The guild's rules bind other Familias tightly," Roy smiled, countering. "But Soma Familia special. Plus, many ways to vanish quietly. Sani so total Soma Familia control. Rarely interacting with outsiders, merely infamous." TL. Next chapter are 18 Chapter 130. Roy's words normal version. Hearing Roy's words, Lily fell silent. She really wanted to ask why Roy knew so much about the Soma Familia. Because of their god Soma, the Soma Familia could be called an oddity among Oreo's Familias. Of course, oddity was derogatory. The Soma Familia's reputation was terrible. Other Familias sought teammates outside their own. As long as luck wasn't awful, one could find decent partners. But if outsiders heard a teammate was from the Soma Familia, they'd usually steer clear. Only malicious adventurers chose Soma members. Thus, major Familia incidents might take time for the guild to notice. That window was enough to tie up loose ends. You want to save up and leave the Soma Familia, right? But do you think Xanis' greed would really let you go? Roy's words shook Lily's resolve again. Xanis had promised, save enough to quit, and Shed be free. But it was just bait. Xanis knew her transformation magic could profit him greatly. Though shocked, Roy knew her thoughts. Lily wasn't surprised, given his knowledge of her and the Soma Familia. Compared to leading the Soma Familia and serving only me, or remaining a useless supporter trampled and abused by arrogant adventurers, which is better? Roy smiled. If you can evade guild punishment, Lily would choose the former. Lily didn't doubt Roy's strength, dealing with adventurers since childhood. She knew Roy was at least first class, else he couldn't have one-shot her pursuer. That male adventurer was a seasoned LV.1. With Roy's power, handling Xanis decisively wouldn't be hard. Lily nodded silently and asked, "What's your name, adventurer?" "Lily can't keep calling you adventurer." Roy flat. Roy. Lily murmured, the name familiar as she racked her memory. "Are you the adventurer who beat Loki Familia members in the arena?" Lily suppressed her shock, voicing her doubt. Soma members used any means to earn money. The arena was a frequent haunt for some. Roy's match had become post-drink gossip among them. Yes, Roy nodded. This boosted Lily's trust in Roy further. Backed by someone rivaling first-class adventurers, a detailed plan would ensure success. All right, Lily will follow Mr. Roy's words. What's your plan? Lily asked humbly. Can you meet God Soma? Roy inquired. Meeting God Soma requires Captain Zaina's consent. Lily replied. With some money, he'd let me see him. So, even updating your fauna is hard? Roy raised an eyebrow. Lily hasn't updated her fauna yet, she nodded. Forget it, not troublesome. It'll help you accumulate Excelia first, then go straight to God Soma for the update. Roy pondered and said. For low-level adventurers, Excelia was easy to gather. Deep dive to an unreachable floor normally, and it suffice. In the anime, Lafia seemed to accumulate Excelia that way, led by Finn and others. Track Zanus' movements if he heads to the dungeon. Notify me ahead, Roy added. To eliminate Zanus. The dungeon was ideal, minimizing guild scrutiny. Adventurers dying to monsters was commonplace. The guild wouldn't probe deeply. Unless necessary, Roy saw no need to flout guild rules, just exploit loopholes. Dungeon monsters were the easiest, least traceable method. In fact, to control the Soma Familia, Roy could charm Zanus into a puppet. It eased Lily's training too, but he didn't know if charm people show to gods. He hadn't tested it. The risk of detection was high. The world had many beauty gods too, named in the anime alone. Beyond Oreo, numerous beauty gods wielded passive charm. Without checks, it'd be chaos. Thus, better invest early time than risk later godly discovery and trouble. Got it, Lily nodded, glancing at Roy. She gritted her teeth and asked, should Lily serve you now? Might as well get it over with early death, early rebirth. Roy said, you aren't qualified to serve me. Lily, intolerant of subordinates, Roy dressed and said, once you captain the Soma Familia, I want metal in reforming its atmosphere. Just be available when needed. Roy's words stirred Lily's heart. She had long despised the Soma Familia's toxicity or harbored deep resentment. She wouldn't mind destroying if possible. Yet, despite her hatred, she held faint hopes and complex feelings for the Familia she'd known since childhood. Now, a chance to rebuild it, Lily wouldn't miss it. Chapter 131. Roy's Word. Our 18 hearing Roy's words, Lily fell silent. She really wanted to ask why Roy knew so much about the Soma Familia. Because of their god Soma, the Soma Familia could be called an oddity among Oreo's familias. Of course, oddity was derogatory. The Soma Familia's reputation was terrible. Other familias sought teammates outside their own. As long as luck wasn't awful, one could find decent partners. But if outsiders heard a teammate was from the Soma Familia, they'd usually steer clear. Only malicious adventurers chose Soma members. Thus, major Familia incidents might take time for the guild to notice. That window was enough to tie up loose ends. You want to save up and leave the Soma Familia, right? But do you think Zanus' greed would really let you go? Roy's words shook Lily's resolve again. Zanus had promised, save enough to quit, and she'd be free. But it was just bait. Zanus knew her transformation magic could profit him greatly. Though shocked, Roy knew her thoughts. Lily wasn't surprised given his knowledge of her and the Soma Familia. Compared to leading the Soma Familia and serving only me, or remaining a useless supporter trampled and abused by arrogant adventurers, which is better? Roy smiled. If you can evade guild punishment, Lily would choose the former. Lily didn't doubt Roy's strength. Dealing with adventurers since childhood, she knew Roy was at least first class, else he couldn't have one-shot her pursuer. That male adventurer was a seasoned LV.1. With Roy's power, handling Zanus decisively wouldn't be hard. Lily nodded silently and asked, what's your name, adventurer? Lily can't keep calling you adventurer. Roy Flott. Roy. Roy, Lily murmured, the name familiar as she racked her memory. Are you the adventurer who beat Loki Familia members in the arena? Lily suppressed her shock, voicing her doubt. Soma members used any means to earn money. The arena was a frequent haunt for some. Roy's match had become post-drink gossip among them. Yes, Roy nodded. This boosted Lily's trust in Roy further. Backed by someone rivaling first-class adventurers, a detailed plan would ensure success. All right, Lily will follow Mr. Roy's words. What's your plan? Lily asked humbly. Can you meet God Soma? Roy inquired. Meeting God Soma requires Captain Zaina's consent, Lily replied. With some money, he'd let me see him. So, even updating your fauna is hard? Roy raised an eyebrow. Lily hasn't updated her fauna yet. She nodded. Forget it, not troublesome. It'll help you accumulate Excelia first, then go straight to God Soma for the update, Roy pondered and said. For low-level adventurers, Excelia was easy to gather. Deep dive to an unreachable floor normally, and it'd suffice. In the anime, Lafia seemed to accumulate Excelia that way, led by Finn and others. Track Zanus' movements if he heads to the dungeon. Notify me ahead, Roy added. To eliminate Zanus, the dungeon was ideal, minimizing guild scrutiny. Adventurers dying to monsters was commonplace. The guild wouldn't probe deeply. Unless necessary, Roy saw no need to flout guild rules, just exploit loopholes. Dungeon monsters were the easiest, least traceable method. In fact, to control the Soma Familia, Roy could charm Zanus into a puppet. It eased Lily's training too, but he didn't know if charm people show to gods. He hadn't tested it. The risk of detection was high. The world had many beauty gods too, named in the anime alone. Beyond Oreo, numerous beauty gods wielded passive charm. Without checks, it'd be chaos. Thus, better invest early time than risk later godly discovery and trouble. Got it, Lily nodded, glancing at Roy. She gritted her teeth and asked, Should Lily serve you now? Lily's question trembled in the stuffy hotel room, her tiny palom frame quivering as she stood before Roy. TL, Lily's an adult. Roy's lips curled into a dark, his muscular frame dominating the space as he loomed over her. His expression hardened by her thieving attempt. Serve me? He sighed. You try to steal from me, Lily. A palom like you. You'll answer for this. Lily's heart raced with fear as she backed away. She didn't want any part of this. But Roy's power, his ability to crush a level 1 adventurer in one blow meant he could break Zanus, free her, maybe even save the Soma Familia. She nodded, her cheeks burning with shame. Lily will do it. For herself, she murmured. Roy's hand shot out, seizing her delicate wrists and pinning them above her head as he shoved her onto the bed. The mattress groaned under her light weight, her small frame sinking into the sheets. He tore at her tunic, the fabric ripping with a loud rip, exposing her skin. Her breath catching in the cool air. On, Lily gasped, her voice a high-pitched whimper as her palom sensitivity made every touch a jolt. Roy's eyes watched her intently, his fingers tugging her shorts down, leaving her in thin cotton that clung to her skin glistening in the candlelight. Look at this body, Roy growled, his large hands gripping her slender hips, nearly encircling her waist. So small. Even if you don't want it, your boat is trembling. He moved closer, her petite legs quivering as the moment grew more intense. His broad shoulders dwarfing her. The moment felt overwhelming as he moved closer. Lily's breath hitched, her body trembling with tension. And Mr. Roy, she gasped, her voice shaky and unsteady. Roy's smirk darkened, his fingers pressing firmly against her as she gasped, her body trembling at his touch. So damn tight, he rasped, curling his fingers to find her sensitive spot, making her squirm despite her resistance. NNGH, please, Lily whimpered, her voice a mix of protest and surprise, her small frame shifting nervously. She pulled back as he leaned closer, her shoulders tensing. And no, she cried, stepping away, her expression uneasy, her mind screaming to resist even as she trembled. Overwhelmed by the sudden rush of sensation, her tiny frame convulsed, her eyes wide with shock at her boat's reaction. He didn't stop, his touch relentless. He held her close, whispering promises against her skin, his eyes blazing with intensity. "You belong to me," he murmured, his voice low and commanding. Lily's breath caught, her heart racing as the tension between them reached a peak, leaving them both breathless in the charged silence. "You don't get to say no," Roy growled, climbing over her, moving in close. Lily shook her head, her voice weak. "Lily's doing this for herself," she whispered. He pushed forward firmly, and Lily cried out, "T too much." Her voice rose in a strained wail. She struggled against his overwhelming strength, her Paolum body overwhelmed by the clash of pain and something she hadn't wanted to feel. Every moment felt like it was breaking her down. Lily's cries mixed protest with an emotion she couldn't name. "And Mr. Roy." Stop. On, her small frame jolting with every movement. He lifted her, flipping her onto her knees, her face pressed into the sheets as he held her close from behind. It's too much," she begged, her voice muffled, her body trembling as the overwhelming moment built against her will. She screamed out in intense emotion, her body shaking uncontrollably as Roy pulled back. He flipped her onto her back, gripping her firmly. "You're not done paying," he growled, diving down to lavish attention on her most sensitive area, his hand working in slow circles as she trembled. "Hiya, please." "Lily can't," she squealed, her hands tangling in his hair, her Paolum sensitivity driving her to the edge. Her third wave of overwhelming sensation hit, her body trembling as she wailed. Stop." Roy rose, his body tensing more than ever, and pressed back against her as she trembled. "You're mine, Lily," he growled, his pace relentless, the bed creaking wildly. He held her closer, tugging gently as she screamed, her body arching off the mattress. "On, Lily, for herself," she cried, her voice breaking, her resolve crumbling under the overwhelming wave of emotion. He held her close, and she gasped in disbelief as an intense release overtook her once again, the moment leaving her breathless. Her screams echoed through the room as the moment overwhelmed her. Roy held her close, his body tense, surrendering to the intensity of the climax. "Take it, Lily," he cried out, pulling her against him one last time. Lily's eyes rolled back, her body trembling as she gave in completely to the overwhelming sensation, her body tightening as she held him close. So full," she whimpered, her voice faint, her body limp from the overwhelming sensation. He stayed close to her. As her small frame shook beneath him, their skin pressed together in the heat of the moment. Slowly, he pulled away, her body still trembling in the aftermath, her torn clothes barely covering her. Roy helped her sit up, her legs wobbling, her cheeks flushed with shame and exhaustion. He tilted her chin up. "That's the start, Lily," Roy said. "You're mine now. Serve me, and I'll give you the soma familia." Lily, intolerant of subordinates, Roy dressed and said, "Once you captain the soma familia, I want metal in reforming its atmosphere. Just be available when needed." Roy's words stirred Lily's heart. She had long despised the soma familia's toxicity or harbored deep resentment. She wouldn't mind destroying it if possible. Yet, despite her hatred, she held faint hopes and complex feelings for the familia she'd known since childhood. Now, a chance to rebuild it, Lily wouldn't miss it. Chapter 132. Gifting Hestia, in fact, wanting to control the soma familia just happened at the right time. To put it simply for Roy, this matter fell into the category of something he could do if the opportunity arose. If he hadn't met Lily in this situation, Roy would not have planned anything. At most, when they met, he would have taken the dimensional points on Lily, and, at most, he would have helped her out of kindness. However, Lily was unlucky enough to fall into his hands, which gave him a reason. After all, Roy was not the kind of honest person who stuck to the rules. Resources that could be used must, of course, be used rationally. After making an appointment with Lily to go to the dungeon, Roy left the hotel. Alas, I missed lunch with Hestia again. Looking at the time, he saw that it was already past lunchtime. Roy sighed. However, since the time had already been lost, Roy was not in a hurry to go home. After leaving the hotel, he wandered into a jewelry store on streets and picked out 3 hair ties in different colors as gifts. Are you a child of Hestia's familia? On the road, a man walked toward him, holding a bag in his hand. He seemed to have just returned from shopping. After seeing Roy, the man stared at him and then took the initiative to say hello. A god? Roy glanced at the long-haired man who had greeted him and immediately realized he was a god, because he appeared too outstanding. This was one of the characteristics of the gods who had descended to the lower world. They were easy to identify. My name is Mayak, and am Hestia's friend. I heard Hestia mention you before. With a gentle smile, Mayak explained how he knew Roy. Lord Mayak. Roy responded with a smile. He had a certain impression of this Mayak. In the anime, it seemed he was one of Hestia's few friends. Moreover, the Mayak Familia and the Hestia Familia, which had just started, were like brothers and sisters in hardship. Both belonged to poor familias with little money. By the way, this is for you. As Mayak spoke, he skillfully took out a vial and tried to hand it to Roy, but when he extended his hand halfway, he paused in midair, looking a little embarrassed. Is this a low-tier potion? This Mayak was quite generous. As soon as he made a move, it was worth close to thousands of Alice. I want to give you a meeting gift. Mayak smiled wryly and said, I just heard Hestia say that you are very capable. It seems that giving a low-tier potion is a bit shabby. Hestia often showed off Roy in front of him, especially the villa, which made them a little envious. A gift from a god, I dare not refuse. Roy respectfully took the vial from Mayak's hand. He would not refuse others' kindness without reason. You're so polite? Mayak's affection for Roy improved further. Roy nodded with a smile and asked, Lord Mayak, is your familia into pharmaceutical? Correct. Mayak replied with a smile. It's just our familia business, barely making ends meet. I hope you can take care of it in the future. His familia was not very big, and among its members, only one level 2 captain was noteworthy. Business was usually bleak. Of course, there's no problem. Actually, I just arrived in Orio, and I don't have a stable channel to buy potions. Roy readily agreed. It would be great to have a reliable source. Then, thank you very much. Mayak smiled, then took his leave and departed. It cost me another 300,000, and this time the dimensional points are really worthless. The dimensional points he had just earned from Lily were spent again in the blink of an eye. When Mayak was in heaven, he was a god in charge of medicine. Roy naturally did not forget to replicate the relevant knowledge about potion making for Mayak. In fact, even if he hadn't met Mayak by chance, Roy would have found an opportunity to get the method of making potions from other places. Elixirs and various recovery potions were still very popular even in other worlds. Roy had no reason to miss out. After parting with Mayak, Roy returned home. Roy, didn't you say you went to the dungeon to test the sword? Why did you come back so early? When she was alone at home, Hestia liked to hold a book and read in the yard. When she saw Roy's return, she was pleasantly surprised. It's just a testing of the sword, Roy said with a smile. How was it? Was it easy to use? Hestia asked with anticipation and complacency. Well, it was. Roy nodded. Thank you, Hestia. Why are you suddenly saying thank you? Aren't we a family? This is just what I should do. Hestia blushed slightly. By the way, this is a gift for you. Roy took out a hair tie from the jewelry store. A gift? Hearing this, Hestia's eyes lit up, showing even more joy. What is it? Taking it from Roy, Hestia couldn't wait to open it, revealing a happy expression. A hair tie? Yes. Roy nodded and said, when I passed by, I saw that this hair tie looks pretty. It should suit you very well. But I don't know what color you like. Besides blue, I chose 2 more. I love it so much. Naturally, the gift Roy chose would not be bad. Chapter 133. Roy's Taste? After putting on a new hair tie, Hestia eagerly showed it off to Roy and happily took his hand as they headed out. The world of Damachi, with its medieval setting, lacks modern entertainment facilities. However, Orio is more than adequate as a dating destination. After all, dating revolves around enjoying food and drink together. Since arriving in Orio, Roy hadn't explored the city much, so this was the perfect opportunity to familiarize himself with it. It wasn't until 9 o'clock in the evening that Roy and Hestia returned from their date. "Hey, I rushed out this time without properly dressing up." With an apologetic expression, Hestia looked at Roy and added, "I must have embarrassed you. Next time, we'll make sure to dress up properly and make you proud. Can't you come up with something better?" As a goddess, Hestia's beauty outshone most mortals, even with minimal effort, unless she deliberately neglected her appearance. Her simplest look was unmatched by those in the lower world. Her self-criticism was clearly nonsense. Still, he nodded in agreement, which made her eyes light up with a delighted smile. After resting for a bit, Hestia urged Roy to shower and update his status. "I didn't do much today, just a quick trip to the dungeons, so there shouldn't be much progress," Roy said. "Updating daily is my duty as your goddess," Hestia replied, patting Roy's shoulder. "If you're tired, lie down on the sofa." As Roy lay on the sofa, Hestia straddled his waist without hesitation. "Name: Roy. Flot level: 3 strength. I 61 endurance. I 62 dexterity. I 78 agility. I 89 magic. I 69 magic. Arcs Magicka skill: 7 deadly sins. Omniscient development ability: Blacksmith I, Swordsman C, Mage I, Mystery I." Hestia glanced at Roy's updated status. Compared to his previous remarkable increase, today's gains were indeed modest. But, as Roy had said, he hadn't exerted himself much today, so the slower improvement made sense. However, when Hestia's eyes fell on the lust effect within 7 deadly sins, which now included an additional description, her expression changed abruptly. Lust. After spending the night with a partner, strength increases based on the partner's power. The partner also gains a moderate boost. "What the hell?" Hestia exclaimed. "What's wrong?" Roy opened his eyes, curious. "Nothing." Hestia regained her composure. "It's just that your basic abilities increase is slow today. It's disappointing. I didn't do much." "It's normal," Roy replied. "Roy, you didn't do anything else today besides the dungeon, right?" "No." "Special places?" Hestia probed. "Other things?" Roy thought for a moment. "I went to the dungeon this morning, came out quickly, and then we went shopping in Oreo this evening." "Oh, and one more thing on the way back. A thief tried to steal from me. But you know I keep everything in my space, so she failed. I punished her for it." His tone was calm. He wasn't lying, he had indeed punished Lily. Had disciplined her firmly, making her recognize her mistakes. Under his guidance, she had abandoned her thieving ways and joined his side. That's all. Moments later, her cheeks flushed. A new skill effect wouldn't appear without cause. Something today must have triggered a change in Roy's skill. Lust represented human desire, and considering Roy's affection for her, Hestia concluded she was likely the trigger for this change. Was it because of our date? She wondered, embarrassed. How could he have such intense desires? "I'm not even ready." Shyness, helplessness, and a faint, unnoticed spark of anticipation filled Hestia's heart. She raised her hand and lightly smacked Roy's back. Roy's heart skipped a beat. Did she figure it out? Hestia was fiercely possessive, and calming her jealousy would take effort. To his surprise, however, she said nothing more. Instead, she picked up a piece of paper, copied Roy's status, and subtly erased the lust effect description. After her discreet alteration, Hestia showed the paper to Roy. As expected, not much growth. Glancing at his status, Roy noted that as his level increased, the EXP gained from monsters diminished. Though he hadn't spent long in the dungeon today, he had still defeated a fair number of monsters. In the past, that would have pushed his basic abilities to at least H rank, but now they hovered around I rank. "Hestia, why is there a blank line here?" "It looks altered," Roy said, noticing an empty space between lust and envy. "Oh, that? I made a mistake while copying and scratched it out." "No big deal," Hestia replied, her expression unchanged. "All right," Roy said calmly, though he wasn't convinced. It was highly unlikely for Hestia to make such an error. She was likely hiding a new effect. "Roy, you know I'm a virgin goddess, right?" Hestia said, feeling the need to address his skills implications and discourage him from acting on them. Many female adventurers, especially Amazons, were open-minded. If Roy succumbed to temptation and became intimate with another woman, the lust effect could spiral out of control. If word of the skill leaked, half the women in Oreo might throw themselves at him. I know, Roy replied. Well, Hestia's cheeks burned as she struggled to continue. If you want to do that with me, you have to wait until we're married. The words took all her courage to say. What? Roy asked, amused by her flustered state. You know that. You idiot, figure it out. Hestia smacked his back again, then leapt off him and fled to her room. After she left, Roy sat up, took out his phone, and snapped a photo of his back, capturing the status. Hestia didn't know he could read the divine text. His eyes landed on lust, and his expression turned odd. Isn't this basically a power-boosting skill? Roy muttered, surprised by the effect. Does this mean I have an excuse to pursue women? He quickly shook his head. TCH, if anyone calls me a womanizer, it'll set them straight. Who works this hard to get stronger? He chuckled. He'll need to get stronger to keep up physically. The next day, Hestia left early, claiming she was visiting Hephaestus. In truth, Hephaestus had roped her into working at her shop, but Shed asked Roy to play along and not expose the lie. Roy had no reason to object. After Hestia left, Roy headed to Babel. In a corner of the plaza, he spotted a small figure with a large backpack and a gray-brown cloak obscuring her form. Lily, Roy called out. Lord Roy, Lily replied, raising her head with a slightly forced smile. How long have you been waiting? Roy asked, giving her a light glance. I told you to arrive on time. Not early. I don't have much else to do, and I'm used to waiting for adventurers here, Lily explained. Arriving early ensures I don't miss our meeting. Fine, Roy said, then looked her over. Are you really planning to enter the dungeon in that outfit? What? Lily glanced at herself, confused. Is something wrong? She always wore this as a supporter. I'm taking you to the dungeon to gain Excelia today, likely down to the 20th floor. Are you sure that equipment can handle it? Roy shook his head. Come with me. Avoiding Hephaestus' shop, Roy led Lily to another store. 10 minutes later, they emerged. Lily's appearance had transformed. She wore platinum-colored armor, a matching battle skirt, and sturdy combat boots. That's much better, Roy said, admiring his handiwork. Grow your hair out later. You like this style? Lily asked, eyeing him curiously. Her new equipment was luxurious but only third tier, and far pricier than typical gear of that level. While Roy's taste as an adventurer was questionable, Lily had to admit she liked the look despite the exorbitant cost. She'd have chosen stronger equipment for the same price. As a Palom, she no longer looked like a gloomy supporter, but a noble paladin likely Roy's intent. You'll be a key member of the Soma Familia someday, Roy said seriously. As a captain, you need to look the part. Yes, I understand, Lily replied, inwardly rolling her eyes. Chapter 134. Playing with Lily. Remember to repay the Valis I paid for the equipment in the future, Roy said to Lily before entering the dungeon. Didn't you gift it to me? Lily's forced smile faltered, and she stared at Roy in astonishment. No way. Calm down. Don't get angry, she told herself, taking a deep breath to suppress her irritation. Yes, Lily will work hard to earn Valis and pay you back. Her heart ached. The equipment cost millions, a hefty sum even with her savings. If she'd known, she wouldn't have chosen such a costly, low-value set. She'd have picked plain but effective gear instead. Though Lily mentally cursed Roy, her delicate face maintained a flawless smile. Lord Roy, which floor are we heading to today? She asked, shifting the topic to avoid exploding over the armor issue. Today's about building up experience for you, Roy said, glancing at her. What's the deepest floor you've reached? Lily's been to the 15th floor with adventurers from the Soma Familia, she replied. The Soma Familia had few high-class adventurers, only 2 or 3, including their captain. The rest were low-class. She'd only reached the 15th floor by chance, teaming up with outsiders. Roy nodded. Then let's aim for the 24th floor today. Lily's mind reeled. That's practically the lower floors. After some time, they reached the 24th floor. Don't fall behind. As if stepping on a trap, monsters emerged from the ground one by one. Seeing the towering creatures, Lily felt a chill and unease creep over her. Any low-class adventurer thrust into the 24th floor would feel the same, a primal instinct urging them to flee a floor far beyond their level. Yes, Lily won't get lost, she said, eyeing the level 2 monsters, far stronger than any shed faced before. Straying from Roy's side would mean being torn apart in moments. As a supporter who hadn't updated her status, her strength was pitiful. Even upper-floor monsters could kill her easily. Lily's hand slipped in her pocket, gripping her knife, her strongest means of self-defense. Roy charged into the monster horde. Hestia, sword reducing them to ashes effortlessly. Magic stones and drop items fell to the ground. This side's clear, Lily. Collect the magic stones and drop items. They'll check the other side, Roy said, then dashed off, too fast for Lily to follow. Lily stared after him, shouting, "Take me with you." The chilling atmosphere intensified. She hurriedly gathered the items, intending to chase Roy, but he was gone. Surviving on the 24th floor for a day. No, half a day should count as gaining experience, right? Roy muttered to himself elsewhere, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. With Lily's skills, she'd never track him down. After chasing a short distance, Lily gave up and cursed in the direction Roy had gone. But she quickly fell silent, wary of drawing attention. Scanning her surroundings, she started searching for a relatively safe area where monsters rarely spawned. Lily planned to wait there until Roy returned. Roy, observing from a distance, nodded in approval. Lily's sharp judgment and quick grasp of the terrain impressed him. Her retreat was slow but cautious, avoiding danger skillfully. She even dodged a few wandering monsters with ease. However, the 24th floor was close to the lower floors, and monsters spawned rapidly. Despite Lily's experience, her low-class strength was lacking. A lone monster eventually caught up to her. Her knife left cracks across its blade. Without her armor, she'd have been killed. Even so, the armor was heavily damaged, and Lily herself was badly injured. Boom! The knife struck the monster one last time, shattering completely as the creature turned to ash. It worked? Lily stared in disbelief. The knife had only scratched the monster before. "Lily, you're better than I expected." Roy's voice rang out, snapping her back to reality. "Roy, did you kill that monster?" Lily's body went limp, and she collapsed, panting heavily. The brush with death had drained her. "You didn't kill it yourself, but you survived against a level 2 monster for so long and crossed a good distance on the 24th floor. This should be enough for a low-class adventurer to rank up. So this was your plan?" Lily's voice trembled with suppressed anger. "Why else would I buy you that armor?" Roy nodded, handing her a recovery potion. "Drink this. Restore your strength." Lily's anger flared. "Are you insane? I nearly died. Even when abandoned by the Soma Familia, she hadn't felt this wronged. She had been a hair's breadth from death." "You seem pretty upset with me," Roy said, chuckling, unfazed. "Damn right," Lily snapped, letting go completely. "I've been pissed at you since yesterday. Sure, you're a high-class adventurer, and I'm just a supporter rotting in the gutter. But who do you think you are? Acting all high and mighty, forcing me to serve you, and talking about making me the captain of the Soma Familia like it's nothing. Now you've thrown me onto the 24th floor, knowing I'm just low class. If you want me dead, just say it. Don't torture me like this." "All right, I hear you. But let's treat those wounds first." Roy opened the potion and poured it over her injuries. Potions could be applied topically or ingested. "I'm here now. Kill me, or do whatever." Lily lay on the ground, battered and messy, awaiting Roy's judgment. "Why would I kill you? I actually like your real side," Roy said with a laugh. "A puppet who just nods and agrees is boring. It's more interesting when you speak your mind." "You're such a weirdo," Lily muttered. Shed braced for his anger, but he was oddly gentle. "I'm not the one giving up on myself," Roy teased. "Who's giving up?" Lily shot back, then froze, realizing her earlier despair had indeed been that. "Back to your senses?" Roy asked. "You're not mad?" Lily said, her survival instinct kicking in. Her outburst had been reckless. "If I got mad over something this small, I'd be furious all the time," Roy chuckled. By the way, when we get back, you'll buy another set of armor, Roy added, glancing at her tattered gear. The image of a female knight in armor, stained with battle, was oddly appealing. You're paying? Lily asked cautiously. What are you talking about? Chapter 135. This is insane. Roy took Lily back to the 5th floor area. Lily's survival skills were top-notch, but her combat skills were severely lacking. She could handle kobold on the 1st and 2nd floors without issue, but struggled against slightly stronger level 1 monsters. There was no helping it. No one had ever taught her fighting techniques. However, as a longtime supporter in the dungeon, and having been beaten often, she had amassed rich experience. With her resilience maxed out, learning combat skills came to her with twice the results for half the effort. Under Roy's guidance, Lily quickly picked up some tricks. Though her strength hadn't undergone a qualitative change, she could now face some level 1 monsters independently without relying on her knife. Seeing that time was almost up, Roy took Lily back to the surface. After buying another identical set of armor from the weapon shop, Roy encouraged her thoroughly, advising her to not get arrogant. Don't lose that set of armor, and don't repair it, just keep it as is, Roy said, referring to the first set, which had become tattered from facing monsters on the 24th floor. As for why he wanted to keep it, it was because using it as battle-worn clothing seemed quite appealing. With a complicated expression, she sighed and said, I really hope you can have a healthy hobby. Isn't this healthy enough? Roy asked in surprise. There's no helping it, Lily replied, the corners of her mouth twitching in exasperation. Indeed, for a pervert like Roy, this hobby was downright wholesome. Lord Roy, will tomorrow be the same? Lily asked about the next day's plans. Tomorrow will focus on training, Roy nodded. Otherwise, even if you rank up, it won't help much. I understand. I won't let you down. All right, I'll head out then, Roy said. Watching Roy's back, Lily's eyes held a mix of helplessness and softness. Today, after teetering on the edge of death on the 24th floor, Lily had vented her frustrations. She discovered that Roy wasn't that hard to get along with. If it had been the adventurers she'd met before, any sign of dissatisfaction would have earned her harsher beatings and abuse. But Roy not only refrained from hitting her, he used Pachuans to heal her wounds. Are adventurers really that different from one another? Lily whispered. Lily hated adventurers. She had even planned to leave the Soma Familia and distance herself from them entirely after saving enough to quit. All her suffering from childhood stemmed from adventurers. From them, she had felt only greed, brutality, and malice, never kindness. Lily hadn't joined the Soma Familia willingly. Her parents were members, and there was an unwritten rule in most familia. Children born to couples within the same familia became members from birth. But being born into the Soma Familia was a tragedy in itself, especially for Lily, a Palom with average racial talents, no strength, and no protectors. All she endured was scorn and exploitation. As a supporter for adventurer teams, those who looked down on her would shamelessly or openly pocket dungeon loot, leaving the weak Lily powerless. Sometimes, she'd even suffer abuse and beatings. Over time, hatred for adventurers festered in Lily's heart. I hope my choice isn't wrong, she thought. Though she had been half forced to follow Roy, now that she was on board, she had to see it through. At least, Roy gave her a different feeling from other adventurers. In such a harsh environment, Lily hadn't survived by being foolish, especially when it came to reading people. After all, besides thieving, Lily also scammed adventurers. That required sharp eyes for judging character. Roy was indeed a hopeless pervert, but beyond that, Lily sensed a bit of warmth from him. For her, that was enough. After resting a while, Lily donned the new armor and covered it with a cloak. Without Roy nearby, her fine equipment could attract unwanted attention, especially from the Soma Familia, who wouldn't let her go easily if they spotted it. After packing the old armor, Lily returned to her small warehouse and hid it away. Grabbing something to eat, she entered the dungeon alone again. As Roy had said, she needed to train before officially ranking up. Though Lily felt ranking up to level 2 was still distant after all, even Orio's most talented adventurer, Sword Princess, took a year to reach it. The sensation of growing stronger invigorated her. For the next few days, Roy took Lily to kill monsters and gain Excelia in the dungeon's upper floors. Lily's growth rate surprised even her. She wondered if her talents surpassed those of Ace. Clearly, Soma hadn't updated her status, yet she felt herself strengthening step by step. She even believed she could face an average level 1 adventurer head-on. Of course, Roy knew the reason. Besides Lily's own accumulated experience, it was due to the lust effect. He was intimate with her daily. It was no wonder she grew stronger. This effect was significant at low levels. Under Lily's deliberate inquiries, she learned the whereabouts of Xanis, the captain of the Soma Familia. She followed Xanis' team into the dungeon. Roy's plan for dealing with Xanis was simple: controlling monsters. By controlling a level 2 monster and using it to command 20 other monsters, he could set a trap to wipe out a level 2 team easily. Not every level 2 could handle multiple foes alone. Against dozens of monsters, a small team of adventurers could only flee if they even got the chance. Lily, Xanis must have caused many deaths, right? Roy asked. I don't know if he's killed anyone directly, but many Familia members died indirectly because of him. Lily replied softly. Then no need to worry, it's just another casualty, Roy said with a smile. Though Lily had done deceptive things, her hands weren't stained with blood. When scamming adventurers in the dungeon, she always left them and escaped, never killing them. That was one of the few kindnesses Shed held onto in the Soma Familia. Lily nodded. Let's go see how Xanis and the others are faring, Roy said, leading Lily to the cave where the trap was set. Monster roars echoed through the cave. A bloodied corpse lay on the ground, nearly cleaved in two clearly beyond saving. It was Xanis, the Soma Familia's captain. Besides him, 5 adventurers were still struggling. Roy's orders to the controlled enhanced monster had been to prioritize killing Xanis, so the monsters focused on him first. Only 4 or 5 monsters dealt with the remaining 5 adventurers. Among them, 1 was level 2, and the other 4 were veteran level 1, so they'd held on until now. But after Xanis and the enhanced monster perished together, the remaining dozen monsters swarmed the 5, ramping up the pressure. Brat, hurry and draw the monsters away. One demi-human adventurer shouted in surprise upon spotting Lily. Lily didn't respond, just watching quietly. Her inaction drew wild curses from the 4 adventurers, except the level 2 one, who fought silently. Want to save them? Roy asked Lily. He could see her slight distress over the impending death of the level 2 adventurer, likely one of the few in the Soma Familia who'd treated her decently. Imsali, Lord Roy, Lily nodded. Chapter 136. Soma Familia's new captain. After Roy acted, he swiftly eliminated the remaining dozen or so level 2 monsters. The adventurers who had narrowly escaped death collapsed to the ground, catching their breath. Did he go deaf just now? The demi-human adventurer snarled, regaining some strength and storming toward Lily in rage. Roy glanced over and shook his head. This showed just how rotten the Soma Familia's members were. They couldn't even thank Lily, their savior. Familia matters were internal, untouchable by outsiders, even in the dungeon, per the rules. That's why the demi-human adventurer dared ignore Roy. Of course, it was mostly because he was used to bullying the weak in the Soma Familia. But Lily wasn't the same as before. With quick reflexes, she elbowed the demi-human adventurer in the abdomen as he approached. The intense pain made his eyes bulge, and he dropped to his knees, clutching his stomach and groaning. I asked Lord Roy to save you, not so you could strut around me, Lily said, her delicate face wearing a cold smile as she looked down at the demi-human adventurer. Now I level with her, even on his knees. In the past, she couldn't have stood up to him, let alone hurt him with bare hands. After all, she was just a frail Palom. And do you think I'm still the one you can bully and curse at will? Lily grabbed his hair and slapped him hard, as if repaying all the suffering Shed endured over the years. She stopped only after his eyes glazed over and he nearly passed out, then released his hair. Glancing at Xanis, who was barely breathing, she declared firmly, Captain Xanis is dead. I want to be the captain of the Soma Familia. What? The other adventurers stared in shock, then burst into laughter. Lily, have you lost your mind? What nonsense! You, captain of our Soma Familia? They felt no sorrow over Zanus' death. In truth, most in the Soma Familia wouldn't mourn a comrade's passing. Even if we pick a new captain, it won't be you. Exactly. Who do you think you are? Aiming for captain. Chandra hasn't even spoken yet. Chandra, another level 2 adventurer in the team, was the Soma Familia's other high-class member besides Zanus. With Zanus gone, he was the most qualified. No, I don't mind Lily as captain. I'm not interested in the hassle anyway. Becoming captain means no more peaceful sleep, Chandra said unexpectedly, rejecting the other suggestions. And Lily's strength seems solid now, good enough for captain. Chandra, you. The adventurers gaped at him, stunned by his refusal. Don't forget, Lily saved us, or would be monster food, Chandra said lightly, glancing subtly at Roy as if hinting at something. Recalling Roy's power and realizing he was Lily's ally, plus Chandra's support for her, the 4 adventurers grudgingly shut up. Roy looked at Lily, understanding why she had asked him to save them. At least Chandra wasn't ungrateful, and his backing would make controlling the Soma Familia easier. Lord Roy, we should head to the Soma Familia now, Lily said, satisfied with the outcome. The group left the dungeon and headed to the Soma Familia. Deadless Street. This was the Soma Familia's base. Led by Chandra, Roy and Lily arrived at the 2 connected management towers. Lord Soma's up ahead, on the top floor. Go see him yourself, I'm not interested, Chandra said, pointing to one tower. His tone lacked enthusiasm when mentioning Soma, revealing clear dissatisfaction with the god. Thanks, Lily said, then entered the tower with Roy, heading to the 3rd floor. You going alone? Roy said, stopping at the closed door. Lily nodded and pushed it open. Inside, a figure with slightly curly long hair obscuring his face worked at a bench in the spacious balcony room, mixing plants. This was Soma, the god of wine. Even hearing the door, Soma didn't react, continuing his work. Lord Soma, Lily began, but Soma cut her off. Talk to Zanus if you need something. His voice was cold. Captain Zanus died in the dungeon. I'm here to say I want to be captain. I hope you'll approve, Lily stated plainly, holding no illusions about her god. Died? Soma paused, sensing Zanus' status. The connection was gone. Gods formed links with those they granted status, too. Sensing only life or death. A vanished status meant death. I see. If you want to be captain, fine. He'll leave Familia affairs to you. Don't bother me with brewing unless necessary, Soma said, resuming work without surprise over Zanus' death. Update my status, and give me your approval letter, Lily said directly. With Soma's consent, Lily relaxed. Soma set aside his work, wrote the letter, and updated her status. Level 2. Soma stared in shock. He recalled no exceptional talent in Lily, and her status hadn't been updated in ages. Yet Shed jumped straight to level 2, astonishing even him. How? Soma, curious about the unknown beyond brewing, asked. None of your concern, Lord Soma. Just stay here brewing, Lily replied coldly, showing no respect. She was deeply disappointed in her god, offering no courtesy. Soma said nothing, silently returning to his bench and work. Lily held the updated status parchment, excitement surging through her. Level 2 for real? She had never dreamed of becoming a high-class adventurer, let alone so quickly. It felt like a dream. She knew Roy had made it possible. Without him, she'd still be a thief scraping by. She hadn't let Roy down. With the status parchment and Soma's letter, Lily was secure as captain. She glanced back at Soma, anger flashing in her eyes like disappointment and wasted potential. Soma's room reeked of wine, intoxicating even to non-drinkers. This was divine wine's allure. But Lily loathed at the cause of the Soma Familia's chaos. Divine wine's magic addicted people, driving them to desperate measures for more. Her parents, captives of divine wine, died chasing money for it. Lily glared at the wine in disgust, then gathered it all and handed it to Roy. Lord Roy, take all the divine wine. Roy reached for a bottle, ready to open it. Those aren't finished. Let them sit a few days before drinking, Soma said. Though indifferent to affairs, he wouldn't let ignorance ruin his wine. Lord Soma, keep brewing, Lily retorted sarcastically. Soma. He looked away silently, head down, resuming work. You should be set as captain, Roy said, storing the wine in his space for later tasting. Lord Roy, I'd like some time off, Lily said. As new captain, he'll handle Soma Familia matters first, then resume as your supporter. Sure, Roy nodded. After instructing Lily, Roy left the Soma Familia. Chapter 137. Ina, this. After the matter with the Soma Familia concluded, Roy rested for 3 days. Once the 3 days passed, Roy prepared equipments and potions before entering the dungeon again. This time, Roy ventured into the dungeon alone. When he passed the 24th floor, he bought a deep floor map. However, the map only went up to the 41st floor, which left Roy a bit disappointed. If there had been a map below the 49th floor, he might have rushed straight to those floors, completed random tasks, and earned dimension points. Unfortunately, deep floor maps, especially those past the 45th floor, were considered guild secrets. Only a few major familia possessed such maps. Most others had no access. Roy had once considered blasting through the ceilings between floors, but that idea proved impractical. On the 41st floor, Head tried punching through to the 42nd, creating a passage. But it wasn't a single blast. It required multiple attempts. The deep floors were vast, each floor wider than cities, with ceilings ridiculously high. Blasting passages easily led to getting lost. Moreover, the dungeon's recovery was faster than on upper floors. If the passage wasn't large enough, the dungeon could trap someone inside. Monsters would also spawn in the blasted passages, blocking adventurers and slowing progress. After one attempt, Roy abandoned the method. He didn't want to get stuck in a wall. I recall things change after the 50th floor, Roy thought. In his memory, from the 51st floor onward, the situation differed greatly. The guild called post-51st floors hell. Lower floor monsters even blasted through barriers from the 51st floor to snipe adventurers with magic. But I can't push deeper right now, Roy said with a helpless smile. He'd run out of food except for potions, and his space was nearly full of magic stones and drop items. Going further meant foraging in the dungeon. While the dungeon produced some edibles, most were poisonous. Sloth granted immunity to most toxins, but dungeon food tasted awful. He'd rather not suffer needlessly. Roy chose to exit the dungeon. Name, Roy Flot level, 3 strength, S961 endurance, S962 dexterity, S978 agility, S989 magic, S969 magic, Arc's Magicka skill, 7 deadly sins, omniscient development ability, blacksmith eye, swordsman C, mage eye, mystery eye. This was Roy's last status update after entering the dungeon. So slow the monsters on these floors give too little Excelia, Roy sighed. Head stayed in the dungeon for nearly 10 days, with 6 or 7 dedicated to killing monsters, excluding travel time. In the past, Head have ranked up long ago. Unfortunately, all his basic abilities had now reached S. To truly rank up, there was still a long way to go. By his estimate, for level 3 to advance, all basic abilities needed to reach SSS. If other adventurers heard Roy's complaints, they'd likely cry. They toiled year-round in the dungeon just to raise one basic ability a small rank, with many never glimpsing S. After reaching the surface, Roy went to the guild to register his rank up. You mean level 3? Ina's eyes widened in shock, her expression freezing as she blurted out. Not level 2? It's level 3. I forgot to register my level 2 rank up with the guild and went straight to the dungeon, Roy nodded. Misha, emerging with documents, froze upon hearing him. She couldn't hold them steady, dropping them one by one. Like Ina, her mouth gaped in shock. Really level 3? Ina confirmed again, incredulous. Yes, Roy smiled. My strength was solid before. The Fauna just unlocked my untapped potential, so my rank ups are a bit faster. It's not just a bit faster, Ina muttered, still reeling. You've been an adventurer for less than a month, right? Ina took a deep breath, her expression complex. It wasn't just a 1-month double rank up, it was unbelievable. What was the guild's fastest rank up record? Roy had shattered it thousands of times over. About 20 days, Roy nodded. May I see your status? Ina asked, then quickly added, not that I doubt you, it's just too extraordinary. Even reporting this will trigger a review, so I need to confirm. They'll only check your level, not other things. Can you read the sacred text? Roy asked. From the arena. A guild staffer had verified his status. Only very simple words, Ina nodded. Roy agreed, and they moved to the reception room. He unbuttoned his shirt, exposing just the basic abilities while covering skills below with his clothes. It really is level 3. Ina sighed, staring at the data. An all S. Glancing lower, she gasped even harder. Most adventurers ranked up at D rank stats. Reaching S in 1 made someone a genius. But Roy had all S. It was absurd. Yet, considering his pre-status feats defeating level 4 adventurers and making level 1-2S concede, it made sense. Without such stats, it'd be odd. After confirming, Ina asked Roy to dress, but her gaze lingered on his back, and she reached out to touch it. Firm, as expected from a seasoned adventurer. Feels so good. HM? Roy asked suddenly. Oh, all good. You can put your clothes on. Ina replied hastily, snapping back. Her face flushed like an apple. What was I doing? Shed touched Roy accidentally. So unlike her. Ina's mind swirled. She didn't understand her impulse. Maybe I should find a boyfriend? She glanced at Roy. Has he found a girl in Oreo? Probably not. His rapid rank-ups meant most time in the dungeon no chance for romance. Produce. Head joined the Hestia Familia, newly formed by a descended goddess. Just him and goddess Hestia in the Familia. If so then, what am I thinking? Fantasizing about my assigned adventurer. Ina shook her head, banishing impure thoughts, and led Roy back to the front desk. Well, Misha approached curiously upon seeing them. Indeed, level 3, Ina nodded at Misha. Level 3? Misha eyed Roy like a monster. Why so interested in my adventurer? What about your work? Ina said helplessly. Work-life balance, that stuff can wait, Misha reasoned. Fine, now you know. Back to your counter. Ina pursed her lips. Your adventurer's here for advice, don't disrupt mine. Misha reluctantly returned to her counter, answering questions. Roy, just fill this form. Ina handed him one. Roy scanned it. Simpler than before, but with extras requiring a general rank-up process summary. You went to the lower floors. Ina noted, glancing over. Good thing your reputation's solid, or ID struggle with my report. Rank-ups were bulletin board posted. Roy's was outrageous. Without his record of beating high-class adventurers, Shed fail explaining to superiors. Is that Loki? Roy spotted a group exiting a guild passage. Loki and some figures, likely guild staff. Surrounded by them, Loki left. The Loki Familia plans a dungeon expedition soon, so they're reporting, Ina explained. Expedition? Roy's eyes lit up. Chapter 138. Belcranel, most expeditions by Familia are internal matters with no need to report to the guild. However, the Loki Familia is different. They lead the forefront of dungeon exploration, holding the best chance to conquer it and uncover its deepest secrets. Naturally, they draw the guild's focus and support. For every expedition, the guild offers as much aid as possible to help the Loki Familia delve deeper. Do you know when the Loki Familia will start their expedition? Roy asked Ina, glancing at Loki as she left. As Oreo's top dungeon raiders, the Loki Familia knows the deep floors well. Following them could quickly complete his random task. Not sure. Ina shook her head. But based on past expeditions, preparations take about a week. A week seemed plenty of time. For the exact timing, he could confirm with Ace and the others. From the arena, Loki owed him a minor favor that might help. After thanking Ina, Roy left the guild. Glancing at the sky, he didn't head straight to home. There was time, no rush. Besides, a Loki Familia expedition was a major event with noticeable activity. He wouldn't miss it unless he overslept. HM. On the way home, Roy spotted a white-haired figure. The traits were unmistakable. Roy recognized him instantly. Bell Crannell? With white hair, red eyes, and a timid demeanor. He was the spitting image of a rabbit. Even in diverse Oreo, Bell's appearance stood out, catching Roy's eye amid the crowd. Of course, to Roy, Bell wasn't just rabbit-like, he was a walking bounty of dimension points. Hey, white-haired, hold up. Roy approached, calling out to stop Bell, who was walking dazedly ahead. Me? Bell halted instinctively, then turned toward the voice. Before him stood a pink-haired youth, godlike in looks, around 16 or 17. You calling me? Bell asked cautiously, his politeness endearing. You're pretty sensitive to white hair, Roy quipped. He knew Bell's name, but avoided suspicion by using his appearance. Bell rubbed his head, smiling awkwardly. Something you need? Bell asked, puzzled. He was sure he didn't know Roy. You were just... Roy glanced at the nearby building, where several adventurers lingered, likely of familiar territory. Bell had been ejected by them. At this, Bell looked even more embarrassed, forcing a dry smile. I want to be an adventurer, but no familiar will take me. Honest guy spills everything. But as the protagonist, that sincerity drew allies in the anime, keeping them loyal. Oreo's familia are strict about new members. Roy nodded. Most coming here aim to join a familia and become adventurers. Talented or famous ones get scooped up, others try their luck. Familia rooted in Oreo were heroic outside it, naturally picky with recruits. Of course, some come to Oreo chancing it. Roy eyed Bell. Bell's embarrassment deepened. He fit the third type. Sadly, had found no willing familia yet. What's your name? Roy asked. Bell. Bell Crannell, Bell said shyly. Roy Flott. Roy extended his hand. Bell shook it timidly. Congratulations, host, for absorbing 500,000 dimension points. 500,000 was substantial. Roy's mood lifted at the system's prompt. How many familia have you tried? Roy released his hand. With 500,000 points harvested, head guide him, though not to the Hestia familia. Over 20, Bell admitted truthfully. Had been in Oreo 3 days, seeking familia daily. All failures. What about the Freya familia? Tried them? Roy asked. I did. Bell muttered. And you weren't noticed? Roy was surprised. In the anime, Freya obsessed over Bell. I got scared off at the entrance. Bell's fair cheeks flushed deeper, ashamed of his cowardice. Scared off? Roy pressed, intrigued. What happened? Ran into a terrifying person at the door. Bell hung his head. Fleeing from one glance, felt utterly shameful. Terrifying person. Roy's mouth twitched. Must been Otter. If Freya knew her coveted prize nearly joined but fled due to Otter, she'd want him dead. Otter? Bell, new to Oreo. Knew little of famed adventurers. Oreo's highest-level adventurer, right now the strongest, Roy explained. Amazing. Bell admired. Let me introduce a familia for you. Roy said not Freya's. He had no interest in matchmaking for her. Not Hestia's either. The Soma familia was reforming under Lily. No time for Bell, but it's a small one. Don't mind that. Roy planned to send him to the Mayak familia. As a medical-type familia, injuries wouldn't be an issue. Roy liked Mayak, Hestia's friend. Introducing potential like Bell was a favor. No, Bell said gratefully. How could I? Thank you so much. These 3 days of rejection had him doubting life. This chance was a lifeline. All right, follow me. Roy led Bell to the Mayak familia's residence. Blue Pharmacy. This was the Mayak familia's shop and headquarters. As a small familia, they couldn't afford separate shop and home like Hephaestus. It combined both. Welcome. Need anything? A lone Chyanthrope girl staffed the counter. Am Roy Flott from the Hestia familia. Looking for Lord Mayak, is he here? Roy asked politely. For Lord Mayak? The Chyanthrope girl glanced up, nodded silently. Wait a moment. She left the counter for the back. Soon, Mayak emerged, smiling gently. Roy, what brings you? Actually, Lord Mayak. Roy pulled Bell forward to explain. You want this child in my familia? Mayak was surprised. Yes, Bell's got solid adventure potential, Roy nodded. May I ask why? Wouldn't he fit better in the Hestia familia? Mayak trusted Roy's judgment, but wondered why push talent elsewhere. You asked me to help out your familia? Roy admitted. Helping you this you. At this, the giant throat girl shot Roy an admiring glance. I see. Mike looked grateful. Chapter 139. Freya. This is... Mike turned to Belle. May I ask why you want to be an adventurer? Igriagis. Belle tensed at the god's question, speaking faster and louder. I want a fateful encounter with a beautiful girl in the dungeon. Roy glanced at Belle. This could be an issue. Mike, it's a wonderful wish. Mike said with a dry laugh, not wanting to crush Belle's spirit. You think it's possible too, Lord Mike? Belle relaxed, smiling. I've longed for those destined meetings between heroes and heroines since childhood. I want to try. So, I aim to be an adventurer. I advise against such naive expectations. The giant throat girl said coldly. The dungeon holds no such beauties, only monsters and dangers. Belle flushed, wanted to argue, but unsure how. Ha, Naza, don't say that, Mike chuckled, intervening. Oreo has many female adventurers. Maybe such encounters happen. The giant throat girl, Naza Erisuis, was a level 2 adventurer and the Mayak Familia's captain. Sadly, despite her presence, the Mayak Familia remained poor and understaffed for various reasons. TL, maybe her physical conditions. Since Roy introduced him, he'll take him in. We're short on hands anyway, Mayak agreed. Belle's face lit up with joy as he bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Lord Mayak. Thank you, Lord Mayak. Naza sighed. I don't mind new members, but we're not an exploration-type familia. This child's ideas are so naive. What's wrong with that? Adventurers need some romance. His wish is intriguing, Mayak said casually, smiling. And he seems persistent, a key adventurer trait. I won't let you down, Lord Mayak. Belle promised seriously, no longer flustered. That's the spirit full of energy, Mayak nodded, pleased. He pointed to the giant throat girl. This is Naza Erisuis, our Mayak Familia's captain. Naza sighed again. For combat questions, come to me. I can guide you. Roy told Belle, then bid farewell and left. Introducing Belle to Freya would yield benefits, but Roy wouldn't stay in this world long-term and needed reliable allies. The Mayak Familia was one. As the protagonist, Belle's growth potential was high. Placing him with Mayak let Roy borrow him anytime. With Freya, had become untouchable. Lord Mayak, who exactly is Mr. Roy? Belle asked gratefully after watching Roy leave. You don't know him? Naza eyed Belle oddly. I met Mr. Roy on the street. He saw ID been rejected by other familia and brought me here, Belle replied sheepishly. Roy Flott? Mike smiled. He can rival level 4 adventurers now and may become Oreo's strongest in the future. The second floor of a high-end restaurant. From here, one could overlook the bustling street below. In the window-side private room, 2 figures sat. One was Loki, lounging indecently in her chair. Opposite was someone shrouded in a black robe. Her slender form suggested a woman or rather, a goddess. In such private settings, only fellow gods sat as equals with Loki. Loki, you invited me just to drink? A captivating voice emerged from the robe lazy, alluring, like a lover's whisper, intoxicating and drawing one to uncover her face. It's that Auraina's guy, Loki grumbled, grabbing a bottle gracelessly, gulping it down before sighing. He asked me to see if you'd join our Loki Familia in exploring deeper dungeon floors. Not interested, the robed goddess refused flatly. Knew you'd say that. You've turned it down plenty before, but old Aurainas won't quit, Loki said, unsurprised, drinking more freely. 8 empty bottles littered Loki's side. She was tipsy. You're drinking more than usual today. Not afraid your stomach will burst? Unlike Loki's sloppiness, the robed goddess elegantly swirled her goblet, sipping gracefully. She had drunk plenty too, her bottle nearly empty. Haven't had a drop in days. Finally a chance to indulge. Loki opened another bottle. You don't seem like someone who'd abstain half a month. The robed goddess sighed. That's unlike you. No choice lost 2 months' pocket money to that brat. Loki eyed her. Freya, you gonna cover this tab? You lack even this much cash and say it shamelessly? Freya was speechless. Loki had tricked her into paying. But I'm curious, what brat outfoxed cunning you? Freya asked. Haven't heard? Loki countered. Roy's arena stir wasn't small, many knew. Not interested in dull things. Freya shook her head. It's that Hestia's kid. Loki's tone dripped resentment. As a former trickster god, she duped others, not the reverse. Until freakish Roy. No, that's Stinker. Loki spotted Roy passing below, excitedly raising her bottle, tempted to smash it on his head. But unfinished wine stayed her hand. She sat down grudgingly. Him. Freya followed Loki's gaze to the striking pink-haired youth. She auto-filtered Loki's Stinker to most outstanding. Freya's eye was sharp. She picked him out instantly. This is... Freya frowned in disgust at first sight. Among descended gods, pinpointing the most retained passive skills was debatable. But for familia-building benefits, Freya's topped. Her eyes saw soul purity in lower world folk. Purer souls meant greater adventure potential. This let her scout talents, claiming them and building Orio's strongest familia. Now, this youth's soul was filthy, a sludge pool. Nearly all lower world negatives. Lust, greed, vanity, pettiness. Almost complete. Curiosity about Loki's word prompted a closer look. At the sludge's core gleamed an unseen brilliant gold. Chapter 140. Freya's meeting with Roy, that touch of gold, was too dazzling. Even mixed in filthy sludge, it retained its luster. This was a soul Freya had never seen. She was captivated for a moment. Even Freya lamented that Roy's soul was so deceptive, possessing such a dazzling soul that moved her, yet veiled by negative traits full of malice. Otherwise, Freya wouldn't have discovered this unique soul until now. After all, Freya loved standing atop Babel, overlooking Orio, surveying its scenery. From Babel's peak, with the best view, Freya could easily scan Orio resident souls. Roy's radiant soul would shine among thousands. But the outer filth had hidden Roy's uniqueness until now. Freya's gaze lingered on Roy, reluctantly withdrawing only after he left the restaurant's view. She turned to Loki, swirling her wine glass, rippling the liquid and inhaling its aroma. Calmly, she asked, You said he's from the Hestia Familia, right? That brat's annoying as the Hestia herself. Loki drank heavily, tipsy but unfiltered in her resentment toward Hestia and Roy. What a pity. Freya sighed inwardly. If she'd spotted Roy's soul sooner, Hestia wouldn't have claimed such a special child. Besides the guild, nothing else, right? Freya sipped her wine unhurriedly. Nope, Loki replied bluntly. Then I'll go. Freya set down her glass, some wine unfinished. Rare get-together. And you're leaving? No more drinks? Loki was surprised. The wine hay race mediocre, far from divine wine. Freya shook her head, rising. Drink slowly, I'm off. Cover the bill, Loki reminded drunkenly. Plenty of wine remained. She'd quench her recent drought alone. Got it, Freya waved, tightening her robe to hide her features. As for the bill, consider it payment for Loki introducing Roy. Freya quickened her pace after leaving the room. If fast enough, she might catch Roy. Sorry, Hestia. Freya no longer hid her desire, eyes gleaming with morbid possessiveness. She whispered, chuckling softly. Freya couldn't wait for a formal meeting with Roy. She wanted him now. From confirming Roy's soul, Freya knew she must have him. Did he go this way? Freya glanced at the street, the direction Roy had vanished. Year-round atop Babel overlooking Orio made her terrain savvy. She quickly deduced Roy's route. Lower world children love chance encounter dramas. Freya slipped into an alley, planning to intercept Roy. On the street, Roy walked home at normal speed. Suddenly, a figure rushed out, staggering toward him. Roy dodged instinctively, avoiding collision. The figure exclaimed, tumbling to the ground. This woman, Roy grumbled inwardly. Her cry was indecently alluring. Even Roy, seasoned by several girls, admitted her cry was breathtaking. Just that sound stirred the heart. Its allure defied words. Primitively, intuitively, failing to react to her call disrespected one's senses. Weaker humans might lose their composure on the spot. No exaggeration fact. Roy was curious who she was. As she fell, her hood slipped. Silver hair cascading. Seeing her face, Roy looked twice. Simply, she was stunningly beautiful. Even compared to heroines head met, she surpassed them. Her face could captivate any suitor. Under the black robe, a gold-embroidered dress outlined perfect curves. Her fallen pose displayed her figure fully. Slender limbs, plump breasts, round pert hips, slim waist all drew eyes, evaporating reason. Damn, this woman's incredible. Roy sighed. Whether intentional or not, she was a romance master. Just that profile and pose could capture the weak-willed. You seem to know me? Freya glanced at Roy, lips parting. Goddess Freya. I've seen your portrait on the Guild's God roster, Roy said. Honestly, even without it, Roy would have recognized her instantly. Such looks, silver hair, divine temperament. Anyone knowing Freya would identify her immediately. The Guild roster? Seeking a familia, why not consider mine? Freya asked. Adventurers checking the roster usually picked appealing gods to join. I wanted a challenging familia to build from nothing into a key Oreo player. Only Hestia fit, Roy replied. Not a lie. Freya eyed Roy, sensing partial truth, perhaps hidden motives, but a reason for choosing Hestia. Great ambition. Freya smiled in praise, inwardly scheming. If known sooner, I'd disband my familia. Maybe claim Roy? Too soon to disband until now. Want to handle my familia upon return? Wait till Roy joins, then disband. Help me? I nearly bumped you, sorry. A bewitching smile curved Freya's lips as she extended arms toward Roy. Roy grasped Freya's hand, pulling her up. Hiss dash. Freya inhaled sharply in pain, stumbling into Roy's arms. Embracing Freya, intimate contact revealed amazing elasticity where they pressed. You've been drinking? Freya smelled divine, but wine mingled in, slightly marring perfection. Descended gods sealed power. Even mundane wine intoxicated them. No dispelling alcohol's scent post-drink. Just a gathering with friends. Had a bit. Freya glanced at Roy, intrigued. You dislike women drinking? Typically, a beauty like her post-drink should allure opposite sex more. It didn't faze Roy. Just disliked drunk behavior. Roy shook his head. Perfect, I'm not in your disliked range. Freya brushed her silver hair, a charming lilt escaping her lips. This woman, Chapter 141. Freya and Roy 18. Freya was half leaning in Roy's arms, her seemingly casual movements precisely stimulating his nerves. Freya chuckled, her voice laced with allure. But my ankle's twisted now, making walking difficult. Could you help me to a nearby clinic? Aside from slight redness and swelling, there was no harm. That minor swelling didn't detract from her beauty. This woman's incredible, Roy thought, startled. Freya exuded astonishing charm in every gesture. She must be here for him. Otherwise, it couldn't be such a coincidence. Such low-probability events at this corner. Roy couldn't think of another reason for Freya seeking him out. Indeed, was he too outstanding? Even Freya was drawn in. Actually, no need for trouble, Roy said, pulling out a recovery potion. He popped the cap and poured it on Freya's wound. Most gods with sealed divine power had physiques like ordinary folk. The potion's effect was immediate. Under its influence, the redness and swelling vanished visibly. All right, check if it still hurts. Roy tossed the empty vial back into the space and released Freya. Freya. She wanted to ask Roy what he was doing. Clearly a pervert at heart, yet had rejected her offered advantage in disguise. Had her charm diminished? Unable to tempt him? For a moment, Freya doubted herself. But soon she understood, smiling inwardly at herself. A pervert pretending to be proper. What a cautious child, carrying such precious potion, Freya said with a bewitching smile. Want to spend the night with me? What? Roy was stunned by her directness. HM? Freya was surprised by his response. In the past, her words always elicited agreement. But Roy defied expectation. Not arrogance fact. As Bowtie's goddess, her flawless allure matched all lower world aesthetics. Any opposite sex or same would fall, yearning for a bed. Until Roy, Freya had remained pure. It might sound unbelievable, but it was true. Her charm was too potent even gods succumbed. Thus, Shed confused male gods' perceptions, making them dream. Those dreams were so vivid, they believed they'd shared nights with Freya. Freya sought her destined otter. Before finding otter, she wouldn't yield easily. Just don't go home tonight. Let's have a good time. Hestia won't mind. Freya's eyes gleamed. None gazing into them could refuse. This was her charm's power. Even gods couldn't resist, let alone lower world folk. You're the one who started it, Roy thought silently. Istia, don't blâme me. Then, Roy silently activated his charm skill, smiling at Freya. All right. In view, Roy's handsome face became irresistibly captivating. Even accustomed to God's perfection, Freya was momentarily dazed. A triumphant smile curved her lips as she took Roy's arm, whispering in his ear, "What are you waiting for?" Later, Roy and Freya arrived at a hotel. With a slow, deliberate motion, she let her dress fall, standing before him in the moonlight. "Roy-kun," she said softly, "shall we dance?" Roy frowned as he took in her form. Freya was striking. He closed the gap, reaching for her hands, pulling her against him until her boobs pressed into his chest. Freya moaned softly. So bold, she gasped, her nails clawing at his shirt, ripping it away to reveal his toned body. Her fingers traced his muscles. In such a strong body, she cooed, nipping his earlobe, her chest jiggling as she pressed closer. Roy's hands slid to her hips, pulling her close. She grew more aroused, her excitement evident as she ground against him. "Oh, you're making me feel so good," she whimpered. His hands moved to her chest, holding her close. His hands tracing gentle circles until she arched into him. "Oh, please, yes." Roy leaned down, pressing a soft kiss to her skin, his breath warm against her. Roy, in more." Freya cried, her fingers tangling in his hair. "Freya, you feel amazing." Roy switched to her other nipple, sucking harder as she squirmed. "Oh, don't stop. In, so good." She panted. She reached down, her hand moving lower with growing urgency. She breathed, stroking him steadily. Roy groaned. "NGH. Freya." She giggled. So eager, Roy-kun. He pulled her toward him on the bed. Freya smiled and beckoned him closer, her cheeks flushed. Roy," she murmured, her body moving as she spoke. Roy leaned in close between her thighs, his breath warm against her skin. "Oh, hurry, in. I need it." She whined, her hips bucking. He pressed into her, sinking deeply in one long stroke. Freya cried out, her body pulling him closer. "So big. In. On. Roy, harder." Freya cried, her legs wrapping around his waist, pulling him deeper. Her body gripped him tightly. Roy's hands gently rested on her shoulders as he held her close, whispering softly. "Roy," she sighed contentedly. In. Freya's body trembled with emotion as they shared an intimate embrace, feeling deeply connected. They were together again. She clung to him tighter with each moment, overwhelmed. By the third time, Freya's voice was hoarse, calling out his name. Roy held her close, his hands gently exploring her shoulders, her back. She cried out again, fully lost in the intensity of the moment. They went on, round after round, Freya's sighs filling the night. In, Roy. By the sixth round, her body was trembling, her words a breathless whimper. On. Roy. So tired. Yet she clung to him. Roy held her closer, his embrace relentless. Until the seventh round, Freya let out soft, breathless gasps. In. Roy. She finally collapsed, exhausted, as night fell and dawn rose again. "He'll collect later," Roy sighed upon waking. Last night, Roy fulfilled one of his few wishes in this world. Though strength hadn't increased, dominating a goddess was achieved no regrets. Glancing at sleeping Freya, Roy rose to leave. Leaving? Sensing his departure, Freya awoke, opening her eyes lazily, a hint of confusion in them. Roy avoided Freya's alluring form. She was indeed exceptional. It's about time. I should check on Hestia. What will you do? Freya asked lazily, eyeing Roy. What? Leave the Hestia Familia and join mine. Freya smiled charmingly. What Hestia offers, I can too and better. You'll be happier with me. I'll consider after handling the Hestia Familia's matters, Roy waved. Whether doable or not, a guarantee was needed. All right, I'll await good news, Freya nodded, unquestioning. Seeing this, Roy left lightly. After Roy departed, Freya soon slept again. About half an hour later, she awoke abruptly. Her eyes cleared, unprecedentedly sharp, but her captivating face crumbled next. I was charmed. After self-examination, Freya confirmed. Last night wasn't a dream. Freya closed her eyes, rubbing her forehead. Recalling events, she realized the anomaly. I got charmed. Thinking this, Freya felt anger and amusement. Charm was her specialty, yet it backfired. Too careless. As Bowtie's goddess with charm, Freya resisted charm somewhat. She shouldn't have succumbed so easily. But past omnipotence bred complacency, plus yesterday's eagerness let Roy exploit it. Recalling Roy's earlier demeanor, Freya gritted her teeth hatefully. Since descending and strengthening her familia, this was her greatest loss. Irreparable. Roy was clearly an ultimate pervert. Yet he ignored her charm. Ignoring was fine, he countered with his own. Chapter 142. Roy's usual day. Freya would never have imagined that among lower world adventurers, someone could resist her charm. Not only that, but he possessed charm comparable to hers. While she used charm, she was charmed in return. Freya sat quietly on the bed, letting the quilt slip off, exposing her beautiful form to the air. Her captivating face shifted from pale to flushed. After several expression changes, Freya grew annoyed. Thinking of Roy's hurried pants-pulling escape made her chest tighten. Undoubtedly, without her charm, his words were mere perfunctory. He'd never leave the Hestia Familia for hers. His consideration was just that, consideration. How long? Up to him. Me, Freya, deceive someday? Freya felt annoyed and amused. Lower world folk couldn't lie to gods due to retain passives. As goddess of beauty, besides that, she held instinctive charm. Yet both combined, she was played by Roy. Now, I want you even more. At first, Freya saw Roy as a precious collection, give him a wonderful dream, then claim him. Hestia was easy to bully. Even direct robbery, Hestia could only swallow it. Compensate later. Who made the Freya Familia Oreos strongest? But now, Freya's plan failed. She knew charm's terror better than anyone. Beauty was invisible power. Lower world children chased muscles or magic, ignorant that some powers outmatched them. For Freya, strong or weak foes mattered not. With love, none resisted. Charm eroded sanity, shattered cognition, altered memory, destroyed spirits. No blades needed, just a smile. She could upend Oreo alone, without her adventurers. Thus, Hestia forbade Roy's charm use unless necessary. It's too overpowered. Many addicted to power ruin themselves. Hence, Freya found taking Roy from Hestia tricky. Past methods for snatching adventurers failed on Roy. His powers dissolved them all. I must handle it myself. After long thought, Freya saw no better way for Roy but her personal involvement. She had many ways to handle men. She couldn't believe she couldn't win Roy. Roy felt guilty and physically drained. Freya was impressive tonight, but why no strength increase? Roy assessed himself, finding no expected gain. Plus effect, stronger partners means better feedback. Gods topped this world. Even weak gods like Freya should have boosted him. Yet after their time together, gains paled to lilies. God's divine powers are sealed. After spending dimension points, Roy got the system's answer, confirming his guess. Nothing to do. Unsealing might kill him. After leaving Freya, Roy didn't see Hestia directly. He killed monsters an hour in the dungeon, then met Hestia at Hephaestus' shop. As the member of Hestia Familia, he had to reassure Hestia. Status update couldn't be missed. After seeing Hestia and routine status update, Roy went home to rest. He slept till 4 p.m. After washing, Roy sought Hestia, but met two adventurers soon after leaving, Ace and Lafia. "Good afternoon," Roy greeted listlessly. "What the heck?" Seeing Roy, Lafia complained. "You're so busy you forgot us? Days pass without seeing you?" Roy tilted his head, eyeing Lafia oddly. "No." Realizing ambiguity on her words, Lafia stomped, explaining quickly. "You forgot the magic stones and drop items we need to handle, right? Don't want to Valis?" Chapter 143. Joining the expedition, it won't be shortchanged with you, I'm reassured. Roy waved his hand confidently, showing no concern on his face. If he couldn't trust her, Roy wouldn't have wasted time on her. "Sounds nice, but you really don't worry about me taking your Valis," Lafia said, a smile unconsciously curving her lips despite her complaining tone. "You've been in the dungeon these days? Couldn't find you even if I wanted to." "I went to the deep floors for a week," Roy nodded. "Alone? Or teamed with others?" Lafia asked. "Alone, of course. Besides you two. I don't know other high-class adventurers in Oreo," Roy replied matter-of-factly. "You're too reckless. Going to the deep floors solo." Worry and reproach appeared on Lafia's face. "With Roy's strength, staying in the deep floors is no issue," Ace interjected. "I didn't go too deep, just lingered on the 41st floor before returning." Roy smiled at Lafia. "Those drop items and magic stones sold for over 130 million Valis. Since I haven't seen you, they're stored in the guild bank temporarily. Come with us to withdraw it." "No problem," Roy nodded, then asked what interested him. "Heard your Loki Familius expediting?" "Yes." Lafia looked proud. "I'm in the expedition team this time. After returning, you should rank up to level 4, right?" Roy smiled. "Captain Finn said I'd be a supporter. Gaining Excelia for rank up," Lafia nodded. "But unsure if he'll succeed. With your talent, rank up's inevitable. If not this time, soon," Roy praised. "You understand me well." Lafia lifted her head proudly. "Actually, I ranked up to level 6 after last dungeon return," Ace said, seeing Roy and Lafia's lively chat. "Level 6? Congratulations." Roy glanced at Ace, sensing her stronger aura. Without your guidance, I wouldn't have reached level 6 so fast," Ace said softly. "When does your expedition start?" Roy asked his key question, planning to join the Loki Familius. "Depart morning in 3 days," Lafia replied. 3 days. Preparations were quick, though Ina said a week. This expedition was set over half a month ago, but delayed by a nighttime intruder to prevent repeats. We postponed to 3 days. Ace glanced faintly at Roy, explaining. Roy laughed dryly. "Had delayed the Loki Familius progress. Seems urgent," Roy said calmly. "But in 3 days, they'll go to dungeon, maybe join for a bit." "Join for a bit? You can't expedition with us," Lafia complained. "I've nearly mastered concurrent chanting, but couldn't find you for sword training. Otherwise, help improve my close combat in these 3 days. Deep floors worry me. Concurrent chanting alone might not suffice. More strength means more safety. I don't want to drag the team." "No problem," Roy nodded. "Roy, want to expedition with us?" Ace pondered, asking hesitantly. Staying with Roy meant more guidance, and Ace wasn't sure, but suddenly wanted more time together. Lafia's eyes widened incredulously. "Roy's not our familia. How can he join?" "Apply for Join Expedition," Ace explained. "Roy's space helps our Loki familia greatly." Roy glanced at Ace. She understood him well. "Captain Finn does struggle with supplies," Lafia agreed, finding it feasible. "Roy joining does solve that." Roy's space was adventure convenient. Every Loki expedition limited by low supplies. "All right," Roy said bluntly. "After level 3, 40th floor monsters give little Excelia. Joining your expedition means I get to encounter stronger foes." "You're level 3? Lafia asked, surprised. "You've been an adventurer less than a month?" Ace trembled slightly. "Nothing surprising. I was strong. Fauna unlocked remaining potential. Speeding rank ups," Roy said. "Is it that easy to rank up?" Lafia still found it unbelievable. Ace shook her head. "Some races had pre-status strength, but their rank ups were slow, nothing like Roy. Chapter 144. Loki Familius Decision. I invited him to join our Loki Familius expedition team. Ace nodded. He agreed. That's awesome. Tiona cheered, thrilled. Since the arena, she hadn't seen Roy, and now they'd be together day and night in the expedition. Damn it, you idiot Amazon. Use your brain. Stop swooning. Bet glared at Tiona, voicing his doubts. That guy's origins are already shady, and now you're letting him join our expedition? Want more trouble later? Roy's pre-status strength rivaled level 5 adventurers, yet he was unknown. For level 5s like them, their names and legends spread far outside Oreo. But Roy seemed to pop out of nowhere with no trace of history. But got a point, Finn nodded, looking at Ace. Ace, why do you want him? Roy's strong enough for our expedition, but what else? Their team, barring accidents, could reach deeper floors with their current strength. One more or less high-class adventurer wasn't decisive. Convenience, Ace said calmly but firmly, her face expressionless. And Roy's not suspicious, he's trustworthy. I get you trusting him. Finn's expression turned odd. But what's convenience? Thanks to Roy's guidance, Ace broke her level 5 barrier quickly, becoming the Familius 4th level 6. Her trust in him made sense. Roy has magic a storage space for carrying lots of supplies, Ace explained bluntly. With Roy's consent, she could share his magic's details to show his value. Space magic? Riveria gasped in astonishment. Finn was visibly moved. Roy's got space magic? Tiona's eyes widened. Is this a joke? That kind of magic? Bet gaped, incredulous. Tioni and Gareth shared their shock. Space magic. In Oreo, no one was known to have it. Even Oreo's history barely mentioned it. Magic awakenings were rare, let alone space magic rarest of the rare. Maybe it existed, but none had seen it. Roy's sudden possession shocked Finn and the others. Last time, Lafia, Roy, and I went to the deep floors together. Using his storage space, Ace said naturally. It's very convenient. Lafia knows about his magic too? Finn pondered. Ace nodded. I see. Finn smiled, nodding slightly. Then Roy can join our expedition. Finn. Bet tried to object. Roy's magic is really convenient, Finn explained. I calculated our supplies enough for the 50th floor. But deeper floors need more. Food and water are secondary. Potions are key. Potions were luxury goods, tricky to store. Return trips also consumed heavily. Past expeditions suffered from supply shortages. With Roy's space, they could carry more, easing supply worries. Whatever. Bet, seeing Finn's approval, said no more, waved, and left disinterested. He'll tell Roy tomorrow, Ace said, relieved, a trace of joy in her heart. Also, Finn nodded, I want to meet him. Ask him to visit our Loki Familia. Roy had been a hot topic since the arena, but Finn hadn't met him. Before the expedition, Finn needed to see who Roy was. Letting him join without assessment was reckless. Finn wasn't that careless. Soon, Finn ended the meeting and went to Loki's room. Loki, free tomorrow? Finn asked. Planning to meet god friends, Loki replied. After Freya's treat, she saw as a good method, especially with tight funds. There's a guest tomorrow. I need you to join me, Finn said. Who? Need me to show up? Loki was surprised. A guest requiring her presence was no small matter. I need your ability, Finn explained. Ice words were reliable, but Roy might show only what he wanted. The Loki Familia owed Roy a favor, repayable elsewhere. An expedition risked lives. Finn had to be cautious for himself and the Familia. No problem, Loki squinted, smirking slyly. But one condition. He'll advance half a month's pocket money. Save it, and it'll last a month or two, Finn said helplessly, knowing Loki's predictable demand, having pestered him lately. Why advance? Just give it now. Loki grumbled, dissatisfied. Or he'll pay another god, Finn countered. Some gods in Oreo would take such jobs. Many were strapped. Fine, your call. Loki reluctantly agreed. Chapter 145. Expedition Day. The next day, Ace brought Finn's news to Roy. Roy had no reason to refuse and followed Ace to a restaurant's private room booked by Finn. As Roy entered, he saw Loki lounging carelessly, chugging wine straight from the bottle in a bold stance. "You brat." Loki nearly choked, slamming the bottle's base on the table. "Loki, Roy's the guest I mentioned," Finn added with a smile. "Him? Some guest." Loki curled her lips, resentment toward Roy still strong, likely not fading for a month or two. "Sorry, Loki's been like this since losing Valis at the arena." Finn apologized to Roy. "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Finn Dame, captain of the Loki Familia." The name Finn Dame, few in Oreo don't know it. Roy smiled, extending his hand. "I'm Roy Flott, sort of the captain of the Hestia Familia." Finn shook Roy's hand. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100,000 dimension points." The system chimed pleasantly in Roy's ear. The Loki Familia was a treasure trove. Several key plot characters remained. Meeting them could get him hundreds of thousands more points, richer than random tasks. Loki should be worth at least 300,000 points. "Stinky kid, what scheme you cooking?" Loki shuddered under Roy's gaze. "Just thought of something good to share with Goddess Loki." Roy grinned kindly. "Nothing good comes from your mouth." Loki scoffed, wiser from her past loss, distrusting Roy. Finn shot Loki an odd look. She always tricked others, yet Roy made her cautious. Ace explained the details clearly, and you know them too. "So, it'll cut to the chase." Finn smiled. "Can I see your space magic?" "Space magic?" Loki set down her bottle, squinting at Roy. "You awakened that rare stuff, kid?" "No problem." Roy nodded, placing his hands on the table. The entire table, items included, vanished instantly. Impressive. Fin Murvrod. Not just to show it was highly practical for dungeon-exploring adventurers, a true treasure. "Kid, reconsider my old offer?" Loki's tone softened. Roy tilted his head. "What offer?" "Join my Familia." Loki grinned. "Sure." Roy nodded bluntly, unlike his prior stance. "But I got conditions." "Name them." Loki's eyes lit up. Conditions were no issue for the Loki Familia. "I'm not young." "So, I'd like Goddess Loki to play matchmaker," Roy said, feigning shyness. "Tell me, who in my Familia do you fancy?" "It'll help." Loki glanced at Ace, then added quickly, "But not Ace, she's my darling, off limits." "What are you thinking?" "I'm not aiming so small." Roy showed faint dissatisfaction. "Good, not Ace." Loki exhaled in relief. Ice eyes fixed on Roy, a touch of gloom and unease she couldn't place. "Then who?" Loki pressed. "I hear your Familia's got Oreo's cutest girls." Roy said cautiously. "Yep, my precious treasures." Loki nodded proudly. Collecting them was her joy, making her Familia's gender balance female-heavy, unlike others. "I should marry, have kids, spread the family line," Roy continued carefully. "To meet that, I need more cute girls." "Loki, Fiend, Ace." Roy spread his palms, clenching a fist with conviction. "So I want them all. Get out. You scheming brat." Loki fumed, cursing. "I haven't touched them after raising them so long. And you want to steal my harem? Scram far as you can." "Am serious, think it over." Roy probed. "Think. No way. Dream on." Loki attitude sourde. Finn cast Roy an admiring glance. Pinpointing Loki's weakness, few in Oreo could rile her like that. "Let's talk expedition," Finn interjected. Roy nodded, returning the table with a bottle of divine wine as a gift, instantly earning Loki's smile. Finn asked Roy sideline questions, including about Loki Familia enemies like the Evelys. Roy answered easily, holding no ill intent, just aiming to follow their route. After finalizing expedition details, Roy left. "Loki, how was he?" Finn asked after Roy was gone. "Fine, sensible guy. Just too greedy," Loki replied, eyeing Ace warily. "Ace, watch this guy, keep your distance. He's shadier than me, definitely not good." Ace ignored Loki's nonsense. "That's not what I meant," Finn said, exasperated. "No need to worry." Loki sipped the divine wine leisurely. "Hestia is a brat, but her eyes solid. Roy's trustworthy. Didn't explain that yesterday?" Finn spread his hands. "Obviously. Don't forget me for jobs like this. I'm happy to help." Loki grinned, hugging the wine. Snagging divine wine today was a win. Roy explained, joining the Loki Familia expedition to Hestia. Though Hestia disliked Loki, she supported Roy's choice. Ace and Lafia briefed Roy on expedition details, loading supplies into his space. Expedition day arrived. Roy rose early, leaving their home to meet the Loki Familia at Babel Square. Soon, a team with a jester flag approached over 30 high-class adventurers. Level 2 and 3 adventurers, elite cadres elsewhere. Push supply carts here. Been a while, Roy, Finn greeted. Just got here, Roy smiled, shaking his head. Long time, handsome guy. Tiona approached warmly, grabbing Roy's arm affectionately. Remember me? Of course, Tiona, Roy smiled back. Eyes in the plaza turned to the Loki Familia. Mostly on Ace and other level 1s, but some lingered on Roy, puzzled. It's the Loki Familia expedition time. So impressive. Wonder if he'll ever join one like theirs. Who's that guy? Not Loki Familia. Seen him here before. Think he's the one who beat big shots, say, level 1, crushing level 5. Definitely not Loki's. Roy's arena fame had faded after half a month of silence, known only to those present then. Seeing him with the Loki Familia now sparked surprise. Everyone, our goal. Reached the 59th floor, the Dragon Vase entry in our records, Finn announced. In the dungeon, well split into 3 teams. Riveria and I lead one. Gareth another, Raoul the third. Start on different routes, regroup on the 18th floor, then push to the 50th. Understood? With over 30 members, supplies clog passages. Splitting avoided upper floor chaos. Clear. The Loki Familia responded. Follow last night's group list and move, Finn ordered. The large team dispersed. Roy was grouped with Ace, Lafia, and Tiona under Raoul, technically free to join any, but placed with familiars. Finn, I want to switch teams. Bet glanced at Roy unhappily. From first sight, he sensed discord with Roy, worsened by seeing him with Ace. Denied, Finn shook his head firmly. Teams were set yesterday, no changes. Ugh, Bet huffed, displeased. Let's go. Finn led his team into the dungeon. When Finn's group vanished, Raoul ordered theirs to follow. Tiona let go of Roy, eyes fixed on Tiona's grip on Roy's arm, speaking after a pause. Ace, you're too uptight, Tiona said. Dissatisfied. What's wrong with me holding him? It's hard to walk, troubles Roy. Ace gave a flimsy excuse. Ace, you're not jealous seeing me close to him, are you? Tiona eyed Ace, smiling slyly. Jealous? Ace tilted her head, unsure of the term. He's got another arm, grab it. Tiona grinned. Like this? Ace mimicked Tiona, wrapping Roy's other arm against her chest. Roy felt a sharp gaze from behind Lafia, glaring resentfully. Youth. Gareth and Raoul smiled knowingly, then led the team into the dungeon. Chapter 146. Roy's magic compared with Roy's previous solo runs. Leading a team of over 10 high-class adventurers into the dungeon slowed progress considerably. Monsters couldn't halt their advance, but moving supplies took time. 2 hours longer than before, the teams met on the 18th floor. After brief regrouping, they headed to the 19th floor. The passages there were bark-covered, dotted with glowing moss, resembling a maze of trees. Most monsters were level 2. Level 5 adventurers didn't need to act. Level 2 and 3 adventurers handled them to gain Excelia and boost strength. For level 5s, middle and lower floor monsters offered little Excelia, but for level 2s and 3s, it was valuable. Level 5 adventurers were there for emergencies, stepping in to resolve life-threatening situations. However, level 2 adventurers struggled past the lower floors, where level 3 and even level 4 monsters appeared, limiting their impact. On the 28th safe floor, level 2 adventurers stayed, leaving some supplies and awaiting the expedition's return. Safe floors served to receive returning members or relay messages if the team didn't return timely, prompting a surface retreat. With level 2s stationed, the team slimmed, speeding progress. They soon entered the deep floors, where the guild required level 4 strength minimum. Even level 5 adventurers couldn't stand idle here. Monster strength, numbers, and density surpassed middle floors, threatening lives. Following the map, deeper floors brought more monsters. Roars echoed as footsteps shook the rocky ground to pieces. Barbarians, kelpies, Mermans and Lizardman elites, these massive level 4 elite monsters aim to trample the Loki Familia. Hundreds of these blocked the path. Without clearing them, progress halted. Chill formation up. Finn's roar rang across the chaotic battlefield. Monsters charged, slamming the front line. Dozens of level 3 and 4 adventurers raised shields, but the impact nearly broke their vanguard, heels sinking into mud. Didn't you say even Eudeus fell to you? Why rely on us to babysit? Bet sneered at Roy, 7 meters away but clearly targeting him. Roy wasn't idle by choice. Finn hadn't assigned him tasks. Finn included Roy for his space, letting level 2 and 3 adventurers take middle and lower floor Excelia. Roy was the team's most relaxed, just following along surrounded by Ace, Tiona, and Lafia. This sparked Bet ire. Vanguard, hold tight formation. Rear, keep attacking. Tiona, Tioni, support the right. Finn ordered. The Amazon sisters dashed across the battlefield, felling 6 monsters instantly. Bad luck, a monster party. Finn frowned, recognizing an abnormal surge. Even deep floors didn't spawn this many monsters typically. Riveria, how long for wide area attack magic? Finn asked. 90 seconds. Riveria nodded, gathering magic and chanting loudly. "They'll pitch in," Roy said. "Thanks," Finn nodded. A high-class adventurer's aid would ease the battlefield. "Proud warriors, snipers of the forest, take up your bows. My name commands you. Notch your arrows to strike down the invaders. Let the blazing bolts of the fairies fall like rain, incinerating all. Fusillade Phalerica," Roy chanted swiftly. Hundreds of flame-forged javelins formed overhead, raining on the monster tide like fire. A massive explosion followed. Each javelin struck precisely, obliterating monsters. Riveria. High-speed chant. She hadn't chanted a tenth of her spell, and Roy was done. Wasn't that Lafia's signature magic? How could he use it? "Finn, do I still need to prep magic?" Riveria asked. Seeing Roy's blast clear, most monsters, about 20 remained. The battlefield pressure lifted. 20 monsters were trivial for them, no need for her wide area spell. "Damn, you elf! Warn us before blasting magic." Bet curses erupted from the smoke, his disheveled figure emerging, singed silver hair and all. Uninjured but embarrassed, Bet raged at Lafia. "I didn't cast it," Lafia shrank, startled. "Isn't that your best magic?" Bet knew Lafia's mob-clearing Fusillade Phalerica from the journey. It's level 5, mage-comparable power, justifying her expedition role. "My magic's not that strong," Lafia retorted. "Then who?" Bet glared, demanding answers. Lafia looked to Roy for help. "You?" Bet followed her gaze. "It was Roy," Finn confirmed. Bet face shifted colors. Finn's word was undeniable. But it shamed him. Roy did it on purpose. Bet saw others unscathed, he alone was hit. "Sorry, didn't know such powerful magic could affect you," Roy said insincerely. "Need a potion to recover? Such powerful magic?" Bet fumed. Who was he underestimating? Roy was retaliating for his earlier jab, proving his strength. "Am not hurt. No potion needed." "That magic's too weak to touch me," Bet snorted. "Next time, warn everyone before wide area spells. We're a team, not solo." Bet turned, venting on nearby monsters. "Looks like Bet got schooled," Riveria smiled, shaking her head. Bet hostility toward Roy was obvious, but Roy hadn't cared until now, putting Bet in his place. With such conflict, Finn and Riveria stayed silent. "Too strong. That magic was you, Roy." Tiona, after handling her monsters, rushed to Roy, grabbing his hand excitedly. Now Bet got nothing to say. Tiona raised her voice for Bet to hear. Bet paused, then kicked a nearby monster harder, venting. Chapter 147. "Damn, Lafia, didn't you say you barely know him?" As they reached the deep floors, the area expanded vastly and monster strength surged. Even the Loki Familius expedition, brimming with high-class adventurers and a strong team, couldn't charge to the 50th floor unimpeded. It took 4 days from departure to reach the 50th floor. This was the fastest past expeditions took over 5 days. Roy's contribution was undeniable. His space carried vast supplies, eliminating the need for tedious searches like before. His Fusilier Phalerica also boosted their pace. Since Roy displayed his strength in the deep floors, Bet, though still irked, quieted his complaints. His hostility grew, treating obstructing monsters as Roy, eager to crush them. Amid loud noises, metal clashing, aimless Chatterloki Familia members bustled, some hauling equipment, others driving stakes or passing messages. They were setting up camp. The 50th floor, a safe floor, spawned no monsters, a perfect rest stop after the long trek. Members scattered in pairs or trios, prepping tents and food. Roy was idle. High-class adventurers, in general, were. They were the main force against monsters en route. Past the 45th floor, only level 4s contributed significantly except for unique level 3s like Lafia, who handled support tasks. Beyond carrying gear or camp setup, level 3s rarely fought head-on. After 45th floor monsters were at least level 4, with occasional level 5s. Roy's mage skills, Unreal Reveria, can't match him. A Loki Familia member, setting up tents, chatted with a companion. Didn't he solo the monster Rex Udeus on the 37th? Another asked, glancing at Lafia. Lafia, you've known him a while, got more details? The female cat-girl adventurer eyed Roy shyly. I haven't known Roy long and don't know much. Ask him yourself. Lafia replied with a dry laugh, feeling uneasy as her peers inquired about Roy. Miss Ace, she was so cool earlier. Yeah, level 6 is on another level wiping out monsters like that. At the camp center, the largest tent fin stood ready. Ace emerged, sparking a livelier atmosphere. Already a Familia favorite. Her 49th floor battle amplified her allure. Why so down? Ace sat beside Roy, who noticed her gloom-drooping eyelids, a dejected air. Finn scolded me earlier. Ace recalled the harsh reprimand in the tent, her mood sinking further. For rushing into the monster swarm on impulse? Roy guessed after a moment. In the 49th floor, Finn tasked Ace with guarding the right flank, but when the front line faltered, she charged into the monsters without orders. The outcome was fine, but abandoning posts in team battles was taboo. Battles shift fast. You have to adapt, Roy smiled, placing his palm on Ice's head, gently ruffling her hair. Be careful next time. Ace didn't resist, lowering her head slightly, responding softly. Thanks, she added quietly, cheeks faintly red. Two sharp gazes pierced from different directions, one Lafia's, the other Bet, glaring murderously at Roy. Hey, Ace. Sneaky. Tiona emerged from Finn's tent, spotting Roy's gesture. She rushed over. We step away, and you steal ahead. Tiona pouted playfully at Roy. No way. I want the same reward as Ace. She lowered her head, nudging into Roy's arms. All right. Roy used his other hand to pat Tiona's head twice. Hee. Tiona giggled, satisfied. Please. Lafia hurried over, summoning courage to protest Roy's actions, urging him to stop with Ace. I see you want it too. Roy lifted his hand from Ace, patted Lafia's head twice. Huh? Lafia's protest turned to surprise, her mind blanking as she savored Roy's touch. Wait, I came to stop him from touching Miss Ace. Why am I being petted? It feels nice, no wrong. Lafia spiraled into inner conflict, standing dazed, letting Roy pat her. Bet gaze burned. Damn, Lafia, didn't you say you barely know him? Already so close? The cat-girl hood asked about Roy glared with envy, vowing to grill Lafia later. Chapter 148. I don't like men. It quickly darkened. Besides the campfires and magic stone lamps set up by the group, the 50th floor's light came from the dungeon's special walls and rocks. A bonfire burned on the camp's rocks, with portable magic stone lamps hung atop tents, casting flickering light. Several large pots sat in the open, where supporters cooked. In the dungeon, meals couldn't match surface fare, just convenient stews. High-class adventurers sat around, chatting. Come with me. I've got something to say. Roy felt a tap on his shoulder, followed by Bet voice overhead, amid the girls surrounding him. Hey, Bet, what's up? Tiona, beside Roy, stood, eyeing Bet warily. Just a few words, Bet snorted. Can't say it here. Tiona stood firm. Roy pressed Tiona's shoulder, smiling. It's fine. He'll go with him. Don't worry. I know my limits. Bet glanced at Tiona. On an expedition. He wouldn't fight Roy. Tiona sat back down. Follow me. Bet led Roy to a large rock's edge, blocking others' view. Since Finn ordered not to leave camp without reporting, Bet stayed close. What do you want to say? Roy stopped, speaking casually. I know your game. Bet glared, barely containing his emotions. Roy tilted his head. You're just dreaming of playing both sides stringing along that lovesick Amazon while flirting with Ace. And that dumb elf's in your sights too? Bet leaned in, exuding menace. This guy nailed my thoughts in one go. Quit fantasizing. Bet snorted harder. You won't pull it off. Forget being outside the Loki Familia even inside. You're not worthy. Kid, I'm warning you. Keep those shameless thoughts, and I won't go easy. Bet stared, awaiting Roy's response. Oomph. Threatening me, you weakling? Roy sneered inwardly, but said nothing, turning away from the rock. Eyes across the camp fixed on them, curious about the exchange. Stop. Bet, incensed by Roy's attitude, chased after him. Roy quickened his pace, his face showing 3 parts fear, 3 parts shock, 4 parts panic. Please, stop, I don't like men. He roared, voice reaching every Loki Familia member. Ace. What's he saying? Doesn't like men? That's not what I meant. Bet thought Roy was dodging with nonsense. Roy rushed back to the girls, sitting in mock shock. Roy, you okay? Tiona grabbed his arm, concerned, glaring at Bet like a sworn enemy. Fine, Roy forced a smile. Ace noticed Roy's odd expression, unsure what happened but showing concern, touching his head to soothe him. This feels weirdly nice. Mr. Roy, what did Mr. Bet say to you? A girl handed Roy a bowl of stew from the pot. Thanks, Roy took it, nodding. It's for Line, she added quickly, seeing her companion's eyes, referring to Line Arsh. So, Line admires Bet? Poor taste, Roy thought. Sorry, I don't want to talk about it. Roy shook his head, as if scared to recall. All right, if you don't want to, don't. Stop asking Bet the issue, Tiona said firmly, protective. The cat girl fell silent, eyeing Bet with curiosity, guessing what spooked Roy, especially after his outburst. Bet, seeing Roy return, said nothing more, stomping the ground, grabbing a bowl, and sitting beside it. What are you staring at? Eat. Bet keen senses caught the odd looks from companions, but didn't grasp why, so he glared and barked. Yeah, it's cooked, eat up. 2 male adventurers beside, Bet laughed nervously, scooting away subtly. Others shifted uneasily, but, under Bet glare, sat silently. Chapter 149. Interrupted in a strange atmosphere, everyone finished dinner. Bet noticed odd glances but couldn't pinpoint why, so he kept a cold, silent demeanor. His usual aloofness and disdain for the weak distanced him from most members, save first-class adventurers. Naturally, no one chatted with him, and none dared mention if he was gay in his presence. Thus, Bet remained clueless about the drastic shift in attitudes, though he didn't dwell on it yet. If he knew the real reason, he might want to kill Roy. After dinner, Finn planned for tomorrow. No accidents this time, so our plan stays. Explore new areas, Finn said, perched on a rock for all to hear. But before the 59th floor, we have an adventurer commission. The Diensec Familia, like the Mayak Familia, specialized in medicine and issued the commission. Frequent partners of the Loki Familia, their request was hard to refuse. The task was to retrieve Cadmus spring water from a 51st floor. Finn split executives into 2 groups. Himself, Ace, Bet, and a level 4 adventurers, and Gareth, Tiona, Tioni, and Lafia. Roy, stay with Riveria at camp and watch over everyone, Finn said. Riveria's mana drained heavily on the 49th floor, even with high potions. She needed rest. High potions were vital for the 59th floor, and even with Roy's space, conserving was key. Riveria needed time. Plus, the camp required first-class adventure guards. The 50th floor was safe, spawning no monsters, but 49th or 51st floor monsters could enter via passages. Without enough first-class adventurers, the camp risked annihilation. The commission was the loci familius, so Finn didn't burden Roy. Fine, Roy nodded. With Roy's consent, Finn's groups moved swiftly, heading to the 51st floor after brief preparation. Still early for sleep, Roy stood at the camp's edge, eyeing a nearby passage. "What are you looking at?" Riveria's cool, elven voice came from behind, clad in her mage robe. Looking forward to tomorrow's route, Roy smiled, turning to her. Completing the random task was close, with hundreds of thousands of dimension points in reach. Following the Loci Familius paths would ease future rank-ups for his level 5. Past the 51st floor? Not pleasant, but the most thrilling trip you'll have, Riveria smiled. "So are you interested?" She giggled softly. Roy gave her an odd look. "What?" Riveria asked, puzzled. Just surprised an elven royal speaks so casually, Roy grinned. They hadn't talked much before. Riveria rolled her eyes, smiling again. "I came to Orio to escape royal stuffiness." "What's past the 51st like?" "Prepare me mentally," Roy asked, smiling. "Hell." In a word, Riveria thought briefly. Pre-51st floor common sense fails there. Everything from dungeon layout to monster behavior changes drastically. "Guess he'll wait for your full explanation." Roy cut her off, eyes on the passage. "What's wrong?" Riveria followed his gaze. Within half a minute, rumbling grew louder from the passage, with ground-shaking tremors. Monsters from the 51st floor were climbing up. Everyone gather. Form defensive lines. Riveria spun, shouting sharply to the camp. Members reacted fast, exiting tents in a rush, weapons drawn. Forming a defensive formation at the camp's front in under 30 seconds. Like trained soldiers, they knew the deep floors meant death if careless. "With this vibration, it's a lot of monsters," Riveria said gravely. "Monsters sometimes cross to safe floors, but usually few and manageable." Now, with most Loci Familia forces out, only Roy and Riveria remained as first-class adventurers, with level 3 and 4 adventurers. Facing at least level 4 monsters, a breach defense could mean heavy losses. Chapter 1, 5150. "That magic isn't mine? Move." Riveria pulled Roy back to the team's center before the monsters emerged from the cave. As a fragile mage, monsters getting close was dangerous. "Roy, use your magic," Riveria said. Roy's magic was too potent, its explosions especially. If monsters appeared elsewhere, Riveria wouldn't have Roy cast, given his faster casting speed. With him, monsters could be handled efficiently. But the monsters were at the 51st floor cave entrance. Roy's wide-area Fusilier Philerica could collapse the cave entirely. It definitely would. The cave seemed large, but was no match for Roy's magic. It might even seal the passage. When Finn's group returned to find the path gone, it'd be chaos. "It'll take Vanguard," Roy nodded. The camp was near the cave. With their current numbers, a monster charge could break their formation outright. "Good," Riveria agreed. She'd seen Roy's strength. His frontline presence would ease pressure and buy her casting time. Harbinger the end, the white snow. Riveria began chanting, a golden magic circle glowing at her feet, lighting the dim space. "Out!" Someone shouted. A massive monster appeared. Green skin with vivid stripes, screamed poison. Hundreds of short legs lined its lower body. Its upper body rose like a hill, flat organs extending sideward. "What's that?" "Virga." It resembled a Virga. Emerging, it scanned around, then, as if drawn, squirmed swiftly toward the Loci Familia. More enhanced Virgas poured from the cave. Their numbers and density scalp-numbing. Enhanced types? Riveria was surprised. A frequent deep-floor visitor, she'd never seen such Virgas. Roy charged, his sword slicing a monster's waist, delivering a fatal blow. It howled, blood spurting, its green skin swelling and exploding violently. Tempest. Roy used it to block the splattering liquid. None touched him. Corrosive liquid? Roy glanced at purple fluid on his blade-toxic monster blood. The liquid hit the ground, sizzling. "Everyone fall back." Roy shouted. Too late. Some level 4 Vanguard adventurers engaged the monsters. Disaster followed. Those contacting the monsters were hit by corrosive spit, dissolving equipment and clothes, then burning skin. What's happening? Our gear. An adventurer groaned, staring at his melting weapon. In seconds, armor and weapons turned to dust. How do we fight? A female adventurer froze. The enhanced Virga's corrosive spit melted high-tier equipments instantly. Its blood was the same venom coated its body. Weapons were useless. Bare-handed fighting risked worse injuries. Roy's kill showed the monsters exploded on fatal hits, dousing adventurers in corrosive blood. No way to attack. Were these? Never seen them. 1 or 2? They could trade injuries and gear loss to win. But the numbers were overwhelming, like caterpillars clogging a mulberry tree. In under a minute, hundreds swarmed from the cave, covering ground and cliffs. Without those past numbers, the camp descended into chaos. Riveria, magic ready? Roy called loudly. Riveria, still chanting, didn't reply. Forget it. Roy shook his head. Harbinger the end, the white snow. Blow with the wind before the twilight. Closing light, the freezing land. Blizzard. The 3 severe winters. My name is Alf. Wind Fimblevetr. Roy chanted first. A blizzard swept through, freezing hundreds of Virga into ice, shattering them into dungeon ash. Riveria had 3 spells, each with 3 stages of varying power and effects. 9 spells total, earning her 9 hell. Roy used her Wind Fimblevetr, weaker with a smaller range. Riveria, shocked but focused, completed her chant, releasing her magic. Their combined spells gave the Loki Familia members breathing room to retreat. Roy and Riveria cast more spells, wiping out the Virgas. That magic just now? Riveria approached Roy after the battle, curious. Chapter 151. Let's find Lafia. During the Loki Familia expedition, Roy had learned most of their members' magic. With his omniscient, even complex spells became simple. 1 or 2 viewings, and he mastered them fully. Though he easily grasped their magic, unlike with Lafia and Ace, he hadn't informed them beforehand, essentially stealing their magics. So, he stuck to using Lafia's Fusillade Philerica for clearing monsters, avoiding other spells. I have a magic that lets me learn others' magic, Roy admitted truthfully. As expected, Riveria sighed. Lafia's elf ring allowed her to use elven magic, and as her partial mentor, Riveria understood. Roy's repeated use of others' magic suggested a similar ability. Looks like Orio's strongest mage title will change soon, Riveria said, unbothered by Roy's theft. His magic was too potent to hide without casting. But you even learned ice magic. Your abilities rare among rarities. Riveria gave Roy a meaningful look. Ice spirit heritage tied her to aerial and tempest, yet Roy learned it. Roy smiled. Her magic got a special origin? Ask Ace yourself. Riveria shook her head. Without you, our Loki Familia might have suffered heavy losses, maybe deaths. Thank you, Riveria said sincerely. Roy's timely use of her magic saved them. Without it, casualties would have been severe. His candor also earned her favor. No need for thanks. I'm part of the expedition and did my duty, Roy smiled. Treat the injured first. Despite their swift elimination of the enhanced Virga, many were badly hurt. Skins corroded by venom, many were groaning in pain. All right, Riveria's expression softened, her gaze on Roy warm and approving. They began treating injuries. Half an hour later, Finn's group emerged from the cave, looking exhausted except Ace. Finn, Bet, and Raoul had corroded clothes and gear. Finn's spear was half dissolved. No serious injuries, though. Camp got hit too, Riveria. Everything okay? Finn asked, noting the ground's messy traces. No casualties, but many weapons were corroded. Riveria shook her head. Glancing at Finn's group, you met those enhanced monsters too? Their blood and venom corrode weapons. Even my magic spear wasn't spared, Finn said wryly. If not for Ice Durandal weapon, our return would have been rough. Ice weapon and her Tempest blocked the venom effectively. Garrett's group not back? Finn asked. No, Riveria replied. If my hunch is right, they hit those monsters too. By now, both teams should have finished the commission and returned. Trouble, Finn frowned. Garrett's group lacked Durandal weapons. While first-class adventurers could kill Verga easily, venom corrosion risked severe injuries without equipments. Even with Gareth, it was dangerous. Fortunately, Lafia was with them. Her magic could clear some monsters if her mana held. Finn, you'll find Lafia and the others, Ace said, looking a bit worried. Too risky alone. Finn shook his head. On the 51st floor, even level 6 adventurers had to be cautious. Death was equally possible. Ace was a level 6, but Finn couldn't let her go solo. He'll go with Ace, Roy said. Thanks, Finn gave Roy a grateful look. Magic, especially wide-area spells, was the best counter. Roy's prowess was proven perfect for handling monster hordes with Ace. Chapter 152, Rescuing Lafia. After entering the cave, Roy and Ace rushed toward another Cadmus spring. Their task was to retrieve Cadmus spring water. Following the route should lead them to Lafia and the others. Starting from the 51st floor, the dungeon structure was markedly different from floors above 50. The ground, ceiling, and walls were bright black, with intricate, uniform passages linking vast rooms. At first glance, it resembled upper floors for rookies, but its scale was far grander. Without a map, navigating these maze-like rooms would take ages. Monster spawn rates far exceeded those of floors below the 50th. Roy and Ace outran monsters at high speed, avoiding delays. There's movement ahead, Roy said after 10 minutes, catching faint vibrations. Likely Lafia and them, Ace nodded. On a deep floor, only the Loki Familia or monsters would be present. Crossing a cave room, they reached another massive chamber. They found Lafia, Gareth, Tiona, and Tioni. Except for Lafia, the others bore gruesome, venom-corroded scars from enhanced Verga, resembling flame burns, glowing purple with poison. Lafia, protected in the center, chanted spells, shifting positions to cast. Her face showed exhaustion. She had cast multiple spells, her mind waning. Lafia, how many more spells? Gareth asked gravely, facing several massive black rhinos level 5 monsters with steel-thick skin, briefly rivaling level 6 strength. With a weapon, Gareth could handle them, but his equipments were destroyed by Vergas, making bare-handed combat tough. 2, no, 3. Lafia gritted her teeth. She was drained but could squeeze out 3 Fusillade Philerica and Arc's Ray cast to clear some monsters. Good, clear a path fast. We've lingered too long here, Gareth nodded. Tiona, Lafia. Ice voice cut through the quaking rumble. Ace. Roy. Tiona looked up, surprised. Miss Ace, Lafia's fatigue eased, joy flickering. Dolux. Gareth shouted. A jarring tremor shook the room in unnatural quake. A bone-rattling roar, like a monster boss, followed. Boom! The ground erupted. A crimson shockwave burst, a towering flame pillar. Scorching heat flipped the floor like a detonated landmine, piercing it. Red flames engulfed the passage, incinerating all monsters. Tiona, Tioni, and Gareth narrowly escaped. Lafia wasn't so lucky. Low on mana, she could only dodge minimally. The vast explosion overwhelmed her, and a deformous spider hindered her. She fell into the blasted hole, dropping to the floor below. Damn it! Gareth's eyes narrowed angrily, but he didn't jump rashly. Tiona, Tioni, don't! Gareth stopped the Amazon sisters from leaping to save her. Scarred and equipmentless, rushing in would likely kill them. Better to seek Finn's aid. The attacker was likely the Valgang dragon from the 58th floor. This was the difference on these floors. Monsters from lower floors could snipe adventurers across floors. Lingering too long made them targets for Valgang dragon cross-floor attacks. It'll save her, Roy said, darting past Gareth into the red stain hole. Roy, Tiona cried, wanting to follow, but Gareth held her back. She could only watch. Ace, we return to camp fast, inform Finn, and prep a rescue. Gareth, a veteran level 6, judged calmly. Yes, Iceface showed conflict, but she nodded. Rescue required more hands. Roy's strength should hold until help arrived. As Roy jumped, the system pinged repeatedly. Congratulations, host. You have reached the 52nd floor of the dungeon and obtained 10,000 dimension points. Congratulations, host. You have reached the 53rd floor of the dungeon and obtained 10,000 dimension points. The floors after the 51st were closely spaced with thin walls, enabling Valgang dragons to snipe across multiple floors. This suited Roy's purpose at the moment. Chapter 153. 59th floor. A strong sense of weightlessness hit, accompanied by scorching winds sweeping across his body. When Lafia regained her senses, an endless, deep abyss lay before her eyes. The massive cave pierced through floors 51 to 58, its depth at least 900 meters. Below, a crimson world glowed like hellish magma. Disaster. Lafia's eyes trembled with fear, her body shaking. Falling from this height was a nightmare. Unlike Tiona and Tioni's robust physiques, she was a mage, frail and reliant on magic. The impact alone could severely injure or knock her out. Worse, on the 58th floor below, several ferocious dragon monsters roamed, huge Valgang dragons. Oh dash! Their roars shook the air. The dragons lined up, each over 10 meters long, hovering at the cave's base. Brutal fangs bared upward. Smoke poured from their mouths, brewing artillery attacks. Done for, Lafia muttered, despairing. From the 50th floor, dungeon common sense failed largely due to these monsters. They attacked across floors, posing lethal threats. Normally, their attacks started at the 52nd floor. But this time, they struck on the 51st. Lafia felt hopeless. To the dragons below, she was a sitting target. One hit could obliterate her. The dragons roared, slowly opening fang maws. Berserk flames surged, compressed into massive fireballs. They spat scorching flame attacks upward. As Lafia braced for death, Roy's voice came from behind. Before she could turn, a tight grip wrapped her waist. Roy holding her. Hold on, Roy said. Crimson wings spread from his back, emerald wind swirling around him. As he grabbed Lafia, the wind expanded, encasing them both. Aerial was versatile attack or defense. Now, it formed a wind barrier, shielding them. Roy. Lafia's eyes snapped open, surprised, clinging to him with arms and legs like a koala. I can't fight like this, Roy said, exasperated by her grip. Lafia realized her mortifying pose, blushing furiously. She didn't dare look at Roy, only downward. Bombardment's coming, she warned. A fireball over 5 meters wide rocketed up, blazing at astonishing speed. Sanctuary of light, shield us, Roy chanted swiftly. A thin green veil enveloped them. Riveria's defensive magic, via Shilheim, practical for sustained protection unless damage exceeded its limit, causing it to vanish. Ariel's wind blocked most physical attacks, but not the fireball's heat, which could injure Lafia. Thus, Roy used via Shilheim. The fireball struck head-on. Roy raised Hestia's sword, infusing it with Ariel. The first fireball burst like a puncture balloon, but multiple dragons meant multiple fireballs. With Ariel's wind and via Shilheim, Roy shattered 4 or 5 fireballs. He and Lafia descended to the 58th floor. Archray, Roy, chanting Midair, unleashed hundreds of javelins upon reaching range, obliterating the waiting dragons. The 58th floor? Lafia gasped, eyeing the rock caves. Unlike upper floors, there were no labyrinths or passages, just a vast wilderness of rocks, no trees or rivers. The Crimson World felt like true hell. Its area dwarfed Oreo, with hundreds of monsters visible alone. Need 2 more floors, Roy said, checking his random task points. How do we return? Lafia asked, still clinging tightly. Blow through the floors and fly back, Roy replied. The floor's walls were no obstacle. Ignoring approaching monsters, Roy surged with power of destruction, blasting the ground. They fell, Lafia exclaiming, reaching the 59th floor. The guild says the 59th is a glacier domain. Lafia, still holding Roy, was stunned. No ice field, instead a dense forest. A mutation, likely tied to those monsters. Roy recalled a corrupted spirit clone on this floor altering its climate. The 59th's vastness deterred Roy from seeking the demi-spirit for now. He unleashed power of destruction, blasting through the floors. Congratulations, host. Random task 3 completed. With the system's prompt, Roy abandoned going deeper. Must learn teleportation magic, Roy resolved, seeing the deep floor's potential for leveling. Even he wasn't certain of safety past the 58th without ample supplies. Teleportation would solve that perfectly. Let's go back, Roy said. His crimson wings spread, blasting through the ceiling above, returning them to the 50th floor in one go. Chapter 154. Expedition ends at the Loki Familius camp on the 50th floor. Ace, Gareth, Tiona, and Tioni returned as fast as possible after Lafia and Roy fell through the floor from the 51st. Their usual half-hour journey was halved by their breakneck pace. Back at camp, Gareth reported Roy and Lafia's fall to Finn, and they devised a plan. Take out all remaining recovery potions. Finn ordered, biting his finger. Gareth, Tioni heal as fast as you can, Finn said, then turned to Riveria. Riveria, don't hold back on high magic potions. Restore your mana. How many usable weapons remain? Finn asked a level 4 female adventurer handling logistics. She reported the count, and Finn frowned. Exploring the 59th floor is on hold. Rescuing Roy and Lafia is priority. With Roy's strength and supplies in his space, they should hold until we reach them, Finn analyzed. The 58th floor teemed with monsters, demanding wide-area magic. Roy's exceptional mage skills made him ideal for survival. Supporters poured potions on Gareth, Tiona, and Tioni like they cost nothing. Ace and Riveria chugged mind recovery potions to restore mana quickly. They're back, someone shouted, drawing eyes to the 51st floor cave. Roy and Lafia emerged. Unexpected, Finn said, smiling with relief. Their safe return spared Ace and the others a life-risking rescue. In their current state, reaching the 58th floor would have been deadly. Roy, Tiona, mid-treatment with potions, leapt up despite her injuries and rushed to Roy. You two okay? Ace sped to Roy, voice laced with concern. No injuries, thankfully. Roy nodded. Lafia, why are you still clinging to Roy? Tiona glared at Lafia, koala-like on Roy's back. Their floor-blasting ascent kept Lafia glued to him. Saw thee. Lafia snapped awake, releasing Roy's neck and scrambling down, mortified. You didn't hold on to Roy the whole way back, did you? Tiona's voice dripped with jealousy. That. Lafia's face flushed under Tiona's scrutiny, aware of how suggestive her grip looked to the Loki Familia. How'd you get back? Riveria approached, curious. Roy's strength might allow a fight from the 58th to 50th if he knew the route. But the timing seemed too quick. Blasted through the floors and flew up, Roy said truthfully. With aerial, that makes sense, Riveria nodded, unaware Roy could fly, attributing it to aerial for short flights using floor walls as footholds. Wait, Riveria, you said aerial? Isn't that ice unique skill? Bet interjected, surprised. Ask Roy yourself, Riveria smiled. You old hag. Bet snorted, unanswered. Riveria eyed Bet with a half-smile. By Elven standard, am barely an adult. Next time, don't you dare say that. I get it. Bet face twitched, replying reluctantly. I shared aerial with Roy, Ace said. Can that be taught? Bet looked puzzled, but no one clarified. Just glad you're safe, Finn smiled. Roy, thank you for saving Lafia. Roy didn't have to jump to the 58th floor, yet he did. Lafia was vital to the Loki Familia. Her loss would have been devastating. She's my friend, I couldn't stand by. Roy shook his head. Confirming their safety, Finn planned the next steps. The enhanced Virga disrupted everything. By the way, the 59th floor isn't a glacier domain, it's a dense jungle, Roy told Finn. Lots of new monster types there. Kidding? Bet challenged. We reached the 59th and saw it. It's completely different from the guild's records, Lafia confirmed. Different? Fin Fronet. The guild's data shouldn't be wrong, but it's old. Years later, such changes are possible. The 59th floor might not retain its environment yearly. The new monsters signaled abnormal shifts. Roy and Lafia's account confirmed it. This expedition ends here. Rest tonight. We return tomorrow, Finn decided. Chapter 155. No way someone as proud as Bet wouldn't. Finn's decision to end the expedition was unsurprising. Despite ample potions and food, weapons and armor couldn't withstand further wear. The enhanced Virga's corrosive venom had decimated their gear, slashing combat effectiveness. Starting from the 51st floor, danger escalated sharply. Losing equipment was deadly for adventurers, especially with stronger, more numerous monsters. Breaking through for exploration was nearly impossible under these conditions. Moreover, Roy and Lafia reported the 59th floor's environment a dense jungle, not the guild's recorded glacier domain. With these anomalies piling up, Finn prioritized safety, abandoning the expedition. Roy saw no fault in Finn's call, it was for the familia's sake. He felt fortunate. The Valgang Dragon's floor breach had let him reach the 58th floor, completing his random task. Otherwise, Finn's decision would have complicated things. Roy's replicated Hephaestus forging skills could craft weapons, but without a proper forge or materials, it was impractical. Creating gear with Durandal attributes required high-grade materials and time unfeasible for supporting the Loki Familia deeper. Returning to the surface was the better choice. Roy had memorized the route to the 50th floor, enabling solo returns later. After a night's rest, the group packed and began the return journey the next morning. Wah! Tiona wailed, gasping with grief. Her weapon, Urga, was destroyed. It costed 1 ADM Valis. For first-class adventurer, that was no small sum. Without windfalls, earning it back many years in the dungeon. Not everyone matched Roy's earning speed. On floors before the 45th, he could disengage easily, ignoring risks, making Valis faster. Tiona, after the expedition, let's dungeon dive to earn Valis together, Ace reassured. Desperate, though intact, had dulled from Virga's venom and needed costly maintenance. Tiona nodded, then looked at Roy pitifully. Roy, you coming? If I've got time, Roy nodded. Finn's too cautious. We worked so hard to reach the 50th floor, could have gone deeper, Bet grumbled, dissatisfied. Bet, questioning the captain? Tiona glared. So what? Bet shot back, unyielding. Enough. Riveria interjected. Finn explained, without gear, deeper floors are too risky. Well, order Durandal weapons and try the 59th later. We didn't gain nothing. We learned the 59th floors mutated. Next expedition, we'll be prepared, she added. Thanks to Roy, Tiona chimed excitedly. Really owe you, Roy. Finn's deep voice rang out. I'm not satisfied either. We prepared so much, yet fell short. But well returned with vengeance. Recouping our losses with interest, Finn rallied, lifting the Loki Familia spirits despite their battered gear. The return took longer than the descent, due to most first-class adventurers' ruined equipment. On the 28th floor, they rejoined stationed Loki Familia members. Line, Bet gay. The Catgirl Hood questioned. Roy rushed to line, spilling the gossip. Alicia, don't joke, that's not funny. Line forced a smile. Bet likes Miss Ace. How could he be gay? Bet affection for Ace was obvious within the Familia. I'm serious. Ask Gareth, they all know, Alicia said confidently. No way, another girl, an elf, added mysteriously. Bet faking his crush on Ace to hide he's gay. Think about it besides saying he likes Ace. Has he ever pursued her? Alicia pressed. Exactly. It's a cover for his secret, the elf girl said, detective-like. No way someone as proud as Bet wouldn't. Line's face paled. That pride hides his secret. Another girl joined, fueling the Bet gossip. On the return, heavy tasks kept level 2 adventurers too busy for rumors. Now, nearing the surface, these gossip-hungry girls couldn't resist. AN, thanks for the support. This arc finally ended. We'll have some special chapters for our favorite characters, and please let me know who you think would be suitable for the next focus. Lafia, Ace, Tiona. Others chapter 156. So close to the surface, yet another problem. No, if Bet hiding his secret, how do you all find out? Line's doubt grew as companions piled on about Bet being gay, but she quickly spotted a flaw, trying to refute them. See Roy over there? Alicia pointed to Roy, surrounded by Tiona, Ace, and Lafia. What about him? Line asked, confused. She knew Roy. His arena fame and expedition role made him a hot topic in the Loki Familia. He's super popular, right? Alicia said. What's that got to do with my question? Line replied, exasperated. It's important, Alicia said with exaggerated seriousness. Doesn't Bet always say he hates the weak? Line's heart sank as she couldn't deny it. Exactly, Anna Kitty chimed in. Roy's strength is insane, and his magic outshines Reveria. Seeing Line's skepticism, she added, don't believe us? Reveria even admitted it. And we saw Roy's magic. It was crazy strong. Plus, his swordsmanship's top tier. Even Captain Finn might not match him overall. And Roy's really handsome. Another girl gushed, eyes infatuated. A guy like that? Girls, even guys, might fall for him. Alicia dropped the bombshell. Bet confessed to Roy on the 50th floor. Confessed? Line's gaze dulled, her mouth trembling. Don't worry. Roy straight, rejected Bet, and even scolded him, Alicia said, relieved. No way. I thought Bet hates Roy. Line protested. It's an act, Anna Kitty said bluntly. Bet faking it to get Roy's attention. I read it in a book. We were all fooled by his act. If he hadn't slipped up with that confession, we wouldn't know he's gay, another added. Line's face paled further. The girls' gossip opened a floodgate, spiraling out of control. Bet gay? Is he? Not manly enough? Bet can't keep up? Bet a girl. The Loki Familius rumors grew wilder. Bet a girl, Reveria giggled, having seen Roy's stunt. Roy marveled at her petty streak, rivaling his own. The gossip started sneaky but turned blatant, reaching Bet ears. Yet he couldn't pinpoint a target for his anger. The whole Familia was mocking him. He wanted to confront Roy, but was stopped by Finn's strict orders. Bet could only let out an angry howl. After resting on the 28th floor, they resumed the surface journey, split into two groups for easier movement and monster response. How much growth this time? Tiona said boredly in the 17th floor's dark cave. Lost so much Valis, though, if my stats rise a bit. Italel softened the blow. Don't expect much from the 50th floor. Reveria shook her head. So Lafia might gain a lot? Tiona eyed Lafia. You went to the 59th floor. Nearly 60th. Lafia corrected silently, then said, what growth comes from that? Yeah, status growth's too slow. Tiona turned to Roy. You were level 3 before? Should gain a lot, right? Pretty much, Roy nodded. Monsters past the 45th floor gave hefty Excelia, boosting his status fast. Tiona opened her mouth, but a sound cut her off. Crack! A rock wall shattered. Roar! Monsters burst out, roaring fiercely. Over 2 meters tall, curved horns, gray muscles, red eyes radiating brutality. These were Minotaurs, the strongest single monsters on the 18th floors. So many at once, Tiona said, eyeing dozens. A monster party on the way back. Let's deal with them. Ace drew desperate. Surprisingly, the Minotaurs didn't attack. Sensing danger, their faces showed vivid panic, and they fled without hesitation. Why run? Tiona gaped. The Minotaurs scattered in all directions. Chase. Ace used aerial, swiftly downing a lagging Minotaur. The upper floor's passage is ahead. We can't let them reach it. Got it, Tiona snapped to pursuing. Finn's team is ahead. Hope they move slow and stop these. Reveria sighed, weary. So close to the surface, yet another problem. Chapter 157. Just annoying sometimes. PSCH the Minotaurs fled toward floors above the 17th, scattering in all directions. For the Loki Familia, this was a major hassle. Dozens of Minotaur grouped together were manageable, but dispersed, they'd take time to hunt down. Though each Minotaur was killed near instantly, their spread across multiple floors complicated things. to protect adventurers on the middle and upper floors. Every floor needed clearing. A single Minotaur could spell disaster for low-class adventurers. Fortunately, the middle and upper floors weren't too vast, so searching was feasible. Finn's other team nearby joined the effort upon learning of the Minotaurs. To tackle the scattered monsters, the Loki Familia split up, scouring each floor to eliminate them quickly. Roy and Ace, both using aerial, moved faster than the rest, swiftly reaching the upper floors. "See any Minotaurs?" Ace asked adventurers they met, racing through and dispatching monsters. "Two left," Roy said, tallying kills. The number dwindled as they ascended. "Hurry," Ace nodded, darting upward like a gale. Entering the 6th floor, Ace and Roy split to search for Minotaur traces, quickly killing one. Reuniting at the 5th floor stairway, they heard distressed screams ahead. They exchanged a glance and ran toward the sound. In a grotto passage, a blood-soaked figure in red sprinted past them in panic. "Bell?" Roy recognized him instantly. "You know him?" Ace gave Roy a puzzled look. "An acquaintance," Roy nodded. "That runt. I saved his life and didn't even thank me, just bolted." Bet stormed from the passage's other end, fuming. "You two are late." "I got the last Minotaur," Bet taunted Roy with a smug, provocative grin, as if he'd won. His senses tracked Minotaurs by scent. His agility, second only to Ace with aerial, gave him an edge in the hunt. Had beaten Roy and Ace to the final kill. Roy's expression turned odd, glancing at Ace, then Bet. In the anime, Ace saved Bell, but Roy's presence shifted that to Bet. "Good," Ace sighed in relief, then asked, "That adventurer was bloodied. Was he hurt?" Bell's blood-soaked state, whether his or the Minotaurs, and his terror worried Ace. If monsters harmed upper-floor adventurers, the Loki Familia bore responsibility for spawning them. "Tisich, some nobody from who knows where," Bet grumbled, still irked. He didn't expect thanks, but Bell's terrified flea stung like he was the monster. "When I found the last Minotaur, it had him cornered in a dead end. The blood's from the Minotaur I killed," Bet explained offhandedly. "Hey Ace," Bet asked, "am I scary? Or annoying?" Bell's frightened escape made Bet question his image. "Not scary," Ace shook her head, then added bluntly, "just annoying sometimes." Bet froze, his face cycling through pale, blue, and red. He hadn't expected such a candid jab from Ace. "You okay, Bet?" Ace noticed his odd expression. "Hurt chasing the Minotaur?" "I'm fine. How could a low-class monster touch me?" Bet snapped, inwardly reeling from Ice's words. Neither angry nor calm. Roy stifled a laugh, nearly bursting. Ice's innocent bluntness nearly silenced Bet. Heading back, Bet glared at Roy, storming off ahead. Chapter 158. Actually, Bet a girl. After dealing with the Minotaurs, Roy, Ace, and Bet didn't wait for the trailing Loki Familia members, swiftly returning to the surface. Under Ice's slight reluctance and Bet hostile glare, Roy bid Ace farewell and parted from them. Roy headed straight to Hephaestus' forge. Since Hestia worked odd jobs there, it was her daily routine. After reporting his safety to Hestia, she eagerly updated his status. During expedition, Roy hadn't updated daily using Hestia's divine blood as before. Hestia quickly finished. Name: Roy Flot level. 4 strength. I0 endurance. I0 dexterity. I0 agility. I0 magic. I0 magic. Arcs magica skill. 7 deadly sins. Omniscient development ability. Blacksmith I. Swordsman B. Mage B. Mystery G. Mixing I. Healing I. The half-month expedition with the Loki Familia, especially using wide area magic in the deep floors, paid off. Monsters past the 45th floor offered far more Excelia than earlier ones, pushing Roy to level 4. No new magic gains, but 2 new development abilities emerged. Mixing, essential for potion making, wasn't surprising given Roy's replicated Mayak medical knowledge. Healing, for mind recovery, boosted mana regeneration, a practical boon for mages like Roy. This Loki Familia expedition was fruitful, Roy mused, eyeing his status parchment. Beyond ranking up, He completed the random task 3 and earned nearly 1.5 million dimension points from Loki Familia members. Finn and others gave less than key figures like Ace and Lafia, but their numbers added up. The Loki Familius many named characters in the anime, each worth tens of thousands, some to millions. Hephaestus, Roy and I are heading back, Hestia called out. With Roy back, she wasn't staying at the forge and wanted to celebrate. With Hephaestus' nod, they returned to the Hestia Familia residence. Mr. Roy, an excited shout rang out at the gate. Belle stood in a corner, rushing over eagerly, likely waiting for Roy. Roy, someone you know? Hestia asked, eyeing Belle. Mayak Familia member, Roy replied. That Mayak guy, I haven't seen him lately. Hestia nodded. Mr. Roy, Goddess Hestia, hello. Belle bowed politely. Had never met Hestia, but God's distinct beauty and aura made her recognizable. Hello. Hestia smiled kindly. Seems you got business with Roy. Want to come in? No, I don't want to disturb you. Belle blushed, shaking his head. Then he'll head inside, Hestia said, leaving space for Roy and Belle. Mr. Roy about Bet. Belle spoke excitedly, eyes sparkling after Hestia left. Bet? Roy smirked playfully. Saw me in the dungeon, huh? Move fast. Belle's face reddened. I was too nervous and scared. Ran without thinking. Didn't realize till I left the dungeon. Bet saved your life, and you bolted without thanks. Really hurt his feelings, Roy teased. Is that so? Belle showed regret, nervous. I didn't mean to. Telling MES no use. Talk to Bet yourself, Roy smiled. In person? Belle hesitated, overly embarrassed. Saying thanks for saving your life shouldn't be hard, right? Roy countered. He'll do it. Belle struggled, then nodded firmly. You seem to care a lot about Bet. You could have asked the guild receptionist about him. He's well known in Oreo. Roy shrugged off playfully. I asked the receptionist, but she didn't know much. Belle hesitated. You seem close with the Loki Familia, so, want some exclusive secrets? Roy raised an eyebrow. Can I? Belle looked eager. Of course. Roy nodded, lowering his voice mysteriously. Belle leaned in, listening intently. Just one secret I stumbled on with the Loki Familia. Tell me, he'll keep it quiet, Belle urged. Roy coughed, glanced around cautiously. Actually, bet a girl. Chapter 159, Roy. There's an elf girl waiting at the door hearing Roy's words. Belle froze as if struck by lightning, his delicate, youthful face etched with disbelief. He turned to Roy. Belle had only wanted to know Bet preferences, but Roy's bombshell that Bet was a girl shattered his understanding. Everyone knew Bet Loga as a male adventurer. His appearance and demeanor screamed masculine, with no hint of femininity. Yet Roy's claim flipped that reality. Belle didn't doubt Roy. As his benefactor who guided him to the Mayak Familia when he was desperate in Oreo, Roy was among his most trusted. But the news was so jarring, Belle couldn't process it. I'm not completely sure it's true, Roy added softly, seeing Belle's shock. I overheard Loki Familia members whispering during the expedition. Probably true, though. Oh, okay, Belle nodded rapidly. Just don't spread it, Roy said sternly. It's the Loki Familia's business. If Bet a girl hiding as a boy, she's got reasons. You've been an adventurer a bit. You know, Oreos adventurers have secrets. Don't dig too deep. I understand, Mr. Roy. Belle nodded firmly, his tone resolute. Good. Remember that. Roy patted Belle's shoulder earnestly. Since Bet hiding it, treat her as a guy. Don't expose him, or he'll get mad. Under Roy's serious guidance, Belle nodded repeatedly, his face reddening as thoughts swirled. Mr. Roy, he'll head out. Belle bowed gratefully. Learning Bet's secret sparked excitement in his eyes. He darted off like a rabbit. Roy stifled a laugh, amused by his handiwork. Could Belle actually become gay? In the anime, Zeus drilled harem dreams into Belle. If Belle swung that way, what face would Zeus make? After Belle left, Roy entered the Hestia Familia. Hestia wanted to celebrate, but, considering Roy's long expedition, kept it simple. She planned a restful night and a day out in Oreo tomorrow. For 5 days, Roy stayed out of the dungeon, delighting Hestia, who often took leave from Hephaestus to join him. After some rest, Roy planned a solo dungeon expedition. First, he visited the Mayak Familius Blue Pharmacy to stock potions. Even solo, deep floors demanded preparation, or he'd risk abandoning tasks to return to DxD. Lord Mayak, you seem cheerful. Some good news you got? Roy asked, seeing Mayak come at the counter. Roy. Mayak set aside his work, smiling cheerfully. Indeed, something joyful. Where are Belle and Naza? Roy glanced around, seeing only Mayak. Naza took Belle to the dungeon. Mayak replied, then asked curiously, and how do you know Belle has top-tier adventurer potential? Roy looked surprised. He awakened a rare skill? As expected, Mayak nodded, not hiding it. Roy had introduced Belle, and could have kept him for the Hestia Familia. 5 days ago, Belle returned bloodied and awakened a skill ID never seen, Mayak said wryly. He wouldn't say why something impactful happened in the dungeon. Oh, Roy recounted Belle's encounter. You told him bet a woman. Mayak's handsome face twitched. Hestia said status can spark miracles from obsession. So I tested it, Roy shrugged. Belle's fixated on dungeon encounters. The Minotaur incident aligned, so Roy nudged Belle's fantasy along. It worked, Roy added. A good outcome still. Mayak nodded helplessly. Belle's skill stunned even a god. With it, barring early death, Belle would become one of Orio's top adventurers, a windfall for the Mayak Familia. But if Belle learns bet not a girl. Mayak worried, then gritted his teeth. If needed, he'll talk to Loki. Sacrifice yourself? Roy asked, intrigued. Mayak drew countless goddesses and female adventurers. Mayak's mouth twitched, sighing slightly. He'll get Loki to play along. Keep Belle in the dark. Amazing. Roy gave a thumbs up. After buying potions, Roy stocked food and entered the dungeon, aiming to hit level 5. Solo expeditions held more dangers than team ones. Past the 50th floor, Roy stayed cautious, retreating to the safe 50th floor for rest after tiring monster fights to ensure sleep. After nearly 4 weeks, Roy ranked up from level 4 to level 5. Congratulations, host, random task 2. Become a first-class adventurer completed. 200,000 dimension points gained. After status update, Roy felt his strength surge. Far beyond before. The sense of growth was stark. This rank up pushed Roy to level 100 Satan class host. Roy Flot race. Human level. Level 100 replicated abilities. Power of light. D. Power of destruction. A. Blacksmith. B. Kino talent. B. Possessed items. Boosted gear. B. Hestia sword. B. Replicated skills. Fauna. A. Bond of life. B. Dimension points. 3,985,210 Satan class now. Roy sensed his strength rivaled his limit with the boosted gear, though combat prowess far exceeded that temporary boost. Time to head back, Roy decided. Some dimension points remained on main characters, but with the Damachi world's coordinates locked, he could return anytime. No rush for points. All random tasks were done, no loss in leaving. But before he could, Roy, there's an elf girl waiting at the door. Hestia's voice reached his ears, slightly annoyed. Lafia? Roy pondered slightly. An. Well, Lafia won. Chapter 160. Roy, I need to tell you something. Our 18 DxD An. Chapter's highly addictive. XD Roy. Lafia blushed slightly as she saw Roy emerge from his room. It's you, Roy said, his tone teasingly indifferent as he noticed Lafia. He was only playing with her. Damn it, Roy. Lafia stomped the ground, her face red with frustration. Never mind. You're always like this, she muttered, her blush deepening unnaturally. Roy raised an eyebrow. Interesting, this Yuri elf, showing such emotions in front of him. Need something, Lafia? He asked, his voice calm but curious. Thanks for saving me. Lafia whispered softly. Can't hear you. Roy raised his voice. I said thanks. Lafia shouted, her face flaring up. Then she blushed again, fidgeting under his gaze. Roy gave her a skeptical look. Is this girl hinting at something? I don't need your thanks. You're my friend, and saving you is just what I do, Roy said with a gentle nod. Roy. Lafia stammered, her voice trembling. Roy smiled and patted her head lightly. Then, As if struck by a sudden thought, he pulled her into a gentle hug. "If you really want to thank me, then grant me one wish," he said playfully. "Gee, grant." Lafia's voice quivered. As a romantic elf who had read her share of passionate stories, she thought she understood his words. Before, Lafia hadn't known what love was. She believed only someone who earned her admiration, like Ace, could be her beloved. But when she saw Ace and Roy together, something felt missing. At first, Lafia thought she was jealous of Roy for stealing Ace's attention. But she was wrong. The truth was, she was jealous of Ace, her idol. She feared losing Roy. Lafia had always cherished Ace, so why did seeing Roy with her stir such unease? It felt as though Roy might slip away forever. Sure, Roy teased her constantly, but beneath his teasing was a gentle care and guidance that had slowly won her heart. When he risked charging to the 58th floor to save her from those dragons, it touched her deeply. She realized that if she didn't confess her feelings now, she might never get the chance. Back in the present moment, Lafia made a silent vow. She raised her eyes to meet Roy's, her gaze burning with determination. "Roy, I need to tell you something," she said, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "MHM?" Roy gave her a thoughtful look. "I love you," she declared, the words ringing with conviction. "So, I cured this Yuri elf? Time to see how this plays out." "Sorry, I can't respond to that," he said, his tone mock serious. Lafia froze, her body trembling as if her soul had been snatched away. "Just kidding," Roy added with a grin. "Roy," Lafia roared, raising her fist to pound his chest in frustration. "Well, that actually hurts." As she raised her hands to strike again, Roy caught her off guard. He leaned in, sealing her lips with a kiss. A moment later, a breathless, trembling Lafia gasped for air. "Come with me," Roy said softly. He lifted her into a princess carry, carried her to his room, and locked the door behind them. Roy guided Lafia over to the couch, helping her sit down. Her blonde hair fell across her shoulders, her pointed ears turning pink along with her cheeks. Lafia tugged nervously at the hem of her sweater. What are you staring at?" she stammered. She glanced away, pulling her knees up and wrapping her arms around them. Roy stayed silent, then reached for her hand, helping her up from the floor. Her skirt shifted as she stood, the lacy trim catching the light. "Are you okay, Lafia?" Roy asked quietly. She brushed herself off, cheeks flushed, and looked away. "Jay, just don't make a fuss, idiot," Lafia muttered, embarrassed. Her hands gripped the sheets, nails digging in. Roy's fingers grazed her inner thigh, drawing a sharp breath from her. "HNNN, Roy." His touch lingered along her hip, tracing slow circles that made her shiver. "Aya." Lafia's head tilted back, her sigh long and unsteady. Her hips shifted, responding to his closeness. Small chest heaving under her bra. "What? Don't tease." Roy grinned, shoving her bra up, exposing her chest, nipples hard as pebbles. He pinched one, rolling it between his fingers. So sensitive. Lafia's reaction stretched out, loud and desperate, as he touched her. She exhaled shakily, her voice trembling. "Huh, Roy." Her legs quivered as he held her close, the room growing quiet around them. Her eyes squeezed shut, lips parted, gasping for air. "NNN. Faster." "HNNN." Roy adjusted his grip, steadying her as she leaned into him. "Like that, huh?" he teased gently. Lafia's shoulders rose with a deep breath. Roy. Eat him." She trembled, a wave of overwhelming sensation crashing through her. She cried out in ha. Moisture dampened his hand. No rest for her. Roy yanked his pants down, his arousal springing free, hard, thick, and ready. Lafia's eyes widened, blush spreading to her chest. "T, that's big," she mumbled, half awe, half nervous. Her legs trembled. Roy grabbed her hips, pulling her close. "Ready, Lafia?" He leaned in close. Lafia bit her lip, nodding cutely. He moved closer, slow and careful. "Pain," Lafia cried, nails clawing his arms. "It hurts," Roy groaned. She felt nervous, as it was her first time. Take it slow, she whispered. He moved gently, letting her adjust. Lafia's soft gasps filled the room, but she quickly grew more comfortable. That's an adventurer for you. Ha, and then, Roy. She held him close as they continued. Her chest moved with each gentle motion, nipples grazing his chest. The bed creaked, the room warm with breathless sighs. Roy, Lafia's voice mixed with longing. Her body tensed, hips rocking to meet him. Roy held her closer, pulling her in. I shall do. She tried copying those romance female leads. Meanwhile, Roy held her close, pressing close to her again and again. In, Roy. Aya. Lafia's cries were long and breathless. Roy leaned down, his lips brushing her skin as his mouth lingered. Asha. Her body tensed, the moment building between them. He held her, relentless, the closeness overwhelming them both. This is crazy, Roy said. The moment overwhelmed her completely. Nah. Lafia's chest heaved, breaths ragged, eyes half-lidded. Why you jerk? She mumbled. Her fingers traced his chest. Roy smirked, hands squeezing her behind. Naughty. She huffed, ears red, but snuggled closer, flustered. Roy's fingers grazed her pointed elven ear, making her jolt. Ashash enenen. Wa, don't. She blushed. Oh. Roy's grin turned wicked. He leaned in, lips brushing her ear, teasing the tip. Aya. Lafia squealed, body trembling as if struck by a sudden shock. Her ears were incredibly sensitive, each touch and brush making her flinch. Roy. That tickles. Roy. Wow, you're loud, Roy said, tracing the delicate curve of her ear. Lafia's squeals stretched longer. Roy, you idiot. Her voice was high and flustered as he moved closer. Ashana. Roy. Lafia's voice rose with emotion. Her hands tugged at his hair. Roy held her closer, and the moment between them grew more intense. Aya. Sensitive as hell, Roy growled, pinching her nipples again. He took one into his mouth. Asha. Roy. Lafia's moans were nonstop, her body trembling as he held her close. He gently pushed her back. Look at you. Roy muttered, his heart racing again. He moved closer to her, her body pressing against him. Lafia cried, legs wrapping around him. Roy. Fainen. He held her close, the moment growing more intense, the bed creaking louder. Roy. NNN. Roy leaned in deeper. TT there. She gasped, eyes rolling back. He kept going, relentless. Lafia's moans grew frantic. Aya. HNNN. Roy. Another wave of pleasure hit her, and once again he heard her singing. He wasn't done. He turned her over, pulling her hips up. Roy. Fanen. Vuvuvait. Endono. Lafia cried her voice out. He pressed forward, hard, her form shifting with each movement. Aya. Her cries were hoarse, ears twitching as he leaned closer, brushing one again. Roy. TT2M much. Lafia cried, but her hips swayed back, leaning into him. He touched her ear, held her close, pressed against her, her body trembling under the intensity. Asha. Another wave of pleasure overwhelmed her. Asha. Roy. Roy held her close, relentless, until her soft cries turned to weak whimpers. Roy, she mumbled, voice barely audible. He held her one last time, overcome with emotion, whispering her name as he stayed close to her. He stepped back, her body limp as she lost consciousness. It seemed he had pushed too hard. A week later, time to head back, Roy decided. Some dimension points remained on main characters, but with the Damachi world's coordinates locked, he could return anytime. No rush for points. Plus, he already settled things with Hestia and Lafia. And all random tasks were done, no loss in leaving. System, return, Roy called softly. The scene warped, time and space twisting around him. After a burst of spatial distortion, a figure materialized in the dark, empty forest. This figure was none other than Roy, who had just returned from another world. As Roy felt solid ground beneath his feet, the familiar scenery of Kuo town greeted him. a place he hadn't seen in over 2 months. No longer surrounded by the oppressive air of the dungeon floors, Roy now breathed in the modern atmosphere of this world. Dimensional travel successful. You have returned to the world of High School DxD. The system's notification echoed in Roy's mind, confirming his location before falling silent. No dizziness this time, Roy murmured, pressing a hand to his temple. In his previous trips, traveling between worlds always brought a wave of dizziness. But this time, returning to the world, he felt nothing. To be precise, any discomfort was so faint it was negligible, barely affecting his body. A nice perk of the upgrade, Roy said with a slight smile, preparing to head back to Kuo Academy. He stood in a forest on the outskirts of Kuo Town, a secluded area rarely visited by anyone. Lush plants, chirping birds, and skittering insects were the only signs of life around him. Confirming no one was nearby, Roy strode forward, weaving through the trees and sprinting toward Kuo Academy. 3 minutes later, as he neared the bustling town center where pedestrians grew more common, Roy slowed to a normal walking pace to avoid drawing attention. Suddenly, his steps faltered, and he stopped. What's this feeling? An uneasy sensation prickled at the back of his neck, as if someone were watching him. Roy paused, calming his mind, and carefully scanned his surroundings. After a moment, he found nothing unusual. The people around him were ordinary, devoid of any power, and he sensed no abnormal auras. No, it's definitely not an illusion, Roy muttered. With his current strength, this sudden feeling of being watched couldn't be baseless. Thanks to Falna, Roy's perception had reached a new level. After ranking up to level 5 with Hestia's divine blood on the 50th floor, Roy had gained 2 new development abilities, Mage Defense and Perception. Perception heightened his sensitivity to his surroundings, allowing him to detect the gaze fixed on him. Yet, despite his heightened senses, Roy couldn't pinpoint the source of the stare. There were only 2 possible explanations. Either the observer had slipped out of his perception range after realizing they were noticed, or their strength far surpassed his own. Roy leaned toward the latter. This gaze, it doesn't feel hostile, he noted. Beyond the discomfort of being watched, there was no sense of danger, no hostility or malice. It was a neutral stare, almost as if the observer were looking down on him from a lofty height, regarding all living beings as equal beneath their gaze. Partner, look to your upper left. Drake's voice suddenly rang in Roy's mind, unusually serious. To avoid drawing attention, the dragon didn't manifest through the boosted gear as he typically would. Following Drake's instruction, Roy tilted his head and directed his gaze upward and to the left. After scanning past the buildings, he spotted a figure about 2 kilometers away atop a tall building, one of the few skyscrapers in Kuo Town. At the building's edge sat a small figure. Despite the distance, Roy's eyesight clearly captured her appearance. She was a girl as delicate as a porcelain doll. A dark purple lace-trimmed headband adorned her head, and jet black hair cascaded down to her waist. She wore a gothic Lolita dress, black with intricate white lace trim, puffed sleeves, and a short skirt that revealed her slender legs, paired with knee-high stockings and polished black shoes. The girl sat casually on the edge of the rooftop, hands braced against the platform, her legs swinging leisurely in the air. Ophis, Roy whispered, his memory aligning the girl's image with the dragon god of infinity. Anne, want to see Lafia here? By the way, we need some reviews, so don't be shy. Chapter 161. Ophis, what would you like? The girl in a jet-black gothic Lolita dress sat on the edge of the skyscraper's rooftop, gazing down silently. Her calm, dark eyes held a stillness, as if nothing could stir her emotions. Why did Ophis appear in Kuo Town? Roy murmured, frowning in thought. In this world, Roy's only advantages, besides his system, were his knowledge of the plot. His presence had disrupted the main storyline, but the broader events should still follow their natural course. As the saying goes, fate or destiny cannot be defied. Roy's influence was mostly confined to Kuo Town, specifically Kuo Academy. Beyond that, The world continued to unfold as it should. Events that were meant to happen still occurred. Partner, don't worry too much. Ophis is no threat to us. Drake's voice echoed in Roy's mind. I know, Roy replied with a nod. Drake was right. Ophis posed no threat. More accurately, Roy and Drake together couldn't pose a threat to her, so she had no reason to be dangerous. Ophis, the dragon god of infinity, was a being of unmatched power. Among the top 10 strongest in the world, she held the second place, her strength so vast that even the combined might of the other 8 powerhouses wouldn't be enough to challenge her. Only Great Red could defeat her. Roy stared at Ophis atop the building, deciding to approach her. She had already noticed him, her gaze locking onto his. Ignoring her now would seem too deliberate. But as Roy took a step toward her, Ophis vanished from his sight. The rooftop's edge, where she had been sitting, was now empty, as if her presence had been an illusion. Long time no see, Drake. A voice devoid of emotion, yet timeless, spoke beside Roy's ear. Without warning, Ophis appeared at his side. The surrounding pedestrians didn't notice her sudden arrival, moving around her naturally, as if she had always been there, blending seamlessly into the environment. Roy's breath caught. This was the power of the world's second strongest. She had crossed kilometers in an instant, without Roy sensing her approach until she spoke. Only then did the crowd begin to notice the Gothic-clad girl. Our first meeting, Ophis, Roy said, looking at the expressionless girl. My name is Roy Flott, the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation. Roy Flott, I remember your name, Ophis replied, her eyes meeting his as she nodded. Come with me. This isn't the place to talk. Both Roy and Ophis stood out among ordinary people, drawing attention wherever they went. Roy gently took Ophis' delicate hand, soft like any young girl's, yet capable of unleashing devastating attacks. She didn't resist, allowing him to lead her to a nearby dessert shop. This bustling part of Kuo Town was filled with pedestrians and shops. Rather than searching for a secluded corner, Roy chose the closest dessert shop for their conversation. Ophis, what would you like? Roy asked, ordering a chocolate ice cream at the counter before glancing down at her. I have no need for food. Am not here for such trivial things, Ophis replied, her tone ancient despite her youthful appearance. As a being of infinite power, she had no need to eat to sustain herself and showed little interest in human food. Same as mine, then. When they were ready, he carried the small box with 2 cups and led Ophis to a private booth. Roy and Ophis sat side by side on the sofa. He placed 1 ice cream in front of her, but she sat motionless on Ophis. Why are you here? Roy asked as the boosted gear materialized on his right hand, Drake's voice carrying the question. I was passing by, Ophis said plainly. I heard you were in this city, Drake, so I stopped to look. As a dragon with ties to Drake from ages past. It wasn't strange for Ophis to appear in Kuo Town, given her worldwide wanderings. What do you want from us? Not just reminiscing. I assume. Roy gave her a confused look. I didn't intend to disturb you, Ophis replied, her delicate face expressionless. But when I saw you, my instincts told me you might help me reclaim eternal silence. Following your instincts, then? Roy chuckled helplessly. The stronger one became, the sharper their senses. Some could even predict the future. For a being like the infinite dragon god, extraordinary intuition was expected. Still, Roy hadn't anticipated that Ophis' instincts would involve him. Chapter 162. Mating, perhaps? Roy didn't deny Ophis' claim that he could help her reclaim eternal silence. He was confident in his potential. In the future, he believed he could reach the same heights as her. In the infinite worlds, countless powerful beings existed. Even Ophis, the second strongest in this world, might not rank highly among them. With his system's ability to travel between worlds, Roy could access the resources of various worlds to enhance his strength. This path ensured that reaching the level of the infinite dragon god was only a matter of time. Barring any accidents, Roy's power would one day rival hers, and surpassing her wasn't out of the question. He had to admit the intuition of the strong was terrifying for a pure dragon like Ophis. unburdened by stray thoughts. Her instincts were pristine, her perception sharper than most. Take my Ouroboros, become my ally. Help me reclaim eternal silence, and I'll grant your desire, Ophis said, raising her hand. A mass of black energy formed, shaped like an Ouroboros, a serpent biting its own tail in a perfect circle. Noticing her offer, Roy instinctively realized Ophis saw him as a key to her goal. Ouroboros? He asked, taking the serpent-like energy from her hand and examining it closely. Ophis watched him with pure, unblinking eyes, waiting for him to consume it. Ophis, your wish is to defeat Great Red and return to the dimensional gap, right? Roy asked, holding the Ouroboros but not eating it, a smile playing on his lips. Yes, I want to defeat Great Red and return to my home, Ophis replied. Her usually emotionless tone carried a firm resolve. Ophis wasn't native to Earth. Born in the dimensional gap, she was a creature of that liminal space. Long ago, Great Red defeated her, exiling her to Earth. Since then, she had wandered, seeking a way to defeat him and reclaim her birthplace. Do you think, even if I take your snake now, I could help you defeat Great Red? Roy asked, still smiling. Ophis paused, then said with stubborn conviction, my intuition doesn't lie. You can help me. Roy's current strength was negligible. To Great Red, he might be as insignificant as dust, blown away by a single flap of his wings. He couldn't even withstand the aftermath of a battle between Ophis and Great Red. Yet, despite the reality, Ophis trusted her instincts over logic. She didn't know why, but she believed Roy could help her defeat her foe. I'll hold onto your Ouroboros for now, Roy said, neither consuming nor rejecting it. The Ouroboros wasn't poison or means of control. It was a pure creation of Ophis power, capable of granting immense strength. Roy estimated that swallowing it could elevate him to the peak of Satan class. However, the Ouroboros was tied to the Cow's Brigade. If word spread that Roy had consumed it, trouble would follow. He decided to keep it for later. You said you'd grant my desire, right? Roy asked with a grin. What do you want? Ophis replied. How about we become partners? Roy teased. Do you want me to join you as your closest ally? Ophis asked, her tone unchanged. An alliance between us would be exceptional. Roy nodded, a bit amused. Ophis fell silent, considering. I don't know if my body can produce offspring, she said, shaking her head. Given my nature, it's unlikely. The stronger a being, the lower their fertility. Dragons, especially those above Dragon King level, rarely produced heirs. Ophis, as the infinite dragon god, was no exception. Even if I could bear a child. She continued, looking at Roy, you're too weak now. A child wouldn't help me defeat Great Red. My instinct points to you, not your offspring. You're relentless about defeating Great Red, Roy said, laughing. I only want to reclaim my silence, Ophis said, her voice steady. Returning to the dimensional gap was her obsession, and she wouldn't overlook any opportunity. If you can't fulfill this request, it seems there's little worth asking, Roy said, growing bolder. When I defeat Great Red, will you bear my heir? Ophis replied, that's an empty promise. Roy shook his head. No empty promises. Ophis stared at him silently, then said, make another request. Stay close to me tonight. Just resting nearby? Ophis tilted her head. More than that, perhaps, Roy said bluntly. Ophis fell silent, clearly troubled by the request. Forget it, Roy said, waving it off. He hadn't expected her to agree. How about a bit of your blood? He asked. Blood? Why? Ophis raised her eyes, curious. To see if I can use it to boost my strength. You know my current power is nowhere near enough to help you against Great Red, Roy explained. Dragons were treasures in themselves, their bodies brimming with power. Ophis, as the infinite dragon god, was the pinnacle. Her Ouroboros alone could grant immense strength. Her blood could be even more potent. Having returned from the Damachi world, Roy understood the fauna well. He wanted to test if Ophis' blood could enhance his fauna or further develop the boosted gear. Ophis considered his request, her expression unchanging. Very well, she said, extending her hand. A single drop of shimmering, dark blood formed at her fingertip, glowing with an otherworldly energy. Roy carefully collected the drop, storing it securely. "Thank you, Ophis. You'll see what I can do with this." Ophis nodded, her gaze steady. "When you're ready, help me reclaim my silence." Chapter 163. She-S Ophis. After all, the core of fauna is an accelerator that unlocks the potential within the human body, amplifying it to make one increasingly stronger. Similarly, fauna serves as a key, opening the door for mortals to evolve toward godhood. According to the gods, the higher the level of fauna, the closer one is to divinity. At its limit, fauna could potentially sublimate a person into a god. In contrast, the sacred gears of DxD world function differently. Sacred gears are not mere lifeless tools. The boosted gear, housing the soul of the Drake, possesses self-awareness, communicates with its host, and influences how the gear is used. Such sacred gears have immense growth potential. Under the right conditions, they can achieve a state of balance break. In the anime, Ise Hayate used the power of evil pieces alongside the boosted gear to develop the scale male and true queen mode. Other sacred gears can also evolve new abilities. For example, Chow Chow and the hero faction developed a subspecies balance breaker distinct from the original sacred gear. Roy lacked evil pieces, so he couldn't replicate Issei's methods. However, he possessed other powers. The fauna, crafted by divine wisdom, was no less weaker than evil pieces. Additionally, Roy had replicated forging skills from Hephaestus. Hephaestus could create 8B-level divine blade using forging expertise. Roy believed he could use his fauna and forging skills to evolve the boosted gear to a new level. Ophis blood will be highly compatible with a boosted gear. If developed properly, it could unlock a new mode, perhaps a dragon god mode, harnessing Ophis' infinite power. This idea struck Roy the moment he saw Ophis. When she offered her blood, he seized the opportunity without hesitation. "You're too weak now. If my blood can help you, take it," Ophis said generously. For her, neither the Ouroboros nor her blood held much significance. With her infinite power, she could recover any loss in moments. Ophis slit her palm, and bright red blood welled up, pulsing with vibrant vitality and immense energy. Roy sensed that a single drop held power comparable to, or surpassing, that of an ultimate class. Quickly, Roy retrieved a special metal bottle from his space and collected Ophis blood. "This is enough for now. If I need more, I'll ask," he said, sealing the bottle to contain its energy and storing it back in the gluttony space. "Good," Ophis replied, her expression unchanged. The cut on her palm healed instantly, leaving no trace. "You've promised to help me defeat Great Red, right?" Ophis asked. "When I'm strong enough, it'll help you," Roy said casually. He didn't specify when that would be. "Certainly not now." Ophis, satisfied with his answer, showed a faint hint of contentment on her delicate face. "Eat your ice cream. It'll melt soon," Roy said, pleased with his gains. Ophis Ouroboros and her blood. He scooped a bite of his chocolate ice cream, savoring the dessert shop's quality. Ophis sat still, her clear eyes following the ice cream from the cup to Roy's mouth. "Don't you want to try it? It's good," Roy said, noticing her gaze. He scooped another spoonful and offered it to her. After a moment's hesitation, Ophis leaned forward, her small tongue lightly licking the spoon. "Cold, sweet," she murmured, then ate the ice cream from Roy's spoon. Roy gestured for her to use the spoon in front of her. Mimicking him, Ophis picked it up and began eating her ice cream, spoonful by spoonful, finishing the cup quickly. "Want more?" Roy asked with a smile. The infinite dragon god wouldn't suffer from overindulging like ordinary girls. "Okay. No, my allies are calling me. I must go," Ophis said, pausing as if sensing something. "Wait 2 minutes," Roy said. He and Ophis left the booth, ordered 5 more chocolate ice creams to go, and handed her the packed bag. Ophis' lips curved slightly, a rare smile. She walked out of the dessert shop, bag in hand, and vanished without a trace, unnoticed by the pedestrians, as if she had never been there. She's gone. Draig's voice echoed in Roy's mind, sounding relieved. Feeling pressured, Draig? Roy asked, grinning. She's Ophis, after all, Draig admitted. He felt the weight of facing the infinite dragon god. But, partner, Draig added after a pause, his tone shifting to something uncharacteristically impressed. You're something else. Roy chuckled. Just wait. He'll make good use of her blood and that Ouroboros. Chapter 164. Partner, did you feel that? Roy couldn't find the right words to express his feelings at that moment. In the end, Draig settled on a single word to convey his admiration for Roy. Beautiful, he said, his voice heavy with respect. Draig, are you sure you're not mocking me? Roy responded in his mind, raising an eyebrow. No, I mean it. I admire you, Draig said, his tone deep and unusually serious. Asking Ophis to bear your child? That's unprecedented. As the second strongest in the world, far surpassing other powerhouses, Ophis commanded respect wherever she went. On the surface, everyone treated her with caution. After all, only Great Red could handle her in a fight. Others could only revere her. Roy's bold words would be an insult to any other powerhouse. Draig had never heard of anyone daring to suggest that the infinite dragon god bear their child. Take it as a compliment, then, Roy said with a helpless smile. Honestly, I wanted to be a dragon knight since I was a kid. Draig fell silent, knowing his host was teasing again, this time with suggestive remarks about Ophis. Suddenly, Draig sensed a familiar presence nearby, though it vanished quickly. Partner, did you feel that? He asked, his voice serious. That soul-stirring sensation. The White Dragon Emperor, right? Roy said, nodding slightly. He had once dismissed the idea of a fated rival as mere inherited enmity or a destined mission, but now he understood its weight. The conflict between the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor began when they were heavenly dragons, continuing even after they were sealed into sacred gears. The flames of their war had burned for millennia, etched into their souls. As hosts of these sacred gears, Roy and his counterpart inherited this rivalry, woven into their instincts. When they drew near, it triggered a visceral reaction like a spark igniting. Yes, he was nearby just now, Draig confirmed. Ophis' visit to Kuo town must be connected to him, Roy said, piecing it together. Ophis passing by likely meant she was with Valley. By this point in the anime, Valley had likely joined the Cows Brigade. In the story, Valley and Ophis shared a closer bond within the group, while others treated her as a mascot. I wonder why the White Dragon Emperor didn't come to meet us and just left, Draig mused. He'll show up eventually, Roy said, shaking his head. Valley's hesitation was likely due to his position. Though part of the Cows Brigade, he was still publicly aligned with the fallen angels and wouldn't want to expose his ties to the group. But you're confident enough to face him now, right? Draig asked, his tone serious. When we get back, he'll try the balance breaker. I should be able to use it without issue now, Roy said, walking toward Kuo Academy. When he last left, Roy had been on the cusp of achieving the balance breaker, but lacked something crucial, preventing him from fully activating it. Draig had estimated that reaching ultimate class strength would allow Roy to unlock the mode effortlessly. After his time in Damachi World, Roy's strength had grown significantly, reaching the level of a Satan class and surpassing Draig's requirements. If he could activate the balance breaker, unless Valley had mastered the Juggernaut drive, he'd likely be outmatched. 10 minutes later, Roy arrived at Kuo Academy. It was the final class before lunch break. So Roy didn't head to the classroom. Instead, he went to ORC. After texting Rias and the others to let them know he was back, he waited there. Soon, the bell rang, and the campus buzzed with activity. Rias and the others hurried to the clubroom to meet him. Roy, didn't you say you were leaving to train? Why are you back so soon? Rias asked, sitting beside him, a hint of concern in her voice. She worried something had gone wrong during his training, prompting his quick return. Roy had been gone for only a day, far too short for meaningful progress. It's fine, Roy said, smiling slightly. My goal was to better master the boosted gear. I got lucky, hit no roadblocks, and achieved it quickly. So I came back without delay. Though he had spent over 2 months in Damachi World, Roy had used system points to adjust the time flow between worlds. In DxD World, less than a day had passed. "That's a relief," Rias said. "You rushed back, so you probably haven't eaten yet, right?" Roy nodded. "Come eat with us," then Rias said warmly. Chapter 165. This intensity. It's captivating for Rias and the others. Roy had only been gone for less than a day, so they didn't feel much absence. After lunch, Roy rested in the ORC until the lunch break ended, then returned to class. "Roy, you're back?" The girls in his class greeted him warmly, crowding around to ask about his brief absence. As one of the most attractive students, Roy's leave had drawn attention. The teacher had mentioned he'd be gone for a while, yet he returned in just a day. Roy smiled awkwardly, answering their questions vaguely. When the class bell rang, the girls dispersed to their seats. "Roy, did you sneak off to a beauty salon or something?" Kiryu teased, eyeing him up and down. "You seem even more attractive now." "Am I that vain?" Roy said, rolling his eyes. His lust skill did enhance his appeal to others, but Kiryu's sharp observation caught him off guard. "Maybe it's that male glow-up at 18? Kiryu continued, her gaze lingering. "If those fangirls saw you now, they'd probably faint from excitement." Roy sighed inwardly. His desk mate was getting bolder. "Kiryu, you're the one being inappropriate. Roy just got back, and you're already teasing him. Can't you behave?" Kate scolded, poking Kiryu's back, with Murayama nodding in agreement. "You two are just jealous." Kiryu shot back, undeterred. "I'm not wrong. Roy's even more striking than before. Don't you see it?" "Roy's always been like this," Kate mumbled, her cheeks flushing as she glanced at him briefly before looking away. "You were just dodging the topic," Murayama added quietly. "You're the ones missing the point," Kiryu said confidently. "As Roy's friends, you should notice these things. Don't you know how popular he is? Those third-year girls have been asking about him." Her words left Kate and Murayama deflated, as if they'd failed some test. Roy shook his head at their weak comeback, but the teacher arrived, cutting Kiryu's antics short as class began. The afternoon classes passed quickly. Afterward, Roy returned to ORC. Everyone was there except Kiba, who Rias had assigned to monitor Issei. As a member of the Go Home Club, Issei left school immediately after classes, and Kiba followed him. "Rias, can you set up a barrier?" Roy asked. "A barrier? What for?" Rias asked curiously, nodding in agreement. "I want to try the balance breaker, but I'm worried I might not control the power well the first time," Roy explained. He could find a secluded spot to test it. But the balance breaker unleashed immense energy that could damage the surroundings and attract unwanted attention. A barrier from Rias would be safer. "The balance breaker of the boosted gear?" Aquino asked, looking surprised. Kaneko paused her game, her golden eyes fixed on Roy. Asia looked curious, but less shocked. "You've only had the boosted gear for a few days, right?" Aquino said, her expression complex. The balance breaker was the ultimate state of a sacred gear, a realm many hosts never reached. Historically, only exceptional individuals achieved it, even for the red and white dragon emperors. Few hosts unlocked the balance breaker. Roy, who awakened his sacred gear recently, claiming to reach it after a day's training, was astonishing. Not just Aquino, but Rias and Kaneko felt the pressure. Having such a rapidly progressing prodigy nearby challenged even them, the geniuses among the young devils. "Aquino, help me with the barrier," Rias instructed, beginning to set up a crystalline barrier to contain any energy leakage. Soon, the barrier was complete, shimmering like a crystal dome. A crimson gauntlet appeared on Roy's right hand. He closed his eyes, activating Omniscient to sense the boosted gear's rhythm. A spark of insight hit him, and he opened his eyes. A brilliant light burst from the jewel on his gauntlet. "Success, partner!" Drake's voice rang out. "Balance breaker," Roy declared. A surge of power erupted from him, sweeping through the barrier like a gust of wind. Red light exploded from the gauntlet, enveloping Roy. "This is the balance breaker?" Rias murmured, maintaining the barrier as she felt the overwhelming power radiating from Roy. It was her first time witnessing a balance breaker. The violent energy could have raised the Occult Research Club if she and Aquino weren't reinforcing the barrier. Such a vibrant color. It suits you, Rias, Aquino said with a smile, though her eyes held awe. This intensity, it's captivating. Such strong power, Kaneko observed, staring at Roy. Amazing, Asia whispered, squinting against the energy's gust. The red light around Roy grew dazzling, then abruptly contracted, fusing into his body. Crimson armor enveloped him, the iconic scale mail of the Red Dragon Emperor. As the records describe, this is the boosted gears balance breaker, Rias said, her voice tinged with surprise. It actually worked, Aquino said, her eyes wide at the imposing red armor. Its mere presence radiating oppression. Roy's aura gradually stabilized, the wild energy calming. The suffocating pressure in the room faded. With remarkable speed, Roy adapted to the balance breaker's power, mastering it effortlessly. If I'm not fighting, I can maintain this for a week, he said, moving his limbs. The armor felt heavy, but it was manageable. He regretted the lack of an opponent to test his new power. With a thought, he dispelled the balance breaker, the armor vanishing. Impressive control, Rias said, lowering the barrier. You've surpassed expectations, Roy. Roy grinned. Chapter 166. We should try a few more times to be sure with the assistance of Omniscient. Roy mastered the balance breaker effortlessly after activating it for the first time. His adaptability rivaled, if not surpassed, that of previous Red Dragon Emperors who had reached this state. The power of a sacred gear like the boosted gear depended on the host's strength. Few Red Dragon Emperors in history had achieved ultimate class power as humans, but many perished before reaching their full potential. Roy, however, held numerous advantages over his predecessors, making his mastery of the balance breaker exceptionally high. The next step is to consider engraving Falna, Roy thought. Balance breaker marked a turning point in his strength within this world, allowing him to compete with renowned powerhouses. Yet for veteran figures, even this achievement made him merely a capable rookie. To truly stand among the world's elite, he needed greater power. However, Roy wasn't ready to engrave Falna onto the boosted gear immediately. The sacred gear was no ordinary weapon, and applying Falna to it would differ from standard Falna engravings. Unlike forging a divine blade from scratch, as Hephaestus did, modifying an already formed sacred gear like the boosted gear was far more complex. Its power and intricacy surpassed even top-tier weapons, posing a challenge even to Hephaestus. I need more information on sacred gears, Roy mused, pondering how to enhance the boosted gear further. Understanding sacred gears in depth was crucial to unlocking their full potential. Roy quickly considered his best source, Azazel, the governor of the Grigori. Aside from the biblical god, who created sacred gears, Azazel's expertise was unmatched. His research was relentless, and he had even crafted artificial sacred gears, though they fell short of Longinus-class gears. Azazel also oversaw several sacred gear hosts among this people, including those with Longinus sacred gears, making his knowledge invaluable. If Roy could access Azazel's research, it would greatly aid in engraving Falna onto the boosted gear. The latest episodes are on the NOVL. Even if his plan failed, Omniscient would ensure he gained valuable insights into sacred gears, making the effort worthwhile. Rias, what happened just now? I sensed a powerful surge from here, Sona said, entering ORC as Rias and Aquino dismantled the barrier. We were conducting an experiment with Roy, Rias replied, keeping the details vague. Sorry for the disturbance. I thought some dangerous figure had infiltrated the school, Sona said, glancing at Roy with surprise before relaxing. As the current Red Dragon Emperor, his power was expected. It seems you tested the boosted gear's power and succeeded. Roy nodded, confirming her guess. If everything's fine, it'll leave you be, Sona sighed, bidding farewell and departing. I feel like Sona hasn't given up on you, Roy, Rias pondered, watching Sona leave. She's probably just curious about him, Aquino chuckled. Doesn't matter. Roy's my fiancé now, so Sona's out of luck. After the club activities, Roy and the others returned to the villa. That night, with Rias beside him, the two shared an intimate moment together. When Roy awoke, Rias was beside him, her flawless body glowing softly as she channeled her demonic power, seemingly intrigued by changes in it. "Feel something?" Roy asked. "I think I'm a bit stronger than before," Rias said, intrigued with a spark in her eyes. As the Grimmery clan heir, Rias was sensitive to her demonic power, despite her struggles with controlling her power of destruction, which showed she wasn't much of a prodigy. Still, she couldn't miss such a shift. Her guest confirmed. She realized the boost in her demonic power was tied to Roy. "I picked up a bit of technique by chance," Roy said with a vague smile. "It seems to enhance our strength when we're playing." He couldn't reveal his time in Damachi, not even to Rias. "No limits?" Rias asked, her eyes lighting up with anticipation. She dismissed her demonic power and leaned closer to Roy. "I don't think so," Roy shrugged. He hadn't tested it extensively. "We should try a few more times to be sure," Rias said eagerly. Her enthusiasm was palpable. Chapter 167. A closer look. Rias leaned toward Roy with a sharp, curious expression as they continued their experiment. Her eyes held a shy glimmer as she bit her lip, her fingers nervously tracing his collarbone. "Roy, I want to feel that power again," she whispered, her voice trembling with a mix of desire and hesitation. "Make me stronger, please?" Roy's lips curled into a smirk, his hands finding her waist, pulling her closer. "You're so cute when you're shy, Rias," he teased. Her blush deepened. "You don't tease me," she stammered, her hands sliding down his chest. "Just hold me close," she whispered. Roy's hands rested gently on her waist, drawing her nearer, earning a soft sigh. "Oh, darling," she breathed, her voice warm and tender, her face flushing as she realized how loud she'd been. "Getting loud already?" Roy chuckled, nipping her lower lip. His hand slid up, and Rhea squirmed. "That's too much," she gasped, pulling back slightly. Roy grinned. He teased her gently, and she arched her back with a louder "oh." "Roy, yes." Her voice was a mix of shyness and excitement. "You're so good at this," she mumbled, her face buried in his shoulder, her breath warm against his skin. "Only because you're so charming," Roy chuckled, his hands sliding down to grip her thighs, lifting her to straddle him. He pressed against her, and Rhea's eyes widened. "Oh, Roy, it's so much," she whispered, her fingers brushing against him, her touch tentative. She held him close, her cheeks burning as she leaned closer to him. "Does it feel good?" "Rheas, you have no idea," Roy groaned, his body responding to her closeness. She smiled, her touch becoming more confident. "I want to make you feel good too." She leaned down, her chest brushing his as she kissed him again. "Tell me what you want," she murmured against his lips. "I want you," Roy said. He guided her hips closer, holding her gently as they came together. Rhea's breath hitched, her eyes wide as she felt him press against her. Darling, go slow, okay?" she whispered, her voice trembling as she braced herself. Still not used to this." He nodded, easing her down gently, holding her close. "Aya!" Words escaped from her lips as he held her. Her hands gripped his shoulders. "Oh, darling," she whispered softly, her voice a mix of surprise. "You okay?" Roy asked, pausing to let her catch her breath. Rheas nodded, her face flushed, but her eyes half-lidded. "Why, yes, it's okay," she admitted. "Keep going, darling, please." Her plea was urgent, encouraging him on. Roy moved slowly. Rheas held him close, her soft breaths growing quicker with each movement. "On, darling, closer." Her chest rose and fell against his, sending warmth through both of them. "Oh, it feels so good. Don't stop," she whispered eagerly as they held each other. "Rheas, you're so close," Roy groaned, his hands holding her close, guiding her movements. She whimpered, her face flushing as she leaned forward, kissing him softly. "Darling, I love how this feels," she gasped between kisses, her voice trembling with emotion. "Please don't stop." His fingers brushed against her softly. They held each other close as the moment grew more intense, her soft gasps turning to breathless cries. "Oh, right there. Darling, yes," she called out, her body trembling with overwhelming emotion. Her inexperience made every sensation feel vivid and new. "Eat him. On, darling." Her whole body shook as the feeling crested. "Not yet, Rias," he growled, flipping her onto her back. Her eyes widened, a shy gasp escaping as he pulled her close. "D, darling, what are you dash?" She stammered, but she leaned into him willingly. "Gonna make you feel amazing again," he said, holding her tightly as he pressed close with a deep embrace. Rias gasped softly as Roy leaned close. "Darling, this is so much to take in. But don't let go," she whispered, her shyness warring with her feelings as he held her gaze. Roy smiled, his hands gently cradling hers above her head. Rias let out a small, breathless laugh, leaning into the moment. Her eyes locked on his. "You're so rough." I love it," he obliged, increasing the intensity, the bed creaking under them. Her cries filled the room. "On. Yes, darling." His fingers found her, making her cry out. "Oh, that's so good." Her body trembled with overwhelming pleasure. "Darling, I'm gonna come again. Don't stop." "Let go, Rias." Roy held her close, his own moment also near. She held on to him tightly as she cried out. "Ah, Roy." Roy groaned as the intensity pushed him over the edge. "Damn, Rias." He breathed, his movements slowing as they held each other close. But Rias wasn't done. Her eyes gleamed with love as she pushed him onto his back. "And more," she whispered. "I want you again. I need it. You like it so much, Rias." Roy grinned as he held her close. She giggled nervously, pulling him close. "And that feels nice." Her movements were clumsy but eager as she leaned into him. "Darling, I want you closer." He held her, their bodies moving together, her laughter mixing with soft sounds. "Yes, darling. You're amazing," she cried, her hands braced on his chest. "I love this. Don't stop." Her initial shyness was gone, replaced by pure excitement as she chased the thrill. Roy's hands steadied her, and she squealed, "Oh, do that again." He did it again, and she laughed louder. "Yes, darling, I'm done." She cried out in overwhelming pleasure, her third wave of intensity crashing over her as she screamed. "Aya!" Rias collapsed onto him, panting slightly. "Roy, I feel stronger." It was already afternoon when Roy and Rias emerged from their room. They found the others having afternoon tea in the living room. "Well, look who's finally up," Aquino said, glancing at them with a teasing smile. "It's past lunchtime. These freshly baked snacks probably won't fill you too." "Aquino, you've been acting strange since we got up. Got a problem with me?" Rias asked, sitting down confidently. She poured a cup of tea for Roy, then one for herself. "Oh, absolutely," Aquino smirked. "You know I'm annoyed, Rias. Can you at least tone it down? I'm a single girl, and hearing you two all night and now during the day is torture." Rias looked unfazed. "What's wrong with enjoying time with my fiancé? If it's such torture, why not move out? Or find a boyfriend," Rias added. "I'm your queen. It's my duty to stay by your side," Aquino replied. "As for a boyfriend, if you don't mind, how about I borrow Roy?" "Aquino, sounds like you're challenging me." "My hands are itching for a fight," Rias said, setting down her cup after eating a few snacks. A dangerous smile crossed her face. "Just what I wanted, Rias," Aquino replied, accepting the challenge with a chuckle. Without hesitation, they stood, activated a teleportation circle, and left the villa for a duel elsewhere. "Roy, you should take it easy," Asia said, her voice full of concern. "I've heard overdoing it when you're young can cause problems later." Roy couldn't help but smile at her earnestness. Ravel sipped her tea quietly, blushing and stealing glances at Roy. "Rainair Middle, make Roy some coffee. Make it strong." Kaneko glanced expressionlessly. Roy groaned inwardly. "Coffee? Seriously?" For the next few days, Roy settled into a normal routine. Compared to fighting monsters daily in the dungeon, this calm life felt relaxing. In an empty classroom in the old schoolhouse, The sound of clashing echoed. Within seconds, two swords collided dozens of times, stirring gusts of wind. While monitoring Issei, Kiba used his free time to spar with Roy, aiming to hone his swordsmanship. Roy had agreed to these sessions long ago and readily accepted Kiba's request for a match. Kiba's eyes were sharp and intense, his sword strikes swift and fierce, each move carrying a desire to overwhelm his opponent. Roy casually deflected Kiba's attack and struck his wrist with the flat of his blade, forcing Kiba to drop his sword in pain. "Let's stop here." Roy lowered his weapon. "Kiba, what's going on with you?" Kiba's performance today was off. His moves were overly aggressive, almost as if he were fighting a mortal enemy. "It's nothing," Kiba replied, shaking his head with a somber expression. He picked up his dropped sword, forcing a smile. "You were fighting like I killed your family." "That's not nothing. It's just that I'm a bit off today." "It'll adjust soon," Kiba replied, sheathing his sword. "Don't you consider me a friend?" Roy pressed, raising a slight eyebrow. Kiba sighed. "I just recalled some things from my past. It's put me in a bad mood." He didn't elaborate, but added, "Sorry for worrying you over something small." "All right, as long as you're fine." He planned to ask Issei later, since Kiba had been staying with him recently. After training, Roy returned to class, found Issei, and pulled him to a quiet corner. "Do you know what's up with Kiba? He seems off." "You noticed too?" Issei exclaimed. "I don't know what's wrong with him. When he trains me, it feels like he's trying to kill me. I've nearly died a few times." As a newly reincarnated devil, Issei's strength was lacking, so Kiba, playing the mentor, taught him basic combat skills for self-defense. "When did it start?" Roy asked. Issei thought hard. "It started after he saw a childhood photo of me." His face got all gloomy. "That pretty boy with that scary look? Freaked me out," Issei added. "I think it's related." "A photo? Wait, he'll show you," pulling out his phone and scrolling through his gallery. He showed Roy a picture of two kids, a young Issei and another child holding a cloth-wrapped sword, with only part of the hilt visible. Even from that glimpse, Roy could tell the sword was no ordinary weapon. Holy sword, Roy recognized it. Based on his knowledge, the child was likely Irina, and the sword was a holy sword. No wonder Kiba's mood was off. His past trauma with holy swords explained his reaction. Holy sword? Issei knew the term from games, but not in reality. "I think I know why Kiba's acting strange," Roy said. "For now, avoid going out at night. Stay home as much as possible." "Is it dangerous?" Issei asked, a chill running down his spine. "Not sure, just a hunch," Roy said bluntly. "But it's likely. A low-class devil like you would be cannon fodder." Kokabeel seemed to have chosen Kuo Town as the testing ground for the Holy Sword project. "He'll stay home. No way I'm going out at night," Issei promised fervently. Chapter 168. Why did you suddenly run into those people? Regarding Kiba's situation, since Roy knew the reason behind it, he didn't plan to intervene too much. The hatred buried in Kiba's heart was like a powder keg, destined to explode sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. Roy had never experienced such a dark past, so he couldn't fully grasp the pain in Kiba's heart. Relying on verbal persuasion wouldn't play a critical role and might even come across as dismissive or sarcastic. After school that afternoon, Roy, Rias, and Aquino stayed in Orc for a while before returning to the villa together. As for Kaneko, Asia, and Ravel, they had made plans to go shopping with their classmates. Both Roy and Rias supported these group activities with friends. After all, Asia and Ravel had grown up in environments vastly different from those of ordinary people. Everyone hoped they could quickly integrate into daily life at Kuo Academy, build their own interpersonal relationships, and form strong bonds with their classmates. When Roy and the others finished dinner, Kaneko, Asia, and Ravel returned from their outing. Strangely, however, the three of them didn't look happy, as one might expect after spending time with friends. Instead, their faces carried a heavy, troubled expression. "President, we encountered people from the church," Kaneko revealed before anyone could ask. "Church people?" Rias was taken aback, her face showing immediate concern. She rushed forward, looking the three up and down, and asked nervously, "Are you three okay? Are you injured?" Since old times, the church and the devils have been opposing factions, locked in an unending enmity. The war in the past, with its relentless bloodshed, had driven their relationship to a freezing point. If not for the war's devastating toll, which forced a ceasefire and a modern need for angels, devils, and fallen angels to remain hidden from the public, conflicts between church members and devils might still be commonplace in Kuo town. The appearance of them encountering Kaneko and the others made Rias worry they might have been harmed. "We're fine," Kaneko said, shaking her head. Hearing this, Rias breathed a sigh of relief. "What happened?" Aquino asked, her usual smile fading into a serious expression. "Why did you suddenly run into those people?" "We encountered them while shopping," Kaneko explained. "They must have noticed that Ravel and I are devils, so they approached us." "They?" Roy raised an eyebrow. "What do they look like?" Kaneko thought for a moment before answering. "Two girls about our age. One had short blue hair, and the other had golden twin ponytails. The blue-haired girl was carrying something that looked like a cross, wrapped in cloth strips. I could still sense a strong, holy aura emanating from it. It's likely some kind of holy sword. It must be Zenobia Quarta and Irina Shidu." Roy thought, two names immediately coming to mind after Kaneko's description. Coming to our territory with a holy sword? Were those people planning? Rias frowned, her expression darkening. They didn't explain, Kaneko continued, but they said that after school tomorrow, they'll visit Kuo Academy to meet the president in person. Visit me? Are they serious? Rias was momentarily stunned, then her tone grew serious. Church members personally visiting me? This sounds like trouble. Though Rias held a high status among devils as the heiress of the Gremory clan, she was still a young devil who hadn't yet taken over her clan's affairs. If the church needed to contact the devils, they would typically go through a higher-ranking devil. For church members to travel such a distance to meet a young devil like Rias, it couldn't be a simple matter. "Rias, it looks like we need to prepare for tomorrow," Aquino said. "Yes," Rias nodded. "We don't know what these idiots are planning. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to ask them directly." "Roy, I am going back to my room," Asia said, her voice barely above a whisper. Since returning, her mood had been noticeably low. She hadn't spoken a word, standing quietly with her head bowed. After the discussion ended, she raised her head, forcing an unnatural smile. "Asia, you've been upset since you got back. Did the church members say something to you?" Roy asked, noticing her trembling figure. "Yeah, those two were awful," Ravel interjected, her tone quite indignant. Asia's gentle personality had quickly won Ravel over, and despite knowing each other for only a few days, the two had become close friends who shared everything. Ravel was aware of the grievances Asia had faced from the church in the past. The church arbitrarily labeled Asia a saint, then just as arbitrarily branded her a witch, Ravel said angrily. From start to finish, they exploited Asia's sacred gear to draw on believers. Now that she's finally free and living a new life, they have the audacity to blame her. The worst part, Ravel continued, her voice rising, is that they said Asia betrayed her faith by associating with us devils, calling it a degenerate act and telling her to die. Arg, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Flames flickered around Ravel's body as she exclaimed, "If there hadn't been so many people around, I would have burned them to ashes." Chapter 169. I heard a test subject escape. Those two were incredibly rude. Belittling my friends in my own territory, Rias said, her voice laced with displeasure as she watched Ravel seethe with anger. "That. Everyone, it's okay, really." Asia's dull eyes regained a spark of their usual warmth. "When I was expelled from the church, it felt like my life had lost all light. But after coming to Kuo town, I met Roy, Rias, and everyone else. I feel like my life is wonderful and happy now." "Thank you, Ravel," Asia added, smiling at her friend. "What? I didn't do anything worth thanking," Ravel said, blushing cutely. "I just can't stand those two talking like they own the place. If I see them again, I won't hold back," she declared. "They're coming to Kuo Academy tomorrow. You could use your flames and burn them both," Kaneko said dryly. Ravel laughed nervously, her confidence wavering. Ha! They're coming with a mission tomorrow. If I actually attacked, it caused trouble. But next time, I definitely won't let them off. The next day, after school, everyone gathered in Orc. Rias had temporarily relieved Kiba of his task of monitoring Issei. Soon, Aquino led 2 girls in white cloaks into the clubroom. Holy Sword, Kiba muttered, his eyes blazing with hatred as he fixated on the cloth-wrapped object one of the girls carried. His murderous intent was palpable, as if he might charge and strike them down at any moment. Please sit, Rias said, seated beside Roy. She gestured to the sofa opposite them, inviting Zenobia and Irina to take a seat. The 2 nodded, sat down naturally, and removed their hoods, revealing their striking features. Both were undeniably beautiful. I won't waste time, Rias said. Why have 2 church members come to Kuo town to seek me out? We're here on a mission, so it's only proper to visit the person in, Zenobia replied, glancing briefly at Roy before focusing on Rias. It's less a visit and more a warning, isn't it? Rias interrupted. You could say that, Zenobia admitted. We don't want the mission to fail because of interference from devils. I have no interest in your church's mission, Rias said coolly. As long as it doesn't affect us devils, I won't meddle. Good, Zenobia nodded slightly. Since we're in your territory, we're also obligated to inform you of our mission. Oh, not a secret, then? You'll share it with us devils? Rias said with a mocking smile. It's to prevent you from overstepping and making mistakes, Irina interjected. We're being underestimated, Aquino giggled. You 2 don't seem that strong yourselves. I'm just stating facts, Irina retorted, glaring at Aquino with a soft huff. Our mission concerns the Holy Swords. Holy Swords? Rias' eyes flicked to the bandaged sword in Zenovia's arms. Correct, Zenobia said. Recently, the Holy Sword Excalibur, kept by the Vatican, the Protestant Church, and the Orthodox Church, was stolen. And the culprit is a fallen angel cadre, Kokabeel, she added. What? Rias' expression shifted at the familiar name. You mean the Kokabeel from the Bible? Yes, that's him, Irina confirmed, her tone a bit serious. Why would a fallen angel, who can't even use holy swords, go to such lengths to steal them? Rias asked, looking a bit puzzled. We don't know, Zenobia replied with a grim face. But one of his associates is a man named Valporur Galilei, who was once in charge of the Holy Sword Project. He was expelled from the church for his cruel and inhumane experiments. I believe Kokabeel's theft of the Holy Swords is connected to Valporur, she continued. Valporur Galilei. Kiba spat the name through gritted teeth, his voice dripping with venom. Such hatred for that name, Zenobia said, glancing at Kiba with surprise before turning to Rias questioningly. Yudo is a survivor of the Holy Sword Project, Rias explained simply. I see, Zenobia nodded. I heard a test subject escaped from Valporur Galilei. That must be you. The source of this content, snovi-fire.et, that's right. Kiba glanced at them with a hateful, twisted smile. It's a pity you're a devil now, Zenobia said bluntly. As a survivor of the Holy Sword Project, you could have helped us if you hadn't turned. Sorry, but even if I found those holy swords, I'd only destroy them. Chapter 170. Yes, my fiancé claimed to destroy the holy sword? Irina said, her eyes widening with displeasure as she sneered at Kiba's words. A mere devil with such a bold tone. Are you still half asleep? For devils, holy swords are highly lethal. Even approaching one causes discomfort from the sacred aura they emit, and touching it feels like being scorched by flames. Compared to the power of light, the holy sword's properties are far more dangerous to devils. Moreover, holy swords are made of such resilient material that ordinary attacks can't damage them. If I get the chance, I'll definitely try, Kiba replied, a glint of hatred in his eyes as he spoke casually. Let's see if the so-called holy sword lives up to its name. Irina, raised as a holy sword wielder from a young age, grew even more irritated by Kiba's dismissive tone, as if he didn't take the holy sword seriously. Enough, Irina, Zenobia said calmly, stopping her before she could continue. We're not here for pointless arguments. Zenobia dismissed Kiba's talk of destroying the Holy Sword as a fleeting outburst. As a survivor of the Holy Sword Project, Kiba likely understood the sword's power, and his hatred for it was only natural. "Tisich, fine," Irina muttered, glaring at Kiba before falling silent, dropping the argument about the Holy Sword. "If you're planning to take back the Holy Swords from Kokobeel, just the two of you won't be enough, will it?" Rias Gremory asked. "Did the church send you here without any other support?" "We sent exorcists to Kuo Town earlier to investigate the Holy Swords, but we lost contact with them all. Kokobeel and his group likely dealt with them," Zenobia explained. "So much has been happening right under my nose, and I didn't even know." Rias smiled coldly, directed partly at Kokobeel and partly at the church. As the overseer of Kuo Town, Rias was frustrated that members of two opposing factions had been operating freely without her knowledge. Zenobia and Irina knew they had overstepped, but as church believers, apologizing to a devil would undermine their faith, so they remained silent. "Anything else?" Rias asked with a huff, moving past the issue. "Because our previous teams failed and suffered heavy losses, the church had no choice but to send us," Zenobia said, her expression serious. "Exactly," Irina added. "Only a holy sword can counter a holy sword. The one in my hand is Excalibur Destruction," Zenobia said, touching the knightly sword wrapped in white cloth. "And mine is the Excalibur Mimicry," Irina said, displaying a silver bracelet-like object on her right wrist. Excalibur was shattered thousands of years ago. Church collected its fragments and used alchemy to forge 7 lesser holy swords, each with unique abilities. Over time, one of them was lost to history. Of the remaining 6, the church safeguarded 3, but Kokobeel stole them. One is held by the Orthodox Church, leaving Zenobia and Irina with the final 2. 3 against 2, and facing Kokobeel, a figure from the Bible, Rias said, her tone carrying a hint of pity. "Your odds don't look good. They don't have a true holy sword wielder." "So Irina and I can handle the stolen swords," Zenobia replied. "Plus, we have a trump card, so defeating Kokobeel isn't impossible." "We're not here to die," Irina said with a light smile. "As long as you devils stay out of it, we'll manage." "Trump card?" Roy said, glancing at Zenobia with a knowing look. "You mean yourself, don't you?" Zenovia's eyes narrowed, surprise and suspicion flickering as she wondered how Roy could have deduced that. A holy sword forged from Excalibur's fragments wouldn't be enough against Kokobeel. It'd be like walking into a slaughter. Roy smiled faintly. "Though you're both holy sword wielders, the sword intent radiating from you, Zenobia, is clearly stronger than Irina's. And beyond that Excalibur, I sense another sword's aura on you, one far more powerful. You plan to use that against Kokobeel, don't you?" With Roy's strength and mastery of swordsmanship, he could discern this even without prior knowledge of the situation. "You can sense all that from my aura?" "You're no ordinary human," Zenobia said, staring at Roy intently. "Who are you?" "Exactly," Irina added, her curiosity piqued. "From a start, I've been wondering why a human is involved in our business. This should be confidential. He's my fiancé. Is that a problem?" Ria said calmly. "Your fiancé?" Irina's expression froze. "A princess of the Gremory clan, marrying a human?" Zenobia exclaimed, her voice full of disbelief. Chapter 171. Rias Gremory. "Is this your stance since he's your fiancé?" "There's nothing wrong with it," Zenobia said with a dry laugh, trying to regain her composure. Still, her curiosity burned. As Devil's sworn enemies, Zenobia and Irina understood the predicament pure-blood devils faced. The devil clans prized blood purity, but their birth rates were low. To maintain that purity, pure-blood devils typically married within their own ranks, especially someone like Rias, the direct heir of the Gremory clan. Her future husband should be another devil noble, not a human. The fact that Rias herself confirmed the engagement only deepened their suspicion. "Anyway, we're here to inform you that Kokobeel has infiltrated Kuo Town with the stolen Excaliburs, Zenobia said, steering the conversation back to the holy swords. We don't want complications. Otherwise, both Irina and I, as well as the church headquarters, will hold grudges if things go wrong. I understand your business, Rias began, about to nod in agreement, but Roy gently pressed her hand to stop her. Unfortunately, even if we wanted to stay out of it, I'm afraid that's impossible, Roy said with a faint smile. Are you planning to interfere? Zenobia asked, her eyes sharpening with a surge of fighting spirit. Rias Gremory, is this your stance? Roy's stance is mine, Rias replied. She didn't know why Roy said that, but she trusted he had a reason and would back him fully. Are devils so untrustworthy? Didn't you just say you had no interest in our affairs? Irina said, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. You're mistaken. It's not that we want to meddle in your affairs, Roy said, shaking his head. You've brought trouble to Kuo town, and now we're caught up in this holy sword conflict. As I said, we'll handle it without affecting you, Zenobia said firmly, meeting Roy's gaze. Once this is over, we'll leave Kuo town. Why do you think Kokobeel chose this town on purpose? Roy countered. This isn't church territory. He stole 3 holy swords, so naturally, he'd hide somewhere far from our reach, Zenobia replied. The Church's stronghold was in Europe, where masters capable of rivaling Kokobeel resided, but they couldn't easily leave their posts. Otherwise, Kokobeel wouldn't have the chance to act so boldly. That's one reason, Roy conceded, nodding. But have you considered a deeper motive? A deeper motive. Don't be alarmist, Irina scoffed. Roy cast a pitying glance her way. Hey, what's that look supposed to mean? Irina snapped, glaring at him. I was just wondering why the church would send 2 idiots for such a critical mission, Roy said with a sigh. Who are you calling an idiot? Irina shouted, slamming the table, clearly provoked. I want names, but Irina, you're not exactly proving otherwise, Zenobia said, calmly throwing her teammate under the bus. Zenobia, you're the idiot. Irina shot back, turning her ire on her partner. Oh, like when you got swindled into buying that obviously fake painting on our way here, Zenobia said with a light snort, her tone dripping with disdain. It was a saint's portrait. There's nothing wrong with buying it. You're just jealous because your faith isn't pure enough. Irina retorted, unyielding. Your pure faith got scammed out of our entire travel budget, Zenobia said, her voice tinged with frustration. Roy and Rias exchanged a glance, both amused and exasperated by the sudden bickering. They hadn't expected Roy's comment to spark such a rift. Rias now agreed with Roy. The church must have been desperate to send these 2 for such an important task. Ignoring your squabble, Roy said, cutting through their argument, Kokobeel is a war fanatic. He's obsessed with restarting the war between fallen angels and devils, returning to the chaotic days of old. He didn't mention how he knew this, but if pressed, had attributed to Drake. And Kuo town happens to be home to the Sisters of Tu Mao, he continued. What do you think would happen if something happened to them? Roy, are you saying Kokobeel's real target is me and Sona? Rias asked, her expression growing serious. It's very likely, Roy said, nodding. That was indeed Kokobeel's plan. A fallen angel cadre, holy swords, and the Mao's sisters, Roy explained. It's no coincidence that representatives of all 3 factions are converging here. That does seem plausible, Aquino said, looking at Rias with concern. What do you think, Rias? Let's not discuss it here, Rias said, her voice low. If something happened to Sona, with Sister Seraphal's personality, she'd never let it go. Even if it meant starting a new 3 factions war, she'd avenge her sister. Surzex was a devoted brother who adored Rias, but as a Mao, he kept his emotions in check. Seraphal was a complete sister fanatic. Rias, being Sona's childhood friend, had seen firsthand how much Seraphal doted on her. If Sona died, Seraphal might very well try to destroy the world in her grief. Chapter 172. Attacking us in our own territory? Hearing Roy and Rias' analysis, Zenobia and Irina felt a surge of unease ripple through them, a chill creeping over their bodies. If their theory was correct, This situation was far graver than they could handle. To be precise, even without Roy's inference, facing Kokabeel alone was beyond the capabilities of two young holy sword wielders. A biblical figure who survived the brutal Three Factions War. Kokabeel was a monster even Heaven's elites would approach cautiously, lest they risk defeat. Sending Zenobia and Irina to confront him was like trying to pull chestnuts from a fire. They knew their trump card gave them less than a 5% chance of victory. Now, with the stakes potentially higher, their odds seemed even slimmer. One misstep could brand them as sinners in the eyes of the church. Your points have some merit, Zenobia said, her voice heavy. But it's all speculation. You have no proof to back it up. Joining forces with devils could improve our chances against Kokabeel, but it would disrupt the balance between the three factions. If your theory is right, the fallout might be minimal. If it's wrong, Irina, and the church will face backlash from all sides. Zenovia's words carried weight. A hasty alliance could lead to endless trouble, even death. The war had left deep-seated hatred, with no room for surface-level reconciliation. When devils and angels met, not fighting was already a feat. Exactly. Even if we die, we won't rely on devils, Irina declared confidently, clasping her hands as if in prayer, eyes closed toward the ceiling, murmuring softly. You're misunderstanding, Roy said with a snort. We never said we'd join forces or borrow your strength. Rias is my fiancé, my love. If there's even the slightest threat to her life, I won't let it slide. Rias' lips curved into a slight smile, but she remained silent, letting Roy continue. Oh, Rias, am jealous, Aquino teased with a playful smile. The church duo, however, felt a pang of frustration. They came to discuss business, not to witness a public display of affection. Are you set on interfering? Zenobia asked, her voice cold as she fixed Roy with a steely gaze. Kuo Town is Grimmery territory, and we have the right to deal with intruders, Roy said, nodding. Since Kokabeel might target Rias, I can't let him run rampant in Kuo Town. Zenobia glanced at Rias, who showed no sign of disagreeing. With a sneer, she said, It seems our talk has broken down. When we came, our superiors warned us that if you insisted on meddling, we could treat you as an unstable factor, she added. Want to fight? Kiba asked, his hand resting on the sword at his waist. His eyes cold as they locked onto the church duo. If they made a move, his sword would be drawn in an instant. Roy's decision suited Kiba perfectly. It addressed the threat and gave him a chance to destroy the holy swords. This is getting interesting, Aquino said, her smile sharp as lightning flickered in her hand. Attacking us in our own territory? Want to test a devil's strength? Kaneko stood quietly, her body tensed, ready to strike. Asia, caught in the middle, looked distressed, wanting to intervene but unsure of what to say. Seeing the group's readiness, Zenovia's expression grew solemn. Their auras suggested strength on par with hers and Irina's, and Rias, a high-class devil, tipped the scales further. Roy was likely at least as strong as a high class. Even as holy sword wielders, Zenobia and Irina weren't guaranteed victory in a fight. Worse, even if they won, it would leave them vulnerable to Kokabeel, lurking in the shadows. Mere devils. Don't think numbers will guarantee your victory, Irina said with a cold huff, raising her right hand, where Excalibur mimicry gleamed. She stood, and the bracelet twisted, transforming into a slender sword. The sword radiated a potent sacred aura, enough to make a low-class devil's skin prickle. As a devout believer, Irina had no tolerance for devils and was ready to fight. You're right. We need to eliminate unstable factors before dealing with Kokabeel, Roy said, his tone indifferent as he glanced at them. Your holy swords could draw Kokabeel out, but you don't seem like the cooperative type. Roy stood, and the Hestia sword materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, he slashed at Irina. A sharp clang rang out as the Hestia sword met Excalibur mimicry. The force of the strike surged through Irina's arm, throwing her off balance. She stumbled backward, crashing into the sofa behind her. Chapter 173. Are you a monster? Amid the crashing sound, Irina was knocked to the ground by Roy's powerful strike, toppling the end sofa behind her. I think it's better if you stay here, Roy said with a faint smile. We can deal with Kokobile first and send you off afterward. Irina, Zenobia shouted, leaping to her feet. She tore the wrapping from Excalibur Destruction, revealing its blade. A sacred aura, as potent as Excalibur Mimic, radiated from the sword. Unlike Irina's weapon, Excalibur Destruction carried a ferocious edge, its destructive power living up to its name. I'm fine, Irina said, struggling to her feet. Her face twitched with pain from her arm, leaving her feeling helpless. As a speed-type holy sword wielder, her constant training gave her decent arm strength, but Roy's single blow had overwhelmed her. In raw power, she wasn't even in the same league. Zenobia, be careful. He's incredibly strong. Even you might not withstand him head-on, Irina warned. As partners, Irina knew Zenovia's strength well from their occasional sparring. Zenobia was far stronger, but not so much that she could shrug off a direct hit from Roy. I'm not foolish enough to rely solely on strength, Zenobia said, gripping Excalibur Destruction with a grave expression, as if facing a formidable foe. Trained by the church since childhood, Zenovia's swordsmanship was top tier among her peers. In the anime, she had defeated Kiba in their first encounter, though his unstable mindset had hindered his swordplay. Still, her ability to best him unscathed showcased her skill. Are you too sure you want to fight to the death? Roy asked, his gaze indifferent. The Holy Sword's sacred aura was devastating to devils, but it had no effect on him. Beyond their sanctity, only the sword's sharpness and unique traits posed a threat. In a contest of swordsmanship, Roy was confident he wouldn't lose to anyone. Your trump card must be a complete holy sword, Roy said, eyeing Zenobia. But even that won't give you a chance against me. A complete holy sword? Rias asked, her shock evident as she looked at Zenobia. The 7 holy swords forged from Excalibur's fragments each rivaled mid-tier sacred gears. A complete holy sword, while not on par with a Longinus, was still formidable. You'll have to fight to find out, Zenobia declared, stopping the ground and swinging Excalibur Destruction at Roy. As Roy raised his blade to block, Zenobia altered her strike, aiming lower. Knowing she couldn't match Roy's strength after Irina's defeat, she relied on swordsmanship to outmaneuver him. Escaping the devil's lair would require skill, not brute force. She also sensed that Roy's weapon, the Hestia's sword, was at least as powerful as the Excalibur, rendering Excalibur Destruction's unique traits less effective. A feint? Roy said with a light snort. Zenovia's combat talent was undeniable, but her tricks were child's play compared to Roy's superior swordsmanship. Her sudden change in attack reduced her mobility, leaving her vulnerable. To counter such a feint, one needed either foresight or adaptability, and Roy had both. Zenovia's attack failed, putting her in danger. Be still for a while, Roy said, dodging her strike. He suppressed Excalibur Destruction with the Hestia's sword, pinning Zenobia in place, then raised his hand to her neck. Zenovia's eyes rolled back as she collapsed, unconscious. Roy caught her in his arms. Zenobia, Irina shouted, furious at seeing her companion subdued. Let her go. And if I do, can you beat me? Roy said with a sneer. Irina froze. Zenobia surpassed her in most areas, except speed, yet neither could match Roy. With Zenobia down and the others still spectating, Irina had no chance. Ack, how infuriating, she exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. The lightning in Aquino's hands faded as she looked at Irina with amusement. Holy Sword wielder, if you don't surrender, you'll face punishment later. Punishment? Irina asked, startled. Ever heard of the fallen saint? Aquino said with a kind smile. Fallen saint? Irina echoed, confused by the unfamiliar term. Not quite, Aquino said, her smile widening. Imagine Roy trapping you somewhere, breaking your spirit completely until you swore loyalty to the devils. You'd never return to the church. Roy's hands twitched. Aquino's boldness was something else. Dream on. I'd rather die than let you succeed, Irina said, glaring at them with defiance, ready to face death. D? Aquino's smile grew sharper. That doesn't matter. You know about devil reincarnation, right? If you die, we can use evil pieces to reincarnate you as one of us. You'd fully join us. Are you a monster? Irina said, shuddering, her face paling. As a church member, death might lead to heaven, a worthy end. But reincarnation as a devil would mean hell, branding her a traitor and making her a global fugitive in the church's eyes. I'm just an ordinary devil, Aquino said, her smile unsettling. Chapter 174. Your solution was decisive. Under the combined pressure of Roy and Aquino, Irina finally relented. She knew she couldn't win, and even sacrificing her life would only lead to reincarnation as a devil, betraying her faith. Link to the origin of this information ristus in the humiliating situation left Irina on the verge of breaking down. Seeing Aquino and Irina's excited, eager expressions, the holy sword in her hand felt impossibly heavy, impossible to lift. Despicable devils, resorting to such filthy tactics, Irina said, glaring with a mix of anger and grievance. After glancing at Zenobia, unconscious in Roy's arms, her shoulders slumped, her tense muscles relaxing as Excalibur's mimic lost its aggressive edge. Who said we're not devils? Aquino smirked, making Irina's chest heave with unvented fury. Fine, we surrender, Irina said, tossing Excalibur mimic to the ground, her eyes filled with humiliation. What do you want from me? You don't seem convinced, Aquino said, eyeing Irina with interest. Maybe we should let you fall to corruption first, so you don't pull any sneaky tricks later. What do you think, Roy? Aquino continued playfully, turning to him. Blonde, twin ponytails, devout saint. It'd be fun to see her fall, right? I've heard boys love tainting sacred things. Where did you hear that? Roy asked, his mouth twitching in exasperation. Oh, here, in there, Aquino replied with a mischievous smile. Is my info wrong? Not entirely, Roy admitted after a moment's thought, seeming to entertain the idea. You're not keeping your word, Irina exclaimed, her face paling as fear drained her color. Not keeping our word? Aquino said, feigning confusion. We devils are the most honest race. Besides, did we promise you anything? Irina looked ready to faint from frustration. Rias, inform sona. Roy ignored Irina's trembling form as Aquino continued to toy with her. He casually tossed Zenobia to Irina, who caught her. Having earned 250,000 dimensional points from Zenobia, Roy had no immediate need to keep her restrained. Sona, come to the Occult Research Club. It's urgent. Rias used communication magic with a serious tone. Soon after, Sona arrived with Tsubaki at the ORC. Church members? Sona's gaze drawing to Zenobia and Irina, then to the two holy swords on the table. Noticing Irina sitting quietly, holding an unconscious Zenobia, who seemed harmless, Sona shifted her attention to Rias. What's the urgent matter? Your tone sounded serious. Rias quickly recounted the events, bringing Sona up to speed. After listening, Sona's mouth opened in astonishment. She glanced at the church duo on the sofa and said in a stunned tone, Your solution was decisive. Detaining the church's holy sword wielders over a mere theory was bold. Sona wouldn't have acted so recklessly. As the heir to the Citri clan, her sensitive position demanded avoiding conflict to prevent escalation between the church and devils. Truthfully, she might not have even considered that Kokobil's target in Kuo Town could be her and Rias. Seeing Rias' expression, Sona sighed. The deed was done, so whether Roy's theory was correct or not, they had to proceed as if it were. Fortunately, the holy sword wielders were unharmed, and the situation wasn't beyond salvage. What's your next step? Sona asked. Kokobil's goal is the holy swords, Roy explained. With Excalibur Destruction and Excalibur Mimic here, I plan to release their sacred aura to lure Kokobil out. Facing Kokobil with our current strength will be tricky, Sona said, her expression growing serious. A fallen angel recorded in the Bible, Kokabeel had survived the brutal Three Factions War. His strength and experience far surpassed those of the young devils. There shouldn't be an issue, Rias said. Roy has mastered his balance breaker. Even if he can't defeat Kokabeel, he can hold his own. Balance breaker? Sona's eyes widened slightly, landing on Roy with disbelief. That powerful aura from the old school building last time, was it your balance breaker? After Rias' words, Sona recalled the overwhelming aura Shed felt, surpassing high-class strength. Chapter 175. We're counting on you based on her knowledge of everyone. Only Roy could have that powerful aura. No one else had such potential. Exactly, Rias nodded slightly. The first time I saw Roy's balance breaker, we were all stunned. Sona sikhit inyardi. She had once seen Roy's potential and considered recruiting him into her peerage. However, with other options and Roy's difficult demeanor, she had passed. She hadn't expected his potential to far exceed her imagination, repeatedly shattering her expectations. With Roy's strength, he has a strong chance against Kokabeel, Sona pondered. The boosted gear being a Longinus could reach God-slaying levels when pushed to its limit. Kokabeel, who had survived the Three Factions War, was formidable. Yet, based on past records, Roy's power gave him a clear edge in a direct clash. If they could lure Kokabeel out, they might resolve this threat. First, evacuate the civilians around the school. Kuo Academy could become a battlefield, Roy added. Then, set up a large barrier to shield the school, ensuring outsiders can't see what's happening inside. In the modern era, supernatural events needed to remain hidden from the public to avoid unnecessary trouble. Preemptive measures would minimize complications. Rias and Sona acted swiftly, clearing the remaining people from the school. Together, they erected a massive, semicircular barrier enveloping Kuo Academy, though they deliberately left a gap at the center. Honestly, this barrier can only reduce damage, Sona said with a sigh. If Kokabeel goes all out, not just the school, but the entire city could be destroyed. A fallen angel cadre's power was terrifying, capable of leveling cities with ease. Then I'll take him down before he breaks the barrier, Roy said with a smile. We're counting on you, Sona nodded. Rias and I will maintain the barrier to keep your fight from affecting the outside world. Demonic power was versatile. If damage was confined to the school, they could restore it after the battle. The next day passed uneventfully, like any other. It's up to you two, Roy said, looking at Zenobia and Irina. The barrier's large range had taken time to set up, and by now, the sky had darkened, signaling the right moment. Got it, Irina said, her face full of reluctance as she raised Excalibur Mimic. Zenobia, now awake from her coma, gripped Excalibur Destruction. She glared at Roy and said, when this is over, he'll avenge my humiliation. Are you sure you're not just asking for more? Roy retorted, I still haven't used Holy Sword. Zenobia replied with some hidden confidence. Being instantly defeated by Roy earlier had been humiliating, but it wasn't her full strength. As a dual Holy Sword wielder, Zenobia also wielded Durandal, a complete Holy Sword rivaling Excalibur itself. I haven't used my Longinus either, Roy shrugged off. Zenobia fell silent, raising Excalibur Destruction and aligning it with Irina's Excalibur Mimic. A powerful sacred aura erupted from the two swords. As fragments of the same original Excalibur, they resonated under the control of their wielders, amplifying the sacred energy several times over. The resulting holy aura surged skyward, forming a beam visible only to those in the supernatural world, escaping through the barrier's gap and spreading across Kuo Town. They could sense the holy sword's presence. In a quiet corner of Kuo Town, in an unoccupied villa, magic circle glowed on the ground. 3 swords, radiating a sacred aura similar to Zenobia and Irina's, floated above the circle. The swords bobbed and rotated slowly, as if on the verge of merging. Valper, how's your experiment progressing? Kokabeel asked, floating in the sky and looking down. It's in the final stage. The three holy swords can merge at any moment, replied a portly man in a white researcher's outfit, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. This was Valper Galilei, the man Kiba despised most. However, the power for merging the three holy swords doesn't seem enough to destroy all of Kuo town, Valper added. With one more, it could work. Their goal was to unleash the energy from the merged holy swords to obliterate the town. What a hassle! Kokabeel glanced at Valper, sending a chill through him. Working with a fallen angel was as dangerous as it was opportunistic. Then, Kokabeel's gaze shifted toward a distant sacred beam of light. The Church's holy swords are in Kuo town, he said, grinning with interest. That's coming from Kuo Academy, isn't it? The school with the two Mao's sisters. They're releasing holy swords in devil territory. Are they teaming up with the devils to lure me out? He said, his crazed smile widening. His sharp senses quickly pieced together the situation. Kokabeel, are you saying the church is working with the devils? Valper asked, looking a bit surprised. I don't know, Kokabeel replied. But it doesn't matter. If they're collaborating, that's even better. For him, more factions in play only heighten the chaos. Still need another holy sword? Kokabeel said, staring at the beam with a twisted smile. They're practically begging me to show up. It'd be boring not to. With that, he spread his 5 pairs of wings and flew toward Kuo Academy. Valper grabbed the 3 holy swords and summoned 3 exorcists, his subordinates from his church days. Flanked by them, he hurriedly followed Kokabeel toward the school. Chapter 176. We're not allied with the devils. On the playground of Kuo Academy, under the control of Zenobia and Irina, the 2 holy swords shone brightly, and their powerful sacred auras radiated outward, spreading to every corner of Kuo town. Roy gazed at the beam of light formed by the sacred flames. Sensing the surrounding atmosphere, a random task has been generated. Please check it. Suddenly, the system's voice, silent for days, echoed in Roy's mind. Roy couldn't help but feel elated and opened the system panel to review the random task. Random task. The Fallen Angel Cadre's Ambition task content. Defeat Kokabeel head-on and thwart his plan. Task reward. 150,000 dimension points. What a considerate system. Defeating Kokabeel was already part of his plan, and this random task was a pleasant bonus. Although the rewards weren't substantial, combined with his original plan, he could earn a significant amount of dimension points. No one would refuse such an opportunity. Here he comes, Roy announced, withdrawing his consciousness from the system panel. His eyes locked onto the night sky, alerting the others. The gazes of Rias, Sona, and the others turned skyward. A sudden wave of unease surged in everyone's hearts, not an illusion, but an instinctual reaction to impending danger, urging them to flee. This was a threat beyond their individual strength, one that could lead to their demise. The next moment, a terrifying pressure descended upon Kuo Academy, and it weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The night sky, initially bright with a luminous moon, was now overshadowed by a dark figure. There was no doubt that both the unsettling palpitations and the overwhelming pressure emanated from this figure. Under the moonlight, the figure was strikingly clear. Long black hair draped over their shoulders, 10 black wings spread wide, and a slender frame clad in an exquisite black robe. The ranks of angels and fallen angels are determined by the number of wings. The highest rank, whether angel or fallen angel, possesses 6 pairs, 12 wings. The figure before them, hovering above Kuo Academy, was just one step below that pinnacle. However, unlike the typically handsome appearance of those figures, which aligned with human aesthetics, this fallen angel's visage was somewhat ferocious. Kokabeel, Rias, and Sona whispered his name in unison. Although they had never seen this infamous fallen angel in person, there was no doubt he was the mastermind behind this incident. Upon spotting Kokabeel, Zenobia and Irina immediately ceased releasing the Holy Sword's aura, gripping their weapons tightly and facing him as if confronting a formidable enemy. Only through direct experience did they realize Kokobil's overwhelming power. His unrestrained pressure alone was suffocating. Both knew that, with their current strength, they stood no chance against him. Even if Zenobia wielded another complete holy sword like Durandal, their odds of victory remained slim. Their earlier hopes of defeating Kokobil were merely wishful thinking born of misjudgment. "I didn't expect you guys to team up with devils," Kokobil sneered, his scarlet eyes scanning the group below with a twisted smile. "We're not allied with the devils," Irina retorted. "For now, we share a common goal." After being defeated, she and Zenobia had no choice but to assist the devils in luring Kokobil. "It doesn't matter," Kokobil said with contempt. "I hope you do join forces. ITLL make things less boring." "Less boring?" Sona gave a wry smile. "Excluding Roy, even their combined strength would struggle to inflict meaningful damage on Kokobil. Are you the Gremory heiress?" Kokobil's gaze settled on Rias, a provocative smirk on his face. "This is our first meeting, but your crimson hair reminds me of your insufferable brother. It's nauseating." "Kokobil." Rias met his gaze unflinchingly. "What's your purpose in coming to Kuo Town? Are you truly trying to spark a three-factions war by bringing the holy swords into my territory?" Kokobil's actions, manipulating the church duo, were driven by his desire to ignite a three-factions war. To provoke conflict between the church and the devils, Rias felt compelled to confront him publicly about his intentions. If Roy's suspicions were correct, it would be ideal. If not, they'd have time to adapt. "What's that?" Kokobil feigned boredom, spreading his hands. "As expected of Surzek's sister. You've seen through me." "It's true." Zenobia and Irina gasped, shocked that Roy's prediction was accurate. Kokobil's goal wasn't just the holy swords. He intended to use them as a catalyst to trigger a new three-factions war. A chill ran through the church duo, mingled with a sense of relief. Had Roy not anticipated Kokobil's plan, they might have failed their mission and become unwitting pawns in his scheme. Chapter 177. "You're saying I've been used as a pawn?" "So you came to Kuo Town not only to avoid the church's pursuit, but also to target me and Sona?" Rias asked, her gaze fixed on Kokobil with unprecedented seriousness. "It seems Surzek has trained you well. If you take over the Gremory clan in the future, you'll be an outstanding duchess," Kokobil replied, not sparing his praise. He laughed loudly and said, "That's right. My goal in coming to Kuo Town is you and Serafal's sister. Originally, I thought that if I stole the holy swords, it would attract Michael's attention, and he wouldn't be able to resist sending someone to eliminate me. The holy sword, even among angels, is a top-tier weapon. But what I didn't expect is that Michael doesn't seem to care about the holy swords at all," Kokobil said, a tinge of anger in his voice. "Apart from the church sending some expendable exorcists to track me, the only ones worth noticing are the two little girls wielding holy swords." His anger stemmed not only from the failure of his expected plan, but also from the humiliation of being underestimated. As a cadre-class fallen angel recorded in the Bible, Kokobil might not match the angels like Michael or Gabriel in strength, but he could still hold his own against them. In the past three-factions war, his opponents were renowned angels and devils. Yet now, despite his efforts to cause chaos, none of his former adversaries had shown up. Instead, insignificant nobodies were sent to deal with him. This infuriated Kokobil. "Since that's the case, he'll target the devils instead. If I kill you too, Surzek and Serafal won't be able to hold back, will they?" Kokobil said with a maniacal grin. "Tell me, is there a possibility," Roy interjected, "that the so-called plan you're touting is just bait in the eyes of others?" In the anime, Azazel had already visited Kuo Town and even used devil summoning to interact amicably with Issei. The commotion caused by Kokobil was significant enough to alert the church, so it should have been impossible to hide from Azazel's notice. Yet Azazel didn't immediately punish Kokobil to end the turmoil. Instead, he waited until the situation escalated before sending the White Dragon Emperor, Valley, to clean up the mess. It was highly likely that Kokabeel was being used as a fulcrum for the upcoming tripartite meeting. "Who are you?" Kokabeel asked, having noticed earlier that, besides the two Holy Sword users, there were two humans among the group below. "You don't know me?" Roy asked with slight doubt. It made sense that Zenobia and Irina, being far off in Europe, might be unaware of the underworld's affairs. However, Grigori, like the devils, were in the underworld. The recent incident between the Grimory clan and the Phoenix clan was a major event among devils. Anyone paying attention would have heard of it. "What I need to know about you?" "You're just a human," Kokabeel sneered. "But I'm curious, what did you mean by that?" "I'm also curious," Roy replied. "Are you just reckless, or is someone deliberately keeping you in the dark?" If Kokabeel truly aimed to trigger a new three-factions war by killing Rias and Sona, he would have at least investigated the forces surrounding them. Otherwise, if there were special guards, his plan would fail. It wouldn't be surprising for the Sisters of Two Satans to have ultimate class devils protecting them. "What do you mean?" Kokabeel asked, sensing something amiss after Roy's repeated cryptic remarks. "He's my fiancé and the current Red Dragon Emperor," Rias declared. "The Red Dragon Emperor?" Kokabeel's eyes narrowed slightly. The holder of a sacred gear typically exudes a distinct aura, easily recognizable to someone with his knowledge. For instance, Kokabeel had identified Asia as a sacred gear holder at first glance. Yet, he detected nothing from Roy. However, Rias' words were unlikely to be false. The only explanation was that the young man before him had mastered his sacred gear to a level where he could suppress its aura. This meant the current Red Dragon Emperor was far from weak. Yet, Kokabeel had no knowledge of such critical information. Although he had come to Kuo town on a whim after failing to seize the Holy Swords, he had still investigated the forces around the two Satan sisters beforehand. Aside from their peerages, no other significant figures were mentioned. Now, a heavyweight like this guy had appeared, suggesting his information sources might have been manipulated. "It seems you figured something out," Roy said, a trace of pity in his eyes. Seeing Kokabeel's bewildered expression, he grew more convinced of his theory. The underworld likely knew the basics of Roy's strength before he arrived in this world. The boosted gear, a Longinus often wielded by its host, had its core ability, Boost, thoroughly studied, combined with Roy's baseline strength. Even if he couldn't defeat Kokabeel outright, he could likely stall him long enough for reinforcements to arrive, especially with two Holy Sword wielders and several high-class devils providing support. "You're saying I've been used as a pawn?" Kokabeel's face grew more ferocious, disbelief in his eyes as he glared at Roy. As a millennia-old fallen angel, Kokabeel's experience compensated for any lack of cunning. Roy's hints made him realize something was wrong. "Those who play politics have dirty hearts, don't they?" Roy said with a slight smile. The tripartite talks were too complex to be resolved in a single meeting. Yet in the anime, after the talks, the devils, angels, and fallen angels, historically bitter enemies, seemed to enter a honeymoon period almost immediately. This suggested prior private contact and a reached consensus. What they lacked was a suitable opportunity for a formal meeting. As the most restless and belligerent figure among the three factions, Kokabeel became the perfect catalyst. By allowing him to stir up trouble, the factions not only gained a pretext for the tripartite meeting, but also sent a warning to others in their ranks with similar ambitions. Chapter 178. Since you're here, I'll give it to you. It is precisely because of the need to rely on Kokabeel to become a breakthrough point for the tripartite meeting that this incident became a reason to gather the leaders of the three factions. After all, if it is a minor incident caused by insignificant figures, it would not be enough for the leaders to come forward. However, the turmoil caused by a heavyweight like Kokabeel, whose name is recorded in the Bible, was sufficient. Therefore, even though the church lost 3 holy swords, Michael made no significant moves. The church only sent a few minor exorcists to recover the swords, because everything is under the control of those guys. To be more precise, with Kokabeel's strength, the turmoil he caused is within a controllable range and can be easily resolved. What a cunning bunch. Kokobeel's face turned pale, then flushed, looking extremely ugly, making his already ferocious expression even more terrifying. If what Roy said is true, he has truly become a pawn. His carefully crafted plan has become their springboard. In recent days, in his pursuit to spark a new war, he has completely played into their hands. How pathetic, Roy said, looking at Kokobeel with eyes full of pity. There are clear signs that he has not only become a pawn, but also an abandoned one. So what if it's exactly as he guessed? Kokobeel roared, his scarlet eyes blazing as a powerful murderous intent radiated from his entire body, permeating Kuo Academy. As long as I kill you all before they react, my goal will be achieved. At this point, Kokobeel had no way out. Even if he left now, it would be pointless. His only option was to follow through with his plan. The only path forward is to seize the two holy swords below, as planned, and kill Rias and Sona. He hoped that by doing so, he could genuinely provoke the devils and the church. Do you think he could do it? Roy blinked playfully. Just a mere human. Kokobeel glared down, his eyes filled with anger, unwillingness, and extreme madness. He said, although the Longinus claims it can kill gods, that exists only in legends. Since the birth of the boosted gear, it has never killed any gods. Not to mention gods, it hasn't even killed Satans. Despite his words, Kokobeel didn't act immediately. As a battle-hardened fallen angel, he instinctively sensed those who could threaten his life. Clearly, Roy was one such threat. Feeling better by talking yourself up? Roy shrugged and said with a light smile, after all, these might be your last words. Don't get carried away. Kokobeel roared in fury, his 10 wings trembling as a dazzling brilliance erupted from his body, condensing into an immense power of light. It'll make you understand that the so-called Longinus is nothing but a trinket before us. With a roar, the power of light on Kokobeel's body shook the air, forming a massive spear that continued to gather energy. That size. Rias' eyes widened. Rias, do your best to maintain the barrier, Sona said calmly. We can't let the battle's aftermath break through the barrier, or the surrounding area will be reduced to ruins. I didn't expect Kokobeel would get serious. A voice called out as 4 figures rapidly approached from a distance. It was Valper Galilei and 3 stray exorcists, using the power of the holy swords. They easily crossed the barrier covering Kuo Academy, entered the inner layer, and stood before everyone. It seems we arrived at a bad time. Make sure to protect me with the holy swords, Valper said, staring at Kokobeel. A spear of light of this scale, still increasing in strength, would undoubtedly devastate Kuo Academy if it landed. However, with 3 holy swords at his side, their abilities should shield him from Kokobeel's attack. Seeing Valper Galilei, Kiba's expression darkened. Valper Galilei, you've finally appeared. Kiba glared at Valper and tightly gripping his demonic sword. Do we know each other? Valper asked, standing protected by the 3 stray exorcists in the center, looking at Kiba with curiosity. Kiba's hostility was too intense to ignore. I'm a survivor of the Holy Sword Project, Kiba said coldly. So that's it. You're the kid who got away back then, Valper nodded, eyeing Kiba with interest. Thanks to you brats providing experimental materials, I completed my research on the Holy Sword. By the way, I still have the crystal of the light factor extracted from those kids, Valper said, pulling a crystal from his pocket. My research has advanced to the point where I can mass-produce the holy factor, so this initial, impure crystal is useless to me now. Since you're here, I'll give it to you. With that, Valper casually tossed the holy sword factor crystal toward Kiba, but it seemed he didn't put much effort into the throw. The crystal fell to the ground mid-air, rolled a few times, and stopped in front of Kiba. Chapter 179. After all, in a sense, I'm going all out now, although the process has changed somewhat. Kiba still obtained the holy sword factor extracted from his former comrades, as depicted in the anime. If all goes well, he should be able to reach the balance breaker of sword birth. Even if he cannot achieve it immediately, With all the necessary components in place, it is only a matter of time before he reaches that power. Glancing at Kiba's situation, Roy quickly shifted his focus back to Kokabeel in the sky. As Kokabeel concentrated his power of light, the spear in his hand grew larger. To put it bluntly, if Kokabeel redirected this light toward Kuo town, it could reduce the town to ruins in an instant. But now his sole focus was on Roy, who kept exposing the truth and making a fool of him. Kokabeel knew that if he didn't eliminate Roy, he would remain a tool for the three factions. As long as he could kill Roy, high-class devils and the Chuch's holy sword wielders would pose no threat. He could easily deal with them and proceed with his plan. Kokabeel roared, preparing to hurl the fully charged spear at Roy. The spear's light was blinding, like a thick beam of daylight, illuminating the night sky around Kuo town. Roy looked up at the packed spear, but did not immediately use the boosted gear. Envy, one of the abilities within the 7 deadly sins. It temporarily seals an opponent's skill or magic. The power of light fell within the scope of envy. Roy activated the skill on Kokabeel. The powerful aura emanating from Kokabeel suddenly faltered. His ferocious face flushed as if blood were surging, and a choked sound escaped his throat. As this anomaly occurred, the massive spear of light in Kokabeel's hands shattered with crisp sounds, like a breaking glass. Shock spread across Kokabeel's face. He couldn't understand why the power of light in his body had suddenly vanished. More accurately, it hadn't vanished but was cut off. A chill ran through Kokabeel's heart. Without hesitation, he flapped his wings, intending to flee. But he was a step too slow. A sword's light pierced the night sky, striking him cleanly. Despite Kokabeel's desperate attempt to dodge, he couldn't escape the sword's attack. With a tearing sound, it slashed from Kokabeel's shoulder across his body, leaving a long wound. Bright red blood sprayed from Kokabeel's body, scattering into the night sky. He groaned in pain and quickly retreated. His once elegant posture now looked utterly disheveled. The wound stretched from his shoulder to his waist, blood soaking his black robes. As expected of a fallen angel recorded in the Bible, with top-notch reflexes, Roy said, standing lightly in the night sky on the semicircular barrier set up by Rias and the others. He looked at Kokabeel with a faint smile. He used Tempest. Under Tempest, Roy's overall strength had been enhanced. The sword strike was meant to cleave Kokabeel in half. Yet, at the critical moment, Kokabeel had dodged. As a battle-hardened fallen angel, Kokabeel's greatest strength was indeed his power of light, but it wasn't his only asset. Even with his light power temporarily sealed, his millennia of combat experience remained. Killing him instantly wouldn't be so easy. "You brat, you did this." Kokabeel glared at Roy, certain that the sudden loss of control over his power of light was Roy's doing. But Roy's seemingly complimentary words were nothing but humiliation to Kokabeel, a cadre-class fallen angel, wounded by a teenage boy in their first encounter. If word got out, his peers would mock him to death. "Stop asking such stupid questions," Roy sighed, looking at Kokabeel with pity. "With your intellect, no wonder they're toying with you. If I were them, I'd pick someone like you for their schemes. It's practically recycling waste." Roy's words remained cutting. "Stop looking down on me, you bastard." Kokabeel roared, struggling to reconnect with his light power. With a full force effort, he regained control over the light energy in his body. "Can only be sealed for such a short time?" Roy muttered, slightly disappointed with Envy's sealing duration. The seal was too brief. It was likely because Kokabeel's strength surpassed his own, shortening the sealing time. After all, Kokabeel's power was nearly on par with a Satan. According to the system's evaluation, Kokabeel was likely above the level 150. It seems that to instantly kill a stronger opponent, I need to prepare my strongest strike, Roy thought. Envy was a potent skill in battle. A first strike seal. That was the optimal use of envy. When the opponent lacks knowledge of his abilities, he could prepare his strongest attack and eliminate them instantly. Even if he couldn't kill them outright, he could still inflict severe damage. Kokabeel, ignoring the blood flowing from his wound, glared fiercely at Roy and began condensing another spear of light. I'm looking forward to seeing how many experience points you'll give me, Roy said, silently activating Berserker. His base strength surged again, his aura swelling to rival Kokobeel's. Roy swung his sword lightly, looking at the shocked Kokobeel, and said, "After all, in a sense, I'm going all out now." Chapter 180. In a world without gods or Satans, dying in battle is a relief. Wanted to gain a lot of Excelia from Kokobeel. This is why Roy has not used Balance Breaker for so long. Otherwise, with Roy's current strength, if he activated Balance Breaker, even without additional skills, he could easily kill Kokobeel. After all, Roy has the strength to confront a Satan-class figurehead on. A Cadre-class Fallen Angel like Kokobeel couldn't last a few rounds against Roy in Balance Breaker. However, even across the entire world, there are few Cadre-class Fallen Angels. Even fewer can be fought and killed without reservation. Roy would not let such a prime Excelia source go to waste. According to the Fauna, defeating an enemy of equal or greater strength yields more abundant Excelia. Roy typically avoided using the boosted gear to gain Excelia for this reason. After all, in a sense, the boosted gear is a special magic type item. Unless facing an opponent far stronger than himself, the Excelia gained from defeating an enemy in Balance Breaker is far less than what he could earn by relying on his own strength. "You're damn fucker." Kokobeel couldn't help but curse. Feeling the aura rising from Roy's body, equal to his own, a chill ran down Kokobeel's spine. After the three factions' war ended, Kokobeel had encountered several Red Dragon Emperors, but their strength was nowhere near Roy's. Fallen Angels have a dedicated facility for researching sacred gears. Though Kokobeel wasn't particularly interested, he had picked up some knowledge within Gregory. With Longinus like the boosted gear and Divine Dividing, the stronger the host's base strength, the greater the boost when using the sacred gear. Now, Roy hadn't even used boost, yet his strength already matched Kokobeel's. If Roy used the boost, how powerful would he become? Kokobeel didn't know. But one thing was certain, it would far surpass his own strength. "I told you, stop asking stupid questions. It makes you look dim-witted," Roy said with a smile. Kokobeel's face darkened, not only from being choked by Roy's words, but also from growing concern about his dire situation. A dilemma with no way out. This generation's heavenly dragons are monsters. Kokobeel cursed inwardly. Thinking of the valley, Kokobeel felt a slight relief. The heavenly dragons are fated rivals. Each have comparable strength, or they wouldn't be rivals. This generation's White Dragon Emperor, deemed the strongest in history by Azazel, is outrageously powerful, so his rival, the Red Dragon Emperor, would naturally be exceptional. Only with such strength could Roy compete with the strongest White Dragon Emperor. Roy's aura is incredible, already at the level of an ultimate class, Sonus said, maintaining the barrier while keeping an eye on the battle above. Feeling the powerful aura radiating from Roy, she couldn't hide her shock. No, even among ultimate class, he's at the pinnacle. I recall his strength wasn't this great before. Has he been hiding it? Sona asked, looking at Rias. Roy went out to train earlier and received guidance from the original Red Dragon Emperor, Draig, Rias explained with a smile. He likely advanced during that time. But this progress is too rapid, Sona said, her tone laced with disbelief. Roy has always been a genius, Rias replied. And he must have built a strong base, she added. Based on what they knew about Roy, even before formally entering the supernatural world, he had the strength to defeat low class and even rival middle class. It wasn't surprising that his strength surged after awakening his Longinus and receiving guidance for Draig. A strong base? Sona's mouth twitched. Roy's base was so robust that he had improved drastically in such a short time. You're not using your boost. Kokobeel felt humiliated. Past Red Dragon Emperors, even in Balance Breaker, might not have defeated him reliably. But this guy hadn't even used his boost yet. Then die without regrets. Kokobeel shouted, gripping his light spear, spreading his wings, and diving toward Roy. This time, he didn't charge a massive spear of light to destroy Roy. Learning from his earlier failure, Kokabeel stayed cautious, wary of Roy using that strange ability to disrupt his light power again. Charging a light spear of that scale, though quick, left openings for Roy to exploit. Instead of wasting energy, Kokabeel opted for close combat. Having fought countless battles, his melee skills were exceptional. He wasn't a useless fallen angel limited to hurling light spears. Two highly condensed light spears danced in Kokabeel's hands, relentlessly thrusting at Roy. Yet, his spear technique was only part of his melee prowess. More dangerous were the 10 pitch-black wings behind him. Kokabeel's wings were no longer mere symbols or tools for flight. They transformed into 10 razor-sharp blades. A single slash could sever a head. These wings could attack and form an impregnable defense, shielding Kokabeel like a shell. "Not bad. You're finally living up to my expectations," Roy said, clashing his sword against Kokabeel's light spears. Each collision sent shockwaves, causing the surrounding air to ripple. For the first time, Roy felt excitement in his battle with Kokabeel. If he didn't take it seriously, he might actually take a hit. At that moment, Roy's focus was entirely on the fight with Kokabeel. Unknowingly, the two descended from the sky to the ground. Rias, Sona, and the others maintaining the barrier quickly sealed the gap at the top after the two entered, enclosing Kuo Academy so they could fight without restraint. Kokabeel's attacks were relentless, his light spears and wings cutting off Roy's retreat, forcing him to engage head-on. Though Kokabeel's assault was fierce, Roy remained unscathed. He had his own defensive measures, even more effective than Kokabeel's wings. The wind barrier from Tempest blocked some of Kokabeel's attacks. Additionally, Roy's body was enveloped in a layer of magic. This was Riveria's signature skill, allowing him to attack freely until the magical defense reached its limit. After 3 minutes of intense combat, Roy sliced through Kokabeel's wings, wounding him again. Boom! As Kokabeel's injuries mounted, he could no longer resist. Roy's sword sent him crashing to the ground. The impact launched Kokabeel backward, unable to control his body. His feet left the ground, and he slammed into a nearby tree, snapping it. Kokabeel slid down, slumping against the broken trunk. His face was pale and grim. At this moment, Kokabeel was in a pitiful state, with over a dozen wounds, large and small, still bleeding. All 10 of his wings were severed, none intact, with wounds exposing blood and bone, a gruesome sight. Kokabeel's face was deathly pale, as if on the brink of death, his aura chaotic and steadily weakening. Rias's face lit up with joy. Impressive. He defeated a fallen angel cadre without even using Balance Breaker, Sona remarked, her expression relaxing. With Kokabeel, the main instigator, defeated, the crisis would end. Roy's side has settled things. "I need to speed up," Kiba said, holding the light factor crystal in one hand and his demonic sword in the other. He fought one of the exorcists, gradually overpowering them and soon securing victory. "Valper, are you ready to die?" Kiba said, turning to Valpor Galilei with a carefree smile, as if savoring his revenge. "You two heretics, surrender now," Irina and Zenobia declared, having subdued the other 2 exorcists wielding holy swords, maintaining the upper hand. As holy sword wielders trained by the church from a young age, they easily outmatched the exorcists. Soon, Kiba and the church duo defeated all 3 exorcists. "Don't come closer," Valpor cried, terrified, cursing Kokabeel as useless in his mind. He had assumed that with Kokabeel's strength, seizing the other 2 holy swords and handling the devils at Kuo Academy would be effortless. So he had followed Kokabeel to Kuo Academy. But he never expected Kokabeel to lose. Worse, Kiba, a survivor of the Holy Sword Project, saw him as a mortal enemy, determined to kill him to quench his hatred. "Go to hell and repent with them." Kiba raised his demonic sword and struck Valper, ending his life. Irina and Zenobia sighed, but did not stop Kiba's vengeance. Roy approached Kokabeel, ready to deliver the final blow. "I never thought I'd survive the 3 factions war only to die here," Kokabeel said, slumped on the ground, giving up resistance. A self-deprecating smile crossed his pale face. But it's not a loss. At least I didn't die of boredom. In a world without gods or satans, dying in battle is a relief. Didn't expect you to take it so well, Roy said, raising an eyebrow. Chapter 181. White Dragon Emperor, looking at Roy approaching with a sword in hand. Kokobeel was stunned for a moment, then let out a self-deprecating laugh. What? So you knew the secret too, Kokobeel sneered, unclear whether he was mocking himself or everyone present. That's right, with your status and strength rivaling Satan, it's not surprising you'd know this secret, he said, staring at Roy with eyes, as if a realization had dawned on him. What did you mean by a world without gods or satans? Zenobia and Irina asked, their excited and angry gazes turning to Kokobeel. They had just completed their mission and felt a moment of relief, only to be struck by Kokobeel's words like a hammer to their hearts, plunging them into shock and horror. Both stared at Kokobeel, desperate for answers. The fury in their eyes could have burned him to ashes if it were tangible. For Zenobia and Irina, raised by the church since childhood, the god was their deepest belief, untouchable by slander. Not only the church duo, but everyone present fell into a stunned silence after hearing Kokobeel's words. A world without Satans was understandable. After the three factions' war, the four old Satans fell, a well-known fact among the three factions. The current four Satans were elected after their predecessors' deaths. But a world without the God of the Bible was baffling. Roy, what's going on? Rhys asked, looking at Roy with suspicion, sensing he knew the truth behind it. It seems those fuckers did a fine job keeping secrets, Kokobeel said, a mocking laugh rising from deep within as he ridiculed their ignorance. Secrets vary by audience. What some must strive to uncover is easily accessible to others. The mystery of the God of the Bible's death was no different. For common people in biblical mythology, it was a secret, but for cadre-level figures among the three factions, especially those with Satan-class strength, it was common knowledge. Their class were simply different. In the last Great War, the God of the Bible perished alongside the four old Satans, Roy said. What? Irina stammered, dazed. Zenovia's gaze wavered, darting between Kokobeel and Roy. Asia's body trembled as if struck by a heavy blow upon hearing the news. The God of the Bible is dead, Sona said, struggling to utter the words. For beings of biblical mythology, the God of the Bible's importance was undeniable, even for devils. Accepting his death was difficult for everyone present. Yes, that's right, Kokobeel laughed. The God of the Bible died long ago with the four old Satans in the Great War. It's normal that you didn't know. Who would dare speak of God's death? He said, as if unburdening his final words. Humans are a race that instinctively prays to gods. If there are no gods, what changes would that bring to humanity? No one knows. Among the three factions, only some members know the truth. Those below are kept in the dark, strictly forbidden from leaking that the God of the Bible is dead. I've never heard such a thing, Rhys said in disbelief. Cough. Cough. Kokobeel weakly coughed up blood, his ferocious face softening with anger. Why do you think I want to start a new three factions war? Because the God of the Bible is dead. He roared. Do you know? During the three factions war, we fallen angels had the upper hand, but because God died, Azazel and the others called for a truce. What's laughable is that Michael and the devils agreed to it. The war the three factions fought for so long ended in such a ridiculous way. It's a joke. At the time, the war caused heavy losses for angels, fallen angels, and devils alike, Sona said, quickly recovering from the shock of the God of the Bible's death. If the war had continued, the three factions might not have survived. To preserve their strength and continue existing, a truce was the best choice. Yes, that's what those leaders thought, Kokobeel said with a self-deprecating laugh. That fool Azazel even declared we'd never wage war again. What's the point of fighting if the God is dead? Are you serious? He growled, gritting his teeth. If we had persisted, we fallen angels could have won. Impossible. If the Lord is dead, Who protects us now? Asia said, shaking her head in denial. That's right. When we pray, the Lord responds. How could he die at the hands of the 4 old Satans? Zenobia shouted, as if reassuring herself. Exactly. How could the Almighty God die so easily? Kokobeel, stop spreading lies. Irina added. Humans are so easily fooled, Kokobeel said, looking at the 3 with sarcasm. There's so much evidence that the God of the Bible is gone, yet you refuse to see it. Angels are no longer born. That's the clearest proof, and anyone who looks into it can find clues. As for your so-called prayers, I can only say Michael's done a good job, he continued. There's a system in heaven, created by the God, to answer believers' prayers. As long as it functions, believers receive blessings. But with Michael's ability, he can't perfectly run that system, so more believers have been abandoned in recent years. How is that possible? Zenobia stood dumbfounded, barely holding her sword steady. Her expression faltered, on the verge of collapse, though she gritted her teeth, clinging to her last shred of composure. Asia and Irina, unable to bear Kokobeel's words, fainted. Aquino quickly caught Asia, preventing her fall, but Irina, with Zenobia too dazed to help, collapsed to the ground. As a cadre of the fallen angels, Kokobeel's words carried high credibility, especially on the brink of death. This shattered the trio's last hopes, forcing them to accept their lord's death. Ha ha! I've held this secret for centuries, and now I can finally say it. Kokobeel laughed heartily. Now give me the final blow, he said with a maniacal smile. I'm satisfied to have outlived the God and old Satans. Suddenly, a streak of light, like a shooting star, tore across the night sky, ripping through space and arriving at Kuo Academy in an instant. Crack! With a sharp sound, the meteor easily pierced the barrier around Kuo Academy. What? Sona and Rias stared at the streak, incredulous. They hadn't expected their carefully crafted barrier to be so fragile, broken by sheer force. This wasn't a special ability, but pure, overwhelming power. Undoubtedly, the newcomer possessed terrifying strength, likely surpassing even Kokobeel. Seeing this, Roy leaped back, retreating 10 meters. The next moment, the meteor crashed to the ground like a meteorite, unleashing a violent storm that spread in all directions. Amid the rising smoke and dust, a silver-white figure stood. Chapter 182. Long time no see, who is it? Rias and Sona asked, their expressions serious. Aquino also assumed a fighting stance. The sudden appearance of this figure left them uncertain whether he was friend or foe. Most critically, the aura radiating from him was overwhelming. Compared to him, even Kokobeel seemed slightly inferior. As the smoke and dust settled, the figure's appearance became clear to everyone. He was clad in silver-white armor, his head fully covered by a helmet, concealing his face. Blue gemstones on key parts of the armor emitted a cool light. On his back spread a pair of light wings glowing with faint blue radiance. The White Dragon Emperor, Sona said, instantly identifying him. One of the 2 heavenly dragons has actually appeared. The group murmured, still reeling from the shock of the god's death, only to be confronted by another major figure. Was he drawn here by Roy? They wondered, their gazes shifting between the figure and Roy, suspecting his arrival was tied to the Red Dragon Emperor. This is the strongest White Dragon Emperor, Rias said, observing him closely, a hint of worry in her eyes. Like Roy, he had achieved Balance Breaker, meaning the 2 might be evenly matched. The outcome of a clash between them was uncertain. After all, the history between the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor showed they were fated rivals. Vali, Kokobeel growled, staring at the figure with scarlet eyes. Now, he was absolutely certain he had been played like a clown. Under normal circumstances, Valley should be in the underworld. Even rushing to Kuo town would take time, not happen this quickly. Yet Valley arrived at Kuo Academy shortly after his battle with Roy began. This likely meant Valley was already near Kuo town, waiting for Kokobeel to cause trouble before stepping in to resolve it. Looks like I'm a step too late, Valley said, looking down at Kokabeel with a hint of mockery. I didn't expect you to be beaten this badly. Did Azazel send you? Kokabeel demanded, his face contorted with anger. Azazel ordered me to bring you back, Valley replied calmly. Even if I die here, I won't go back with you. Kokabeel roared. Oh, Valley said, his tone tinged with curiosity. I don't know what kind of shock you've had here, but my task is to bring you back, not to cater to Azazel's public image. Whether you're willing or not is irrelevant. Valley, do you think you can take me away so easily? Kokabeel sneered. You'd have to ask if your fated rival agrees. After all, my life is in the Red Dragon Emperor's hands now. Kokabeel's gaze shifted past Valley to Roy, standing not far away. Roy had deactivated Tempest and Berserk, as maintaining both skills drained stamina. Killing a defeated Kokabeel didn't require such effort. So, the Red Dragon Emperor did this to you? Valley asked, his interest piqued, though his expression remained hidden behind the helmet. He turned to Roy and said, I'm here to take this wayward fool back. Roy frowned and replied, And what can you offer me? You heard him. Kokabeel's life is mine to take. I'm only here to retrieve Kokabeel, Valley said calmly. If you want to fight, now's not the time. I don't want to deal with Azazel's punishment. Valley, don't dream. You're no match for the Red Dragon Emperor. Kokabeel taunted. I can't ignore that, Valley said, his voice growing colder. As the strongest White Dragon Emperor, certified by Azazel himself, Valley had immense confidence. Yet Kokabeel claimed he was inferior to the current Red Dragon Emperor. The Red One doesn't even show up when I arrive. Are you planning to ignore me? A muffled voice echoed from Valley's armor. Long time no see, albeit a green light flashed on Roy's right hand. Valley, who do you think caused my injuries? Kokabeel sneered. Is it that hard? Valley said softly. With his strength, tearing Kokabeel apart would be effortless. Indeed, it's not hard. Kokabeel laughed mockingly, his tone grating on Valley. Killing me in your current state is easy, but what if you didn't have divine dividing? What do you mean? Valley asked, frowning. This guy didn't even use the boosted gear and still beat me head-on like this, Kokabeel said bluntly. What? Valley's aura surged slightly, laced with surprise. He had assumed Kokabeel's miserable state was due to Roy using Balance Breaker. Perhaps Roy had lifted Balance Breaker after defeating him. But to think Roy hadn't used his Longinus at all, relying solely on his own power to crush Kokabeel. Most strikingly, Roy was unscathed. Even for Valley, defeating a Cadre-class fallen angel of near Satan-class strength without injury, and without using his Longinus, would be challenging. Chapter 183. Valley, you're far beneath him. What Kokabeel said shocked Valley, and he turned his full attention to Roy. He had always been curious about his fated rival, the Red Dragon Emperor, and took him seriously, yet couldn't help feeling a touch of arrogance. After all, he was recognized as the strongest White Dragon Emperor in history by many, especially by Azazel. Azazel, who witnessed the era of the original White Dragon Emperor and possessed immense strength, gave Valley's title undeniable weight. This inevitably made Valley somewhat proud. While he respected his rival, the Red Dragon Emperor, he firmly believed he would never lose to him. But Kokabeel's words shattered that confidence. Valley didn't doubt Kokabeel's claims. Beyond Kokabeel's pitiful state, there was no reason for him to lie to deceive Valley. Valley himself could discern truth from falsehood. He sensed that, despite Kokabeel's attempt to stir trouble, he was speaking the truth. Hard to believe, Kokabeel said mockingly. Do you think Azazel, who calls you the strongest White Dragon Emperor, believes you can truly crush your rival? I never thought that way, Valley replied with a cold snort. My rival should naturally be as strong as possible. Only then is he worthy of being my opponent. Valley had already noticed that Roy's aura suggested strength comparable to an ultimate class devil. Even without using his Longinus, Roy had recently stepped into this realm. To defeat Kokabeel, a Cadre-class fallen angel, Roy's true strength must exceed what was currently visible. Otherwise, defeating Kokabeel without injury would be impossible. It could only mean Roy was holding back his strength or that his aura had weakened after the battle. After all, Kokabeel was a cadre-class fallen angel. Just one step from Satan-level strength. Without using a Longinus, defeating him without cost was unthinkable. Ha ha ha, you're a battle maniac. You should have joined me, Kokabeel said with a pitying look. If I had succeeded in starting another 3 factions war, you could have fought to your heart's content. As a fallen angel cadre, Kokabeel understood Valis' nature to some extent. Vali was a battle-crazed warrior, driven by a thirst for combat. Order and peace held little value in his eyes. You? Valis' tone dripped with contempt. You think too highly of yourself. Compared to Azazel, you're not even on the same level. You're far beneath him. Even Azazel, the very wings of the fallen angels, is deeper and darker than you. Valis sneered, mocking Kokabeel's words. Azazel, Kokabeel growled, resentment flaring as he spoke with frustration. That complacent fool. Our fallen angels had the upper hand, yet he hides away, tinkering with artificial, sacred gears in the Grigori. Azazel is no idiot like you, Valis said, shaking his head. From Valis' understanding, Azazel was a cunning, hidden genius. You'd better focus on how to take me from the Red Dragon Emperor to complete Azazel's mission, Kokabeel said with a venomous tone, no longer caring about life or death, fully prepared for his end. Azazel rarely gives me tasks, and I don't intend to disappoint him, Valis said, turning to Roy. Kokabeel is a small fry to us. No need to waste energy on him. So, what price are you prepared to pay? Roy asked with interest. Kokabeel came to Kuo town, caused a mess, and even targeted my fiancé and friend. Though he failed, I'm not letting him off easily. I'd love to fight you here, Valis said, his helmet retracting to reveal short silver hair and a handsome face. In any world, strength was the ultimate authority. He shrugged with a light smile and continued, but it seems I'm not your match right now. Vala glanced around, hinting, besides, this isn't a good battlefield. If we fought Kuo Academy, even Kuo town might be caught in the crossfire. That's not what you want, is it? I could try defeating you before it comes to that, Roy said with a smile. Forget it. Azazel told me not to cause trouble, Valley replied, his eyes burning with fighting spirit that quickly faded. Kokabeel is Azazel's target. If you have demands, take them up with him. We'll take the guy back for now. As for your issue, we'll discuss it with Azazel. He'll likely come to see you. What do you say? Roy pondered for a few seconds, then smiled and said, fine. He also wanted to gain insight into sacred gears from Azazel, so doing him a favor wasn't a bad idea. Vala was surprised, not expecting Roy to agree so readily. Good, Vala nodded, a smile of approval on his face. He'll take him away. You're ahead of me now, he added, lifting the half-dead Kokabeel, but he'll surpass you soon. Before flying off, Vala left that bold declaration. Red, you found an excellent host. Albion's voice echoed. Your host is impressive too, Drake replied. I look forward to their next meeting, when they'll settle the score, Albion said. Our side won't lose, Drake responded calmly, brimming with confidence. Let's wait and see, Albion said. With that, Valis soared into the sky with Kokabeel, vanishing into the night within moments. Chapter 184. Even devils might visit heaven with Valis' departure. The heavy, intense atmosphere around them finally dissipated. Thankfully, it's over, Sona said, breathing a sigh of relief as her tense nerves gradually relaxed. The White Dragon Emperor's appearance had put more pressure on everyone than Kokabeel. Fortunately, no fight broke out between Valley and Roy. Otherwise, as Valley had warned, the entire Kuo Academy, and even Kuo town, could have been devastated by a battle between the two. After all, this would have been a clash between two Satan-class figures. At their level, a single city couldn't withstand their casual power. Even the aftermath of such a battle could destroy Kuo town. Thankfully, Valley and Roy only exchanged words. Vala was bound by his mission from Azazel, and Roy showed no strong desire to fight, allowing the encounter to end peacefully. Sona, let's clean up the battlefield, Riaz said with a smile, releasing the magic sustaining the barrier. Fortunately, There wasn't much damage this time, so repairs should be quick. Sona nodded and said, Tsubaki, I'll leave it to you. She directed her peerage to begin clearing the battlefield. Thanks to the barrier's protection and the fight between Kokabeel and Roy shifting to close combat, there was minimal destruction. With the use of magic, the area was quickly restored to its original state. Are you taking these bodies back? Rias asked Zenobia, pointing to the slain exorcists in Valpor Galilei. Zenobia was the only one from the church still conscious. No, the holy swords have been recovered, so they're your responsibility now, Zenobia replied, her voice still weak. She hadn't fully recovered from the earlier shock, though her complexion had improved slightly. Roy, how's Kiba doing? Rias asked, turning to Roy as he approached Kiba Yudo, who wore a complex expression of relief and sorrow. It feels unfair, Kiba said. My comrades were killed by Valpor and the others for such a pointless reason. They could have survived. Before killing Valpor, Kiba had learned more about the Holy Sword Project from him. The project only required extracting the Holy Sword factor from the test subjects, which could then be condensed into crystals. Those who had their Holy Sword factor extracted could survive. But Valpor deemed them worthless and ordered their deaths. Then live on for your friends, Roy said, patting Kiba's shoulder. If the opportunity arises, you might even see them again. What do you mean? Kiba asked eagerly. You heard what Kokabeel said. Roy replied after a moment's thought. When I was training, I heard a rumor that the three factions may soon enter an unprecedented era of peace. At that time, even devils might visit heaven. That's impossible, Kiba said, startled. A devil visiting the angel's stronghold seemed like a sure way to be reduced to ashes. Nothing's impossible, Roy said with a smile. The God of the Bible is dead, and the leaders of the three factions have no interest in starting another war. Peace talks are the best path forward. Your fallen comrades died for the Chuch's experiments. Given Michael's kindness, he likely wouldn't mistreat them. They're probably in heaven, Roy continued. Really? Kiba's face lit up with excitement. What the Red Dragon Emperor says is quite possible, Zenobia added. The Holy Sword Project's tragedy caused a stir in the church and involved many high-ranking officials. I heard even Lord Michael paid close attention. With his kindness, knowing what happened to the test subjects had likely ensured they were cared for. I don't know the full details. Since I was young at the time and only overheard bits of conversation, she admitted. Thank you, Kiba said, looking at Zenobia with gratitude. Roy and Zenovia's words gave him renewed hope. Make good use of that Holy Sword Factor crystal, Roy said, glancing at the ice blue crystal Kiba held carefully. It might help you reach Balance Breaker. Balance Breaker? Rias said, approaching after the battlefield was cleared, surprise crossing her face. Balance Breaker was the ultimate state of sacred gear, achieved by few. Right, Roy nodded. Kiba's just one step away from Balance Breaker. If he fully utilizes the Holy Sword Factor Crystal, he should reach it successfully. I recall Irina mastered her Holy Sword after receiving a Holy Sword Factor Crystal, Zenobia said. Can a devil use it? The God of the Bible is dead, Roy explained. The line between holy and demonic is no longer absolute. It's becoming blurred. Kiba was a test subject in the Holy Sword Project, so he has high compatibility with the Holy Sword Factor Crystal. Plus, this crystal comes from his former comrades. Their lingering will resides within it, so it won't reject him. Kiba held the crystal tightly, tears in his eyes, as if trying to see his comrades' figures through it. Rias, I'll take my leave, Sona said after the battlefield was cleared, giving a nod before departing with her peerage. What's your plan? Rias asked Zenobia. Hearing the God of the Bible is dead. I barely stayed conscious, Zenobia said, glancing at the still unconscious Irina. My mind's a mess, and I don't know what to do next. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. You can contact the church later to return the holy swords. How's that sound? Rias offered. That's all I can do. Thank you, Rias Gremory, Zenobia said, helping Irina up and following the group as they left Kuo Academy. Chapter 185. Am I too strong? Although the matter of Kokabeel has concluded, It was a significant turmoil involving all three factions. Beyond cleaning up the battlefield, post-conflict matters also needed attention. These responsibilities fell to Rias and Sona. As the sisters of Satan's and heirs to noble clans, they held high status among devils and were directly involved in the incident. Moreover, the conversation between Royflot and Kokabeel piqued their curiosity. Kokabeel's ability to cause such chaos wasn't accidental. It might have been part of a plan by the leaders of the three factions to use him for a specific purpose. Both Rias and Sona wanted to uncover what the factions were scheming, allowing Kokabeel to steal the holy swords and infiltrate Kuo town so seamlessly. After a night of intense and thrilling events, no one felt particularly sleepy. Rias arranged for Zenobia and Irina Shidu to stay temporarily at her villa in the human world. Once that was settled, Rias and Sona returned to the underworld. Master Roy, what happened at Kuo Academy? Even from here, we felt powerful waves of magic, Rainier and Middle said, greeting them upon their return to the villa. From the villa's distance, both had sensed the battle in Kuo town and guessed something significant had occurred. However, they didn't rush to the scene. With their strength, heading to Kuo Academy without knowing the situation would have been like lambs walking into a tiger's den. Is Asia okay? Middle asked, noticing Asia unconscious in Roy's arms. Kokabeel came to Kuo town and caused a major disturbance, but it's been resolved. The White Dragon Emperor was ordered to take him back. Roy explained briefly, handing Asia to Rainier. Take Asia to her room to rest. She's been through a lot tonight. Let her sleep. Kokabeel and the White Dragon Emperor? Rainier and Middle's eyes widened in shock at Roy's words. These were major figures among the fallen angels, both appearing at Kuo Academy. And it seemed a conflict had erupted. Their minds raced, piecing together what might have happened, catching a glimpse of the truth. Roy didn't even use Balance Breaker and easily defeated Kokabeel. Kaneko Tuju said expressionlessly. Though she had accepted the presence of the two fallen angels in the villa, Kaneko still harbored a trace of wariness toward them. After all, their past actions weren't exactly virtuous. They were only subdued by Roy. Given the chance, Kaneko wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson to ensure they stayed in line. You defeated Lord Kokabeel without using Balance Breaker? Middle asked, her astonishment growing. Rainier mirrored her expression. The news was explosive. Kokabeel was a cadre of the fallen angels, ranked among the top 10 in their hierarchy. Yet Roy had defeated him so effortlessly. To them, a fallen angel cadre's status was no less significant than the White Dragon Emperor or Red Dragon Emperor, perhaps even higher. As fallen angels, they knew more about their cadres. Take Asia back first, Roy said. Yes, Master Roy, they replied, their admiration and respect deepening. They gently carried Asia to her room. Roy had no desire to chat with Himejima Aquino or Kaneko, and they felt the same. The night's events were profoundly impactful, and they needed time to process in silence. Back in his room, Roy accessed the divine blood and updated Fauna. The turmoil caused by Kokabeel had earned him substantial rewards. In addition to the 150,000 dimension points from completing the random mission, he gained 100,000 from Kokabeel himself. Adding the 250,000 dimension points each from Zenobia and Irina Shidu, Roy amassed a total of 750,000 dimension points. A very generous haul. No grade? Roy muttered, shaking his head in mild disappointment after checking the updated data. When Roy reached level 5, he had returned to this world. At that time, all his basic ability was at I. To upgrade from level 5, all basic abilities needed to reach EX. It's not bad to gain so much basic abilities at once. Roy looked not too disappointed, just slightly wistful. He hadn't expected to rank up just by defeating Kokabeel. Gaining 3,000 basic abilities across all stats was already significant. Moreover, the DxD world was filled with powerful beings. Though fighting them came with restrictions, as those with Kokabeel's strength held high positions in their factions, making direct confrontations rare. Otherwise, in the anime, Valley wouldn't constantly lament the world's boredom before joining the Cows Brigade. But once the Cows Brigade officially emerges, strong opponents would appear endlessly. There would always be opportunities to fight powerful foes and gain valuable experience. After updating Fauna, Roy felt his strength had noticeably improved. The enhancement was comparable to his jump from level 4 to level 5. Though he didn't rank up, the strength increase was real. Host, Roy Flott Race, Human Level. Level 100 Replicated Abilities. Power of Light, D. Power of Destruction, Blacksmith, B. Kino Talent, B. Mixing, B. Possessed Items. Boosted Gear, B. Hestia Sword, B. Replicated Skills, Fauna. Bond of Life, B. Dimension Points, for 1,735. 602 Chapter 186. They'd been crying like this for almost half an hour early the next morning. Roy was woken up by a burst of crying. When he got up and walked out his room, he saw 3 girls hugging and crying in the living room. Needless to say, the 3 crying girls were naturally Asia, Zenobia, and Irina. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that back then. Irina apologized to Asia while crying. It seemed she was apologizing for her previous actions. I'm sorry, Asia. I shouldn't have called you a witch. Since the Lord is gone, my prayers go unanswered, and I can't offer any redemption. I'm sorry. Zenobia was also sobbing. The Lord is gone. What should we do now? Asia looked hopeless. What's going on with them so early in the morning? Roy didn't disturb the 3 crying girls, but instead looked at Kaneko and Ravel, who were eating breakfast casually. At 7 o'clock this morning, the 2 Holy Sword users came, Kaneko said. They wanted to apologize for the rude things they said to Asia. Kaneko sighed as she spoke, a look of helplessness appearing on her cute, deadpan face. Then they mentioned the news that God had died, and, well, this happened. Yep, they've been crying like this for almost half an hour, Ravel added. They can really cry, Kaneko said quietly. Crying for half an hour, saying so much, sobbing so loudly, and tears were still falling. You had to admit, just as Kaneko said, they were very capable of crying. Shouldn't we try to calm them down? Crying like this will hurt their health. Ravel couldn't help but look at Asia with concern. She felt distressed, seeing her looking so sad. Forget it. With Asia here, even if they cry their voices hoarse, it's no big deal. Roy shook his head helplessly. It's fine. Just let them vent. After all, the news of God's death is a huge blow to pious believers like them. It would be worse if they kept it bottled up. Kaneko looked at the 3 of them, who continued to cry as if no one else was around. She thought it was a bit funny that Asia's healing ability was being used for this. Cry until your throat is sore, get healed, and then continue crying? Have Rias and Aquino come back? Roy scanned the area, but didn't see the 2 of them. They had gone back to the underworld last night to report on Kokabeel. Not yet. Kaneko nodded and said, however, before the president left, she contacted me. She said this incident is rather troublesome, so as participants, they will be staying in the underworld for an extra day or 2. Have the 3 of them eaten? Knowing that Rias and the others were still tied up in the underworld, Roy turned his attention back to the weeping church trio. Not yet. Ravel shook her head and said, Asia started crying with them as soon as she got up. Breakfast was just made. Do you 3 want to come over and have some breakfast? Roy asked. After hearing Roy's words, Zenobia and Irina paused for a moment, but Asia kept crying. Then, the first 2 started crying again. We'll go to school by ourselves after we eat. Asia, you should take the day off. In her state, she should rest at home for a day or 2. Seeing that the 3 did not respond, Roy twitched the corner of his mouth and began to eat his breakfast. After eating, Roy, Kaneko, and Ravel went to Kuo Academy together. If you get hungry, just ask Rainier or the others. Before leaving, Roy gave one last instruction to Zenobia and Irina. Thanks. Zenobia calmed down a little, lifted her tear-stained face, and thanked Roy in a choked voice. Roy. The rest of the day passed peacefully. When school was over, Rias and Aquino still weren't back. The Occult Research Club was naturally devoid of its usual vitality. Kaneko needed to complete a devil contract, so she teleported to the client's home alone after school. As for Kibayudo, he held the holy sword Factor Crystal in his hand all day. He was planning to accept the crystal as Roy had suggested, accept the help of his fallen friends, and reach his balance breaker, Sword of Betrayer, as soon as possible. Ravel was getting along well with her classmates and was often invited to hang out after school. So, Roy went home, first alone. "Master Roy, do you have time tomorrow night?" Seeing Roy come back, Rainier and Middle walked up to him with nervous expressions. Although the two of them were currently taking care of Roy's daily life and knew his schedule, they still asked, worrying that he might have other plans. "I'm free." "What's up?" Roy asked. "It was my former direct supervisor. He contacted me today," Rainier explained. "He told me that Lord Azazel plans to visit you tomorrow night." "Azazel?" Roy smiled and said, "Okay, let's set it for tomorrow night. Valley is pretty reliable. As the Governor General of the Fallen Angels. He's coming to visit in person. It must be about compensation for Kokobeel's rampage last night." "Okay, then I will reply to him," Rainier nodded. "What about Asia and the others?" "I don't see them." After Roy entered the room, he didn't see the church trio that had been crying their hearts out all morning. The three of them should still be sleeping. Rainier raised her head, glanced at Asia's room on the second floor, and said with a slightly helpless expression, "As a maid in the villa, the church trio's intense crying all morning had given her a massive headache. Fortunately, their physical strength was limited. After crying all morning, eating lunch, and reminiscing about their lives as believers when they thought God was still alive, they were finally overcome by sleepiness and fell asleep in Asia's room." "Should we wake them up?" Middle asked. "Forget it. Wait until dinner time to wake them up." Roy shook his head. Chapter 187. You got an enviable setup here. Roy was in a good mood after receiving the news that Azazel planned to come a visit. Even if he couldn't get the sacred gear information from Azazel tomorrow night, he should be able to get some other good things. After all, as one of the three great factions of biblical mythology, the Grigori had existed for a very long time. They must have other collections besides sacred gear materials. The next day, after spending the day in Kuo Academy as usual, Roy went home as agreed and waited for Azazel to arrive. Rias and Aquino had not come back yet. They were still in the underworld dealing with matters related to the Kokobeel incident. "Rainier, the guest has arrived." At 7 o'clock in the evening, Roy felt an extremely powerful aura approaching the villa. This aura was neither deliberately suppressed nor released. It simply maintained its own rhythm as it slowly neared the house. However, even though the owner of this aura was only maintaining it naturally, its intensity was far beyond Kokobeel's level. This was a true Mao-class character. "Yes, Master Roy," Rainier responded, then left the living room and walked out the front door. After a short while, Rainier returned, her eyes filled with excitement. Although she deliberately tried to suppress it, her excitement was still palpable. Behind Rainier followed a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He was dressed very casually, with a kimono and a pair of slippers. His hair didn't look well managed, giving him a slightly rough appearance. He didn't look like a guest making a formal first-time visit, but more like an old acquaintance dropping by. "Jo, sekiriute." There was a wicked smile on Azazel's mouth. He looked unkempt, but his eyes were very bright. After scanning the scene in the villa, he was the first to say hello. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Governor Azazel of the Fallen Angels." "My name is Roy Flott." Roy responded politely with a smile. "This is Governor Azazel of the Fallen Angels?" There was a hint of disbelief in Kaniko's eyes, and she couldn't help but blurt it out. It wasn't that she didn't believe his identity. After all, that aura, which wasn't even deliberately suppressed, couldn't be faked. And he was definitely a major figure comparable to a Mao. Moreover, Roy had already explained to them that the Governor of the Fallen Angels would be visiting this evening. It was just that the Governor of the Fallen Angels looked like a decadent, middle-aged uncle, which was truly hard to accept. Because she was a member of Rias peerage, Kaniko could occasionally meet the contemporary Mao Lucifer, Surzex, in private. But the aura and temperament of Surzex were on a completely different level from the person in front of her. If one were to meet Azazel and Surzex without knowing who they were, even an ordinary person could tell at a glance that Surzex was an important man in a high position. Azazel, on the other hand, perfectly fit the image of a decadent, middle-aged, unemployed, and divorced uncle. Ravel had the same question as Kaneko, but she didn't say it aloud, instead looking at Azazel very curiously. The church trio had been together for the past 2 days and were also in the villa. After seeing Azazel's arrival, Zenobia and Irina couldn't help but tense up, looking at him with nervous eyes. Neither of them had ever met Michael, yet here they were, meeting the leader of the Grigori first. The feeling was difficult for them to process. On the contrary, Asia looked very normal, observing Azazel with curious eyes, which was probably due to her personality. As for Middled, her mood at the moment was similar to Raynar's. As fallen angels, the person they admired most was their governor, Azazel. In the past, they could never even get a glimpse of him, but now they could see their idol up close. It was hard not to be excited. That's right, I am Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels, little girl. Azazel had a wicked smile on his mouth, much like a lecherous old man. The next moment, as if to prove his identity, 12 black wings spread out from behind him. This was the symbol of the highest class of fallen angel. The blackness of his wings was even purer than Kokobil's. I've been the governor of the fallen angels for so many years. It's tiring to put on airs every day, Azazel said, retracting his wings and shrugging helplessly. Besides, this isn't a formal meeting between me and the Sekavidi, just a private visit. There's no need to be so serious, Azazel added. Just be casual. Hearing Azazel's explanation, the doubt and disbelief in Kaneko's and Ravel's eyes gradually faded, replaced by another emotion. Perhaps it was a look of disdain for this pervy uncle. That wasn't quite accurate either. In any case, the two of them stopped worrying about Azazel's image and silently withdrew their gazes. Azazel was a sharp person. How could he fail to see the emotional shift in the two of them? But he didn't pay it much mind. There's no need for the two holy sword users over there to be so nervous. Azazel glanced at Zenobia and Irina. I'm not here to fight today, just to talk with the Sekayudi. Please sit down. Roy invited Azazel to come in and sit. Azazel was not polite. After entering, he sat down opposite Roy very casually. You got an enviable setup here, Azazel said. How so? Roy asked with a smile. Fallen angels, devils, characters who originally belonged to factions that are incompatible with each other, can actually live in harmony together. Azazel sighed and said, if this kind of scene were placed hundreds of years ago, it would be unimaginable. In other words, hundreds of years ago, even if people from the factions were living in harmony, they would have been scorned, spurned, and even hunted down by their own kind. Chapter 188. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. I think there will be more scenes like this in the future. Regarding Azazel's words, Roy smiled and said, after all, aren't you working hard for it? I don't know where you get your information. We are very tight-lipped. Even our cadres don't know the details. Azazel smiled helplessly, and his sharp eyes fell on Roy, wanting to see right through him. The fact that the three factions were about to shake hands and make peace was a major event that could change the course of history for the entire biblical faction. And it was also a top secret among them. Among them, apart from him, only a few people knew about it. Before the Kokobil incident, although Azazel valued Roy, who was in Kuo town, he didn't pay that much attention to him. But after what happened with Kokobil, Azazel investigated Roy's affairs thoroughly. However, no useful information was found. The devil's secrecy was also handled very well. After all, even Rias didn't know the news of the tripartite summit. But how did Roy, the contemporary Sekudi, know about it? This made Azazel curious. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. There will always be clues left behind. If you pay a little attention, you will make some unexpected discoveries. Roy smiled. That's true. Azazel nodded and said, it doesn't make much sense to talk about these now. According to the investigation, After Roy came to Kuo Town, he showed an incredible talent for swordsmanship. If that was the case, his intuition didn't seem so unacceptable. After all, the minds of geniuses are always different, and they can discover things that are difficult for ordinary people to notice. Before the Kokabeel incident, they had done a good job of keeping the peace talk secret. However, in dealing with Kokabeel's theft of the Excaliburs, even though he didn't coordinate with Surzex and Michael, their tacit understanding made them all choose to use Kokabeel as a breakthrough to advance the peace talks. As long as one was paying attention, they could always find that sense of incongruity. You spared Kokabeel's life, and I want to thank you for that. After all, there are fewer and fewer of the old guys on the Grigori side. Although he caused a lot of trouble this time, he has followed me for many years, Azazel said, getting straight to the point. How did the fallen angels deal with Kokabeel? Ravel asked. Of course, it was a severe punishment. Azazel spread his hands and said, that guy has always been impulsive when he gets heated. This time, I just made him sober up. I have sealed him in the lowest level of Cositis and sentenced him to eternal imprisonment in ice. Although Kokabeel had caused a lot of trouble this time, and a death sentence would not have been surprising, there were very few cadre-class fallen angels in the Grigori. Their number was not even in the double digits. Azazel was also a nostalgic person, so he still gave Kokabeel a chance to survive. If Kokabeel could truly repent, it wasn't impossible to release him when the time came. After all, even a life sentence could be commuted. I just wanted to exchange him for something I wanted. You don't need to thank me, Roy said bluntly with a smile. Tell me, what do you want from me? Azazel leaned back on the sofa very naturally and said casually. He liked Roy's outspoken attitude. There was no need to beat around the bush. After all, Azazel was, to some extent, still a researcher, and researchers don't like to waste time. I heard that you at the Grigori have done in-depth research on sacred gears, and I want to borrow your research data, Roy said directly. That's really a lion's request. Azazel was surprised. He looked Roy up and down and said strangely, however, I'm curious. What do you want the sacred gear research results for? After Azazel ended his involvement in the Great War, he had devoted most of his energy to the research of sacred gears. For Roy to ask for his life's work in one go, the request was unusually bold. Is there a need to ask? Roy raised his eyebrows. I can't just give you the results blindly, can I? Azazel smiled and said, if you use it for something terrible, it'll also be held responsible. I don't want to get into some trouble for no reason. Hearing Azazel's words, Roy couldn't help but smile. It seemed his purpose for today would be fulfilled. I plan to further develop the boosted gear. Roy did not hide it, explaining balance breaker may not be enough for me. I hope to develop a new mode that is more powerful and more stable. Have you already started to touch Juggernaut Drive? Azazel asked. Not yet. Roy shook his head. That mode is not easy to use. It consumes too much life force. As a human, I really can't afford it. Juggernaut Drive was basically a drain on one's life force. In the past, a Sekiyuti could basically declare themselves dead after using it. In the anime, when Issei Heidi used Juggernaut Drive while Berserk, it also greatly shortened his demonic lifespan, which showed its severe side effects. This generation of heavenly dragons truly surpasses the past, Azazel said with a sigh. Valley had the blood of a Mao, a hybrid of a devil and a human. He had mastered his balance breaker a long time ago and could be called the strongest Hakuryuku in history. Azazel guessed that Valley had probably already started to touch upon Juggernaut Drive. And this generation's Sekiyuti was even more outrageous. As a human, his strength actually exceeded someone with a Mao's bloodline. He was even planning to develop a new, more powerful, and more suitable mode on top of the balance breaker. The previous Sekiyuti had all rested on their laurels. The balance breaker was already their limit. Okay, I can give you my sacred gear research results. Azazel nodded. In fact, Azazel had planned to share his research on sacred gears with Michael, Surzex, and the others after the summit between the three factions. Even if he had rejected Roy today, Roy would still have been able to get access to the relevant information eventually. Chapter 189. Partners after the Tripartite Summit. the contact and cooperation between the three factions will become very frequent. Azazel had no intention of keeping the Sacred Gear research results private and planned to share them at that time. This would not only increase the trust between each other, but they could also each get something they wanted. After all, although the angels and the devils did not study sacred gears, they had made great achievements in other areas that the Grigori needed. Besides this, the reason Azazel was able to agree to Roy so easily was, of course, also because of Roy's position. As Riaz's fiancé, Roy was the son-in-law of the Gremory clan and the brother-in-law of the Mal Lucifer. I want to explain in advance that so far, my research has not reached the level of developing Longina's sacred gears. I have only just begun to touch upon it. Azazel promised to hand over the sacred gear research results to Roy, but he still added, maybe it will be of some help to you in developing your sacred gear. But it probably won't be a huge help. The favor of the governor of the fallen angels is very valuable. Are you sure you want to use it for this? There was a faint smile on the corner of Azazel's mouth, with a hint of playfulness, as he waited for Roy's answer. What does the governor mean? Can Roy make another request? With an elegant smile on her pretty face and a gleam of innocence in her eyes, Ravel spoke before Roy could answer. Hearing this, the corner of Azazel's mouth twitched, and the smile on his face collapsed in an instant. He was just speaking casually, but didn't expect the other party to press the advantage. As the governor of the fallen angels and a superior, he really couldn't refute it now. Azazel looked at Ravel and said, "Are you the daughter of the Phoenix clan?" Azazel had investigated Roy before he came, so he naturally knew about Roy's relationships. "Yes, Lord Azazel." Ravel nodded and said, "I am the eldest daughter of the Phoenix clan, Ravel Phoenix, and Roy's fiancé. Roy, just like your predecessors, you're all lucky guys." Azazel laughed and said, "Every generation of Securudii is surrounded by people with ridiculously good relationships with the opposite sex. And this generation of Securudii seems to have an even better relationship. The Gremory clan and the Phoenix clan becoming engaged to two great devil nobles. The previous Securudii never had this kind of treatment. It is normal for powerful figures like them in the supernatural world to have multiple wives. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just lucky enough to have earned their favor." With a gentle smile and a hint of admiration in his eyes, Roy glanced at Ravel and said. Ravel's face flushed slightly, but her noble upbringing allowed her to maintain her composure. The expression on her face didn't change much, and she continued to sit gracefully beside Roy with a shallow smile. "But you two certainly like to ask difficult questions." Azazel smiled helplessly and said, "Apart from the sacred gear research results, I don't seem to have anything else to hand over. How about this?" Roy thought for a moment, took out 3 test tubes from his storage space, and put them on the table. "What is this?" Azazel looked curiously at the 3-bottle, which contained a liquid that was obviously different from ordinary water or beverages. You can tell that it is not ordinary. The eyes of Kaneko and Ravel were also attracted by the 3 bottles, showing a trace of curiosity, wanting to know what they were. These 3 bottles are a potion, a mind potion, and a high potion. Roy introduced the names of the 3 bottles of potions, and then explained their respective functions to everyone. Yes, these are good things. After hearing Roy's introduction, Azazel couldn't help but show a look of interest in his eyes, staring at the 3 bottles carefully. If the effects of the 3 potions were really as Roy said, they would definitely be highly sought-after items. Azazel, the 3 factions want peace talks. Before formal peace can be achieved, there will definitely be turmoil that needs to be quelled, Roy said, his expression serious. True. Azazel did not deny it. Among the 3 factions, there are quite a few people who oppose the peace talks. If they really want to promote a summit to make peace, then many people will jump out to stop it. Battles, perhaps even wars, are inevitable. With these potions, the casualties should be reduced a lot. Roy continued, "So, I plan to conduct a business cooperation with you, the Gremory clan, and the Phoenix clan. In the supernatural world, one's own strength is fundamental. However, knowledge can also increase one's own influence and bargaining power. Although Roy himself didn't value these things very much, he would not let go of what belonged to him or what he could get easily. However, it is not an easy task to completely replicate the potions from Damachi in DxD. Low-class recovery potions can be made with only common herbs. These things are not difficult to find in DxD. But for high potions, it is necessary to add special materials that are found exclusively in the dungeon. These things do not exist here, so they would have to find substitutes. This would not be easy. Therefore, it was natural to find partners. Of course, Roy would not choose to take all the profits for himself. Therefore, he involved the factions related to him and handed the specific work over to them, while he himself would wait for the profits to be distributed. After all, producing and selling potions is a huge undertaking. Relying on himself alone, he wouldn't be able to manage it effectively in a short time. Roy would not waste too much time on business matters. Compared with these things, he preferred to go to worlds in various worlds to explore new things. The Grimmery and Phoenix clans were not good at research and didn't seem to have any special research institutes under their command. They relied more on the innate racial powers. As it happened, Azazel was a person who liked research, so Roy planned to entrust this part of the work to him. Coupled with his knowledge of the anime, Azazel's character was trustworthy. Chapter 190, The Dimensional Gap? When Roy expressed his idea of cooperation, Azazel naturally did not object. He was also very moved. Having experienced the Great War, he was even more aware of the importance of the potions in Roy's hands. These were strategic items. With these potions alone, no matter which supernatural faction Roy went to, he would be regarded as a guest of honor and hold a very high status. It was just like the Phoenix clan. In the past, among the devil nobles, there were only marquises, and their status was not too high. But after the evil pieces were made and the raiding game started, their status rose. This was all because of the item, Phoenix Tears. However, if these potions of Roy's were truly released, their influence would be greater than Phoenix Tears. Although they might not be as effective as Phoenix Tears, even the most advanced potion could only be considered a low-tier substitute for Phoenix Tears. The potions in Roy's hands could be mass-produced. Phoenix Tears' output was too small, too scarce. Even the richest of the richest couldn't keep a drop for everyone. The Phoenix clan, too? Ravel looked at Roy with some embarrassment in her eyes. She grew up in a noble family, and although she was well protected by her parents and older brothers, she was not a beginner in this kind of thing. She immediately understood the importance of these potions. However, she didn't seem to have done anything to deserve it, and letting Roy give her such a valuable thing made her feel ashamed. Naturally, you are my fiancé, and I would feel more at ease if this kind of business cooperation was entrusted to you to manage, Roy said with a smile. Oh, I won't let you down. There was a light in Ravel's eyes, and the blush on her face didn't recede, but became more vivid. It seems that I still have a big advantage here. Azazel sighed. The Grimmery clan, the Phoenix clan, and Roy are all related by marriage. He was the only outsider here, yet he was able to maintain harmony in such a big business deal. Azazel, your job will not be easy. Roy shook his head with a smile and said, only some of the materials required for these potions are commonly available on the market. Some of them may not be found, so we will need substitutes with similar medicinal effects. Research. This is my hobby, Azazel said with a smile. Although the fields of potion research and sacred gear research were different. For him, they were quite similar and completely acceptable. However, I'm curious, where did you get these potions from? Azazel asked. During his investigation, there was no mention of Roy's study of pharmaceutical information. Moreover, these were incredibly precious potions. When I went out to train before, I accidentally entered a secret place in the dimensional gap, and I got them from there. Roy lied casually. Based on his knowledge of the anime, there were many unknown things hidden in the dimensional gap. One could even find items from civilizations that have disappeared in the distant past. The dimensional gap could be described as a garbage dump full of opportunities and dangers, where many unknown things were exiled. There are countless treasures inside, but it also carried dangers that could threaten one's life. The dimensional gap? You actually enter a place like that. There was a complex look on Azazel's face. This was a place that even a Mao class figure dared not set foot in easily. In addition to the Great Red, there were many unknown dangers, and even a Mao class figure might die there. Roy was able to enter the dimensional gap, find the potions, and come back safely. Even Azazel couldn't help but lament that he was lucky. However, it also cut off Azazel's idea of going to the source to find materials. He dared not take risks in the dimensional gap. It was just an accident. Roy shrugged and said, "The specific cooperation matters will be discussed in detail by the people from the Phoenix clan and Grimoire clan with the fallen angels." Roy continued to take out the corresponding materials and production process and said, "Take these back and study them first. See if you can produce them. These really are some materials I've never seen before." Azazel took out one of the materials and looked it over, finding that it contained some special energy. But even with all his knowledge, he searched his mind and found no corresponding memory. "That's why we need to find alternatives," Roy explained. "It doesn't matter if the medicine is less effective." The few materials Azazel looked at were exactly what Roy had taken from the dungeon in Damachi. "There should be no problem finding alternative materials," Azazel nodded. Although these materials looked rare, they didn't seem impossible to replicate. If it was not enough, they could use alchemy to supplement them. Maybe it couldn't be 100 restored, but there should be no problem in making potions that were at least somewhat effective. Hearing this, Roy smiled. This was probably the confidence of a long-standing power. Even the special materials of another world were not untouchable for the supernatural factions. "Is there anything else you need here?" Azazel looked at Roy and asked. Getting such a big advantage from Roy, it would be unreasonable if he didn't express his gratitude. "Do you have any magic spells collected? If you have any, you can lend them to me to look at." Roy thought for a while and said, "I've collected a lot." Azazel looked at Roy in surprise. "Are you still interested in this kind of thing?" Magic was a special system that humans had analyzed based on the demonic power of devils. Sekyudei were basically power-hungry fighters and were rarely interested in magic. To be precise, magic required a very high level of intelligence to learn. It was difficult for a musclehead like a Sekyudei to understand the complicated, and there was no need to learn it. After all, a normal magician, even if they spent their entire life pursuing magic, could hardly compare to the host of a sacred gear. Instead of wasting time learning magic, it was better to make good use of their sacred gear and develop its functions. It's always good to have more skills. Roy smiled and said, "What's more, I'm also very interested in magic." He was different from ordinary magicians. With the skills 7 Deadly Sins and Omniscient, he could accumulate a lot of magic in a short period of time to improve himself, and he could achieve a level that other magicians couldn't reach in a lifetime. Besides, he couldn't think of anything special he needed for the time being. If you want to learn magic, working hard alone is not the way. Azazel nodded and said, "Although the devils are also related to the Mage Association, with your strength, it seems that ordinary magic teachers can't help you much. I have a suitable candidate here. She has studied magic for many years and has a high attainment in it." Azazel glanced at Roy and said, "And she is the host of Sacred Gear, just like you." Chapter 191. Yor's fated rival Roy just gave him such a big gift, so Azazel felt that he couldn't be stingy. He naturally wanted to give Roy the best magic teacher he had. After much deliberation, there seemed to be only one suitable candidate for the Grigori. Azazel intended to introduce this person to Roy. "Host of a sacred gear?" Hearing Azazel's words, Roy raised his eyebrows and asked with some doubt, could it be the host of Absolute Demise? He remembered that in the anime, there seemed to be a mention of this, but the host of that sacred gear did not officially appear. She just existed in the conversations of others. Correct. Azazel nodded. He was not surprised that Roy knew about Absolute Demise. There were 2 low-class fallen angels living here, so Roy knowing that there was such a host in the Grigori was normal. However, Rainier and Middle didn't know the specific information of the Absolute Demise host. After all, she seldom appeared in front of the fallen angels, and they were not qualified to have contact with her. Her name is Lavinia Renee, and she is the host of the sacred gear Absolute Demise. But besides that, she is also an excellent magician. Lavinia has practiced with a powerful witch since she was a child and later entered the Mage Association for further training. She was personally trained by the president of the Mage Association, and her attainments in magic are unfathomable. Azazel introduced Lavinia and let Roy know about her. It couldn't be helped. Among the Grigori, the only magician who could do the job was Lavinia. Fallen angels, as supernatural creatures, possess innate racial talents. They are the same as sacred gear hosts. They only need to exercise their talents well, and then they can have strengths that ordinary people can't match. Among the fallen angels, there are some who know magic formulas, but none of them could be called master magicians. They could only use simple magic formulas. It would definitely not be appropriate for those fallen angels to teach Roy. That would be too perfunctory. If I remember correctly, Lavinia Renee seems to be the adopted sister of the Hakuryuku, right? Roy said this sentence with great interest. After hearing Azazel's introduction, he showed an expression of interest without concealing it. How do you know? Azazel was surprised. It wasn't surprising that Roy knew about Absolute Demise, but it was surprising that he knew this secret relationship. Azazel was sure that Rainier and Middle didn't know about the relationship between Lavinia and Valley. Occasionally, you can see some interesting things in the dimensional gap. Roy directly blamed the dimensional gap for his source of information. After all, it was a mysterious domain even for the highest class factions, and no one could fully explore what was inside it. Maybe it's because in the Sekirei, so I happened to see some images related to the Hakuryuku, Roy explained with a smile. The dimensional gap is truly a magical place. Azazel sighed. He did not doubt Roy's words. According to previous data, it was not surprising that all sorts of weird things existed in the dimensional gap. It wasn't even impossible for images of the past to appear there. The Sekirei and the Hakuryuku have been enemies for generations. It was even more normal to see some images of each other in a weird place like the dimensional gap. If I had such a peaceful environment thousands of years ago, I would definitely go explore it. Azazel's face showed a bit of maturity as he said, "It's a pity that I don't have that passion now, and I can't afford it." For most people, the unknown is full of attraction, especially for a person like Azazel who liked to explore and research. The attraction was even greater. "It's not a good place in there." Roy shook his head. "True." Azazel nodded, and then said, "Let Lavinia be your magic teacher." "Is there any problem with this proposal?" "Certainly not." Naturally, Roy had no intention of refusing. A highly accomplished magician and a host of a sacred gear. There should be a lot of common language between us. According to Azazel's description, Lavinia was a master magician of ice type, but also knew other types of magic. Coupled with the magic collected by the Grigori for thousands of years, it could rapidly expand his magic knowledge. Indeed, Azazel pondered for a while, then suddenly stared at Roy vigilantly and said, "However, let's make it clear in advance. You're not allowed to get any ideas about her." "Roy?" "Huh, now that you say that, I'm actually interested," Roy said playfully. It seems that being the brother-in-law of the Hakuryuku wouldn't be so bad. Azazel couldn't help but look tense and said, "Don't mess around. If you let Vala know, he will go crazy. It seems that this girl is very important in the Hakuryuku's heart. Can she control him?" Roy showed a more interested look. "Nonsense." Azazel snorted softly and said, "Lavinia and the Hakuryuku have known each other since childhood. She is one of the few people who is recognized and respected by him. That is to say, if Lavinia and I really get together, this brother-in-law position would be well-deserved," Roy said with a smile. "If you're not afraid of Vala fighting you to the death, you could try it." Azazel rolled his eyes. "Besides, you and Valley are old enemies. What's the point of becoming his brother-in-law? Actually, I don't pay much attention to this old enemy business. If I can avoid a death match, I try to." Roy shrugged and said, "However, Valley is the one who stands up for this. He is a man who loves to fight and is eager to challenge the strong," Azazel explained. "You are his fated rival, and you have surpassed him in strength. He will definitely not give up the battle with you easily. Chapter 192. A fulfilling deal previously. Vala followed his orders and came to Kuo town to bring Kokobeel back to the underworld. After meeting Roy in person, he saw the strength of his old enemy. When Valley returned to the underworld, Azazel clearly felt a stronger fighting desire emerging from him than before. Undoubtedly, this was a desire to fight Roy. That's just how Valley is. He's a battle maniac. Azazel also often suffered from this headache, hoping that Valley could learn to enjoy life like him, instead of only indulging in fighting. After all, it is not easy to surpass Roy. Valley has the blood of a Mao, grew up in the Grigori, and possesses various resources. He lacks neither talent nor resources, but even so, he is one step behind Roy. You are right. Roy nodded seriously and said, so in order to avoid irreversible tragedies, it seems I really need to become Val's brother-in-law. If Valley comes looking for a fight, he'll just let Lavinia deal with him. You are a devil. Azazel looked at Roy, showing an indescribable expression. A picture couldn't help appearing in his mind. Vala coming to challenge Roy, Roy stepping back, and then Vala being stopped, pulled away, and even beaten by Lavinia. Azazel immediately corrected himself. No, even devils would call you wicked. This is too immoral. Even a devil couldn't think of such a trick. If what Roy said came true, Vala might really go crazy. He wouldn't be driven mad by the desire to fight, but by pure, aggrieved frustration. Facing Lavinia, his adopted sister, Valley would be helpless. I just think it's a waste of energy to fight back and forth over a fated battle in this day and age. Roy said plausibly, with that kind of energy, it's better to deal with potential future enemies. I have a hunch that our future enemies will be extraordinary. Vala meeting a rival like you is truly bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Azazel couldn't help complaining. In the past, the Seker Udai and the Hacker Yuku fought head-on with dignity. Who would have thought that the current Roy would actually think of a roundabout way to win? Overwhelming him with this method? The problem was, this approach might actually work. Lord Azazel, I think you should actually consider Roy's proposal. Ravel said with a serious expression. The 3 factions want to make peace. Naturally, the more factors that can promote peace, the better. What's more, we have such a huge business cooperation with the Grigori. You should also know how big the market will be for these potions provided by Roy if they are officially put into use. Although the method of marriage is a bit old-fashioned, it is still a good way. You really know how to think on Roy's behalf. Azazel said jokingly, I just think it's more beneficial this way. Ravel blushed slightly and said, forget it, I'm too lazy to care about you people's affairs. Azazel waved his hand and said, I have no objection if you want to pursue Lavinia, but just let nature take its course. Don't force it too much. In fact, there was a Kino on the devil's side. She is the daughter of a cadre, and her status is equivalent to a princess. With her on the devil's side, the relationship between the fallen angels and devils would be more relaxed. However, Azazel also felt that Roy and Lavinia were a good match. No matter emotionally, at least in terms of identity and status, the two were almost the same. As for Roy, apart from being playful, he didn't have any major shortcomings. Looking at the women around Roy, they all seemed to have a good impression of him. This also proved from the side that Roy was indeed attractive to girls, and his character was also guaranteed. The word excellent was not an exaggeration for Roy. At least, among the people Azazel knew, Roy was one of the few boys who could be worthy of Lavinia. The only thing that gave Azazel a headache was how to explain it to Valley. If Vala knew that he was connecting Roy and Lavinia, he would probably turn his anger on him. However, Azazel only had a headache for a moment and didn't bother to think about it. Anyway, they would cross that bridge when they came to it. We'll take these things back first. Researching these potions as soon as possible is also beneficial. After finishing all the things that should be done tonight, Azazel said goodbye. He lightly waved his hand over the potions and materials on the table, making them disappear. Azazel was truly urgent to promote the peace between their factions. After the summit was held, he was even more dedicated. Most of the other leaders commanded the overall situation from the rear, but Azazel often stood on the front line. With this strategic resource provided by Roy, Azazel certainly wanted to research it as quickly as possible and put it into use. Azazel also knew that there would be no shortage of battles in the future, and large-scale wars might even break out. It could be said that there was no time to delay in researching the recovery potions. I still have some potions and materials left here. If you run out of those on hand, you can ask me for them again, Roy said. No problem. Azazel nodded with a smile. With Roy's words, he felt more at ease and could let go with his research. Though, he was also worried that there were too few materials, so he would have to use them sparingly. But now he no longer had to. The research process would undoubtedly be much faster. When I get back, he'll contact Lavinia and ask her to come over. Azazel quickly decided. As for the information on the magic formulas and sacred gears you want, I will have someone send it to you tomorrow. After finishing speaking, Azazel quickly left. Chapter 193. Do you too regard my place as some kind of crying spot? After Azazel left, Roy smiled gently at Ravel and said, Ravel, about the cooperation, you can go back and discuss with your parents sometime. Okay. Ravel nodded. She also knew that their Phoenix clan took advantage of this incident. If it weren't for her, it would be impossible for them to participate in this business cooperation. Ravel couldn't help but feel grateful as she looked at Roy. Kaneko, why are you looking at me like this? Roy suddenly felt a sharp and cold gaze falling on him, and then looked at the owner of the gaze, Kaneko. Her cute face was still expressionless, but her golden eyes were quietly watching Roy. As soon as the president leaves, you start having ideas. There was no fluctuation in Kaneko's voice, but he could clearly feel the dissatisfaction in her emotions. I've never seen anyone. Kaneko, this kind of thing is actually very complicated. But Ravel began to defend Roy, persuading her in this situation. It is actually a good thing for Roy and Lavinia to marry. Not only can we strengthen our cooperative relationship with the Grigori, but we can also gain a powerful ally. Okay, I know. Kaneko nodded and said, I'm going back to my room. After speaking, she got up and went to the second floor. Kaneko looks angry. Ravel said with a bit of distress, it seems that Kaneko really likes Lady Rias. I don't think so. Rainier, who was standing aside, smiled and said, she seems to be throwing a tantrum and is jealous of Lady Lavinia. Jealous? Ravel tilted her head. Yes, indeed. Rainier nodded slightly and said, because she didn't get Lord Roy's favor, she's making trouble for him. I have to say, whether it's her figure or personality, she's still a child. Rainier's eyes fell on the second floor, a smile appearing on the corner of her mouth as she smiled coquettishly. Does Kaneko like Roy too? Ravel showed a look of sudden realization, but in her heart, she felt that this was a good thing. The next day, Ravel specially asked for a day off from school, returned to the underworld, and planned to tell her parents about the cooperation. Rias and Aquino finally finished dealing with their affairs in the underworld and returned to Kuo Town that night. The two also brought back the news that in the near future, a summit between the three factions would be held at Kuo Academy, and peace negotiations would be held at the meeting. Although the two had already heard the news from Roy and Kokobeel, when they actually got confirmation from the Mao himself, they were still a little stunned. When Rias came back, Roy told her about the potion cooperation. In response, Rias complained, grumbling that Roy did not explain it to her earlier. If he had said it earlier, she could have told her parents directly when she was in the underworld this time, so she wouldn't have to make an extra trip. However, Rias was also clear that Roy wasn't just doing it for cooperation, but was also using this potion to trade with Azazel to get some benefits. As for the matter with Lavinia, Rias didn't care. Her thoughts were similar to Ravel's. If a sacred gear host could be paired with Roy, then it would be of great help to him. What's more, this girl was the adopted sister of the Hakariku. This identity alone was enough for Rias to value her. Although Rias had great confidence in Roy and firmly believed that he could win a battle with the Hakariku, it was inevitable to worry about accidents. After all, that was the powerful, fated rival who had fought the Sekudii for generations. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a fallen angel visited Roy's villa and sent over the books on magic formulas and sacred gear research agreed upon by Azazel. He had to admit, the Grigori's collection was very rich. The magic formulas sent over contained many different aspects of magic. Of course, what satisfied Roy the most was that there were quite a few spells related to spatial control. In addition to teleportation circles, there were also spells for creating barrier blockades. Although these spells couldn't be called extremely powerful, they gave Roy a lot of extra options, broadened his horizons, and made up for some of his shortcomings. Possessing the two skills, 7 Deadly Sins and Omniscient, Roy quickly mastered the spells. It only took one night for him to master more than half of the magic formulas. If the Omniscient hadn't been turned on all the time, Roy would have been able to fully master the magic formulas sent by Azazel in one night, though it would have consumed a lot of energy. Because there was enough time, Roy didn't force himself. After feeling tired, he went back to his room to rest, planning to wait until the next day to master the rest of them. Of course, the more important thing was that Roy had first mastered the magic formulas that were most useful to him and that he was interested in. The rest were only formulas that were not very helpful to him. The main reason to learn them all was simply to broaden his views on magic. When Roy had rested all night and got up to continue mastering the magic he hadn't learned last night, he heard a very familiar cry again. There was no doubt that the cry was from an acquaintance. When Roy walked out of his room, a familiar scene greeted him in the living room. Zenobia and Irina hugged each other and cried. However, Asia was not among the crying people this time. Instead, Asia played the role of comforting the two, whispering comforting words beside them. Do you two regard my place as some kind of crying spot? You always come here to cry in the early morning. Roy couldn't help complaining. It couldn't be helped. Although Zenobia and Irina were crying miserably, the situation felt more like a running joke. Chapter 194. Rias' aura was so strong. Under Asia's comfort, Zenobia and Irina didn't cry as hard as before, but sobbed softly. What happened to these two today? Looking at the people next to him, Roy asked speechlessly. According to what they said, they received an assignment from the church this morning, Rias explained. The Excaliburs they wielded were forged from fragments. On the second day, after Kokobeel was defeated, church personnel came to recover the Excaliburs. In addition to the 3 Excaliburs stolen by Kokobeel, the 2 Excaliburs from Zenobia and Irina were also recovered. As for why even their Excaliburs were recovered, it was very simple. The two of them truthfully reported what happened in Kuo Town to the church. They had performed poorly in the Kokobeel affair. The church also used the reason of cooperating with devils to keep the two of them temporarily in Kuo Town, awaiting the church's decision. Although the 3 factions were preparing for peace talks, not many people knew the news. So it was not surprising that the church used this reason. Zenobia and Irina had also accepted this. It now appears both of them have been permanently excommunicated by the church, which no longer recognizes them as believers. Rias shrugged and said, the church also strictly prohibits them from calling themselves members of the church. Zenobia and Irina thought they would be able to return after a while, but they never expected such bad news. The helpless two could only knock on the door of Roy's villa early again, seeking comfort here. After all, in Kuo Town, the two had no relatives, and only Asia could barely be regarded as their friend. So it's this. Roy nodded. This was expected. Roy, it looks like you already guessed it. Rias looked at Roy's expression and asked curiously. The system left by the God of the Bible is actually very fragile. With Michael's ability, there is no way to make it work, and it's difficult to correct it. Roy didn't deny it. This was information already known from the plot. If believers like them who know that the God of the Bible is dead continue to stay in the church, it may cause disorder in the system's operation, bring more troubles, and even more tragedies like Asia's. Roy glanced at Zenobia and Irina and said, so, expelling them is the best way. If the two of them hadn't heard the news that the God of the Bible was dead, they might still have been able to return to the church. Just like in the plot, Irina was the first to be severely injured and fainted in the Kokobeel incident, so she didn't hear the news about the death of the god. On the contrary, it was Zenobia who fought until the arrival of Valley and got the news. The result of the church's handling of the two was that Irina was still able to return to the church, while Zenobia was expelled. Now, both of them had learned the news that the god was dead. For the future stability of the church, they can only be expelled. Yes, there is nothing the church can do about it, Zenobia said sadly. The two did not resent the church, but lamented the impermanence of the world. Zenobia, what should we do in the future? The faith can no longer protect us, and now we don't even have a shelter. Irina's eyes were full of confusion. I don't know. I'm also very confused right now. Zenobia shook her head. She didn't have any clue. As Holy Sword users trained by the church since childhood, they had no other goals before. They just wanted to be good believers, and their plans for the future were also related to the church. But now, the church had suddenly expelled them, leaving the two of them at a loss. In that case, how about the two of you stay in Kuo town? Rias's eyes lit up. An tempting look appeared on her pretty face. Stay in Kuo town? Both Zenobia and Irina set their eyes on Rias. Yes, you are about the same age as us. Rias nodded and said, you have nowhere to go anyway, so why not go to Kuo Academy like Asia? What do you think? Okay. Zenobia nodded without thinking. Irina looked at her companion in bewilderment, wondering what was going on in her mind. She had agreed a little too quickly. Continue to associate with devils? Irina was a little embarrassed. Have you forgotten? The peace talks between the three factions are inevitable. By then, the devils and the church will also enter a period of peace. Cooperation with devils will become the norm. Rias was not angry, but explained persuasively. If you continue to hold the same prejudice as before and regard devils as incompatible enemies, it is not a wise move. Okay, that seems to be right. Rias's aura was strong, and her words were well-founded. Irina was stunned for a while. That's good, Rias said decisively. You two go to school with us later, and I will help you arrange the admission procedures. The two were thus arranged by Rias. You two go and wash your faces first, and then go to school with us after you have breakfast, Rias instructed. The two of them had stayed with Asia in the villa for the past 2 days and knew the layout well. So they went to the bathroom on their own. Roy, I will be going back to Underworld for the next few days. After the two left, Rias whispered her thoughts to Roy. Looking in Rias's eyes, Roy nodded and said, did you see an opportunity with those two? Holy Sword users that the church has trained since childhood. They're not inferior to Kiba. Of course I'm interested, Rias admitted frankly. Anyway, they're no longer members of the church, and I don't want to miss this chance. Chapter 195. Let's start quickly because she was about to become an adult. Rias was eager to gather her peerage. However, she also understood the principle of quality over quantity. No matter how urgently she wanted to get all her peerage together, she didn't want to waste the evil pieces in her hands on the incompetent. Whether it was Roy or Asia, they were once her favorite targets, and she wanted to take them as her servants. It's a pity that Rias repeatedly hit a wall without success. Now, after seeing the two excellent humans like Zenobia and Irina, the idea of wanting to recruit them once again came up. Rias was confident and felt that she would be able to convince them. After all, the situation was different this time, and external factors had given her too much convenience. Whether it was the secrets revealed by the Kokobeel incident, the upcoming tripartite summit, or the church's stance against Zenobia and Irina, they were all assisting her. If she couldn't recruit these two, Rias felt that she could die of embarrassment. After breakfast, Zenobia and Irina went to Kuo Academy together. Under Rias's arrangement, the two quickly completed the admission procedures. Both of them used to go to specialized institutions within the church, which were somewhat different from schools outside. In order for the two to adapt to the life of Kuo Academy as soon as possible, Rias arranged them in the same classes as Asia and Kaneko. With Kaneko watching and Asia taking care of them, Zenobia and Irina should have no problem integrating into the class. After school, Rias returned to her own villa with the church duo and called Asia along the way. Her official reason was that the company and persuasion of Asia, a former comrade, would help Zenobia and Irina get out of the shadows as soon as possible and cheer up. Hearing this reason from Rias, Asia naturally went happily. She also hoped that Zenobia and Irina could get out of the haze and regain their lives. After all, this is how she came to be here, and she also hoped that the others could have a new life. Only Roy knew that Rias had the idea of recruiting them all at once. She intended to take this opportunity to coax Asia, Zenobia, and Irina together and let them become her servants. Anyway, now was the best time, as the three of them were hit hard by the news of the death of the God of the Bible in their hearts. If she missed this, she was afraid she wouldn't have another chance in the future. Rias had to hurry up. In this regard, Roy also had no opinion. He just let it be. That night, two guests visited Roy's villa. One of them was Azazel, and the other was a young beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes. This girl was about 20 years old. Her beautiful face already had the charm of a mature woman. She was wearing a large mage robe and a pointed witch hat on her head. However, even that wide mage robe couldn't completely cover up her proud figure. "Roy, I brought her to you." Azazel directly pushed open the door of the villa and walked into the house carelessly, without treating himself as an outsider at all. "This is Lavinia Renee next to me." Azazel glanced at the blonde girl beside him and introduced him to Roy. That was fast. Roy nodded. "Nonzenza, I'm busy too. Okay?" Azazel waved his hand, turned around, and was about to leave. "I have brought her, and I have to go back to work. The research on those medicines has just been put on the agenda. Lavinia, you will stay here for the time being." After Azazel gave Lavinia a few words, he glanced at Aquino and left in a hurry. Looking at Azazel's back, Roy couldn't help but smile. Azazel cares about Lavinia. There is no need for him to send her over in person. "Hello, Miss Lavinia. My name is Roy Flott, and I am the secretary of this generation." Roy set his sights on the blonde beauty. "I know you. Azazel has explained your situation to me." Lavinia tried her best to pretend to be serious, but there was a trace of innocence in her eyes as she said, "I will be your magic teacher from now on." "Azazel?" After hearing the name, Aquino became surprised. Could that person just now be the governor of the fallen angels? "Azazel? It's him." Lavinia nodded. The light in Aquino's eyes fluctuated, but she soon felt relieved and didn't say anything more. Although she didn't like fallen angels for personal reasons, she wouldn't make trouble for Roy. "Would you like something to drink?" Aquino put on a smile and asked. "No." Lavinia shook her head, then said to Roy, "Let's start quickly.